There, I have had a morning. Let me put it this way. Let me tell you something. I have had a morning, let's say, but hopefully things are resolved. Yep, it was a morning. I am here. We shall play some WoW. I don't even know if I took my vault yet. I actually got a good vault, but I haven't taken it yet. Oh man, oh man. Sometimes you wake up and it just holy. It was a very stressful morning. I had like a little mini. I was like, ah, yeah. But everything seems to be okay. Hopefully, maybe. We'll see. And I'm sure I'll talk about it today. It's going to be one of those things where I'm probably not supposed to talk about it too much. But knowing myself, I'm going to talk about it anyways because I simply can't help myself. I am not very good at just simply ignoring what's going on. What's up, Aggie? What's up, Sergeant? I am the sort of person where when something happens, I kind of feel like I have to address it. You know what I mean? That's who I am. Anyways, big Guardian Druid Keys today. Huge Guardian Druid. Yeah, we got. I think we're gonna hopefully get some 18s is the plan. We'll at least get some good Apex practice in. I am not super comfortable with it yet. I've only played in a few keys, but excited to play some Guardian Druid. What's up, Aluso? Good morning, Aggie. Good morning, Sergeant Stomps. You ever have those mornings you wake up and you just get like maybe some news or something and you go, you like panic a little bit. And you're like, okay, let me figure this out. I actually woke up early today, but you'll notice that I am late to stream simply because I had to take care of a whole bunch of stuff that I was not anticipating. My last 6 months of your life, yeah, that seems about right. Anyways, good news is I got a good vault, so that's good. Hey, Torizi, how's it going? How were your vaults? Gotta do some keys. I played so many ults last week. I think I did like 30 to 40 ult keys last week. So I am, we must now focus on the Druid this week because I think I fell behind a bit in IO. Car died, got a new car, computer, motherboard. Oh, yeah, it's going to be one of those. That's basically what's up, though. When can I schedule your tank session? Torizi, if you are on Patreon, keep in mind, I don't always remember what Patreon name has the coaching session and what Discord name, but make sure you message me on Discord, Torizi. If we have not scheduled something and you are a tier 2 person on Patreon, just message me on Discord. We schedule something based on your time zone. No problemo, Torizi. But just let me know. What's up, Shen? How's it going? I think you were having a massive conversation. You messaged me on Discord. Ooh, did I not respond to you on Discord? It can be like that. It do be like that. Can you remind me what your Discord name is? I have been very overwhelmed and busy. I actually missed 2. I had to reschedule 2 things, and that is not something I normally like to do, but it has been that way. What's up, Vlad? Good morning. We've had a day, Vlad. I'll message you again. Please do, Torizi. If I ever miss your message, just send it again. I do not get annoyed by this. I am the sort of person who will very actively miss messages. It's the nature of being me, I suppose. Hey, noob. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna... The one thing I don't like is I don't like it when people pretend that like, oh, I definitely saw your message. I did not. Yes, I missed it. Yep, missed that. There you go. That's definitely... I missed that one, Torizi. There you go. All right. That day I missed it. My bad. What time zone are you in, Torizi? Let me know your time zone. And we'll schedule something. Yo, what's up? Not your average. What's up, dude? Not your average river. The coincidence of a name. When can I book in your tank session? Tier 2 Patreons. Get a call with me per once. What's up, Semi? Question about the Tier 2 Apex talents. What does it mean when you say your maul is always empowered? Mostly, it's very passive. Incredibly passive. It literally just means that your maul does 40% extra damage. When you look at a key, Semi-Pork, and you see Vicious Brambles is that dot. It is just that. Don't have to think about it. It's an ignite type dot, so it just kind of overwrites itself. Don't think about it. Just 40% more damage. Yes, 100%. All coaching sessions are one-on-one. They're private. What's up, Crex? Good morning, good morning. Hey, Abra. Good morning. Man, I have had a morning. Your EST timing. Okay, so for EST timing, your late night or your early morning works. So basically about 2 hours before this normally is when I schedule EST stuff. You remember how I was supposed to quit caffeine? I'm glad. I'm excited for it, Torizi. I really like doing the WoW coaching stuff. I really do. It is actually something I've been very much enjoying recently. The WoW coaching is something I'm enjoying. Ready, but be right back real quick. Sounds good. All right, let me see who else is on. Let me see if the good old team is on. I haven't taken my vault, and I also need to send a bunch of crests. Key? Question mark? Yep, we're 12 hours apart indeed. Key? Question mark? There you go. Shen Prime just subscribed. Yo, thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. What's up, Lona? Good morning. All right, guys. What did you get your vault? You guys get good vaults? Couldn't tell if I was talking about the Maul nature damage. Nope, just that. Yep, Deco invite me. Zinnia, thank you, Zinnia. Thank you. I hope you had a good vault, and I hope you've been enjoying your Holy Priest. All right, this is my vault right here. So, basically, we don't take Feather, we just take Mythic tier. I'm happy about Mythic tier. Can't complain about Mythic tier. You know what I mean? Want to say hi, buddy. Off to Lurk. Back to that Ret life if you ever need Ret. Ooh, I'm sure you got a crew. We got a team of 4 right now. I think maybe actually 5, potentially, if Bell wants to come today. And we got a little team going. So, kind of want to take the boots because it'll save me some crests, but actually, headpiece is the way. Let me take Mythic headpiece. Can't complain about this. It's a decent vault, right? Mythic head. It's all good. Can't go wrong with that. All right, here we go. So, I'm going to start with an 18. Not sure what the 18 will be. Shall we find out? I had to leave for work before I could check vault. Check for later. Good luck. Good luck. The RNG of vault, man. So, I'm happy about this because my first vault, keep in mind, my first vault ever, I had to take a socket, which was not fantastic. That I didn't like. I got an 18 Skyreach. All right. What's up, Monktil? Hey, Tanner Richer. Yo, good morning. So we'll be playing Apex today. Hopefully I don't make too many mistakes on the Apex, but we'll see. There's a good trinket option on the rest, though. Shaman Healing Trinket from Voidspire Paladins. Not bad. Yep, I have that one, actually. Or a business slot weapon. I think I'm going to craft weapon. It depends, Crex. If you don't have mythic tier, like mythic items, then you have to make a decision, though. Kent is trying to get me to go monk. Yeah, it's easy. You can play whatever you want, though. What's up, K-Tom? Let me see, Terezi. I think you sent me some stuff. I'm going to check your logs and stuff recently, but next few days we can schedule something your late night. Sounds good? Yo, what's up, Deco? Yeah, so by the way, Deco, I think I'm going to craft that on my monk as well, because I was thinking about it, but I was also thinking it would be good for Brewmaster. I'm just a little confused about it still. I need to understand this trinket a bit more. So it's basically you craft a trinket to use intentionally on Mythic, but then you need to buff it with your second embellishment, correct? Like you need to do you need to, the effect is a Darkmoon Sigil Void, and Void is on the weapon. So you need to have a weapon plus the trinket. Okay. But a weapon, that can be made on a one-handed weapon, is this correct? The Hype Train... We got a little Hype Train. Are you able to give me some tips for the Mage Tower? Monktil, the Mage Tower. I don't know how hard the Mage Tower is right now for Guardian Druid. It's been a long time since I've done it. I do not know. Okay, so what I was thinking is I might do some weird stuff on my Monk because I want to play both Mistweaver and other stuff. Wait, what's this? Gifted subs. Terezi gifting out 10 community subs. Terezi, what is this? Starting stream with 10 gifted subs. Thank you, Terezi. That is very appreciated. I appreciate your 10 gifted subs. That is a good way to start stream. And you, seriously, the morning I've had today. All right, cool. Insta level 4 hype train. Thank you, Terezi. Yo, for real though, goddamn. Like, yeah. This morning for me, that is a great correction, you know. It's been a morning for sure. The people will come say hi. I think they're in an ad right now, although if they've just subbed, they won't get ads again. Here to help the community. Thank you. Hey, Dr. Soul, Prime sub as well. Damn. What a good way to start stream. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Yeah, this morning, so I realized, you guys want to know what happened this morning? I don't mind telling you. I am the sort of person, again, I think I'm supposed to not talk about this for some reason, but I can't help myself. Like, it's a weird thing. Like, I don't mind talking about financial stuff. I know some people are like, keep it to yourself, but goddamn. Oh, yeah, man. Oy. But I'm just the sort of person who's going to tell you anyways. Like, that's just how I am. Like, basically, if something happens in my life, I express the thing that happens in my life. I simply cannot express it. The Mage Tower is really hard. Monktil, if you're struggling with Mage Tower, make sure Phase 1 shouldn't be that bad with the new Moonfire talents, but Phase 2, just take some reps. Back in the day when I did it, it took me many, many times. Make sure you use, like, you can get the Legion drums, you can Bloodlust yourself, you can use Legion combat potions, etc. though. Can I try Ret and Rezilki of yours? Terezi, what's your item level at the moment? Like, what's your Ret's, like, item level in IO at the moment? 276, what's your IO right now? Just Felicitas, hello. Well, yeah, so anyways, the thing that happened, Squinkin, is I woke up this morning, I got a weird email, and I was like, huh. So I checked the email. Prod. Oh, okay. Teresi, I think we're going to be doing like I think we're going to be doing some team keys today, so not at the moment. I will take this Mythic head, and I'll immediately upgrade it to max. I believe we're going to be doing some like 17, 18s today, so not at the moment. But we can schedule our coaching call whenever. We will, yeah, we'll go send this right here, and then I think I'll need to do one key. And then the next craft I'm doing on the Druid, this becomes an interesting question. I'm going to send all my crests this week, but if I do it properly, I should be able to get the hero count discount. Now, 18 Cavern for you, I have 18 Skyreach. Both of those are upgrades. The question is, do I craft Cloak or do I craft Belt? Both of these are a potential for me. Which one do you think? First ball got easier by a little bit. I mean, it was a tiny nerf, you know what I mean? Delicious. So here's the thing. I know I want to craft, but I don't know if it's Belt or Cloak. I don't think it matters, to be honest with you. Like, I really don't think at the end of the day that it actually matters, but basically one of these is getting made for 285 this week. I have a bunch of Mythic crests. I will have too many still. Even if I spend all these right here, I will not be able to use all my Mythic crests. So let's just go ahead and send something for now, but if I send 80 here, I'll only have 60 left. We need 60. Oh yeah, the email. Right, the cliffhanger. Okay, so let's upgrade this first of all, okay? And then what we're going to do is we swap the weapon out. So I have this weapon here, right? There we go. And then I need to make a second craft. Cloak is technically the lower of the two main stat. What was in the vault? I got a Mythic headpiece in vault. Can't complain, right? It's pretty solid. Mythic tier, always a good option. You won't be able to use all Mythic. No, I haven't. I've been sitting on these crests for a long time. There's nothing I can do with them. It's really unfortunate, actually. But I can spend all my hero crests this week. And then, yeah, I can't complain about Mythic tier, of course. Now, here's what I'm going to do. I need to create a second craft before keys today. And then I'm going to obviously just send this upgrade right there for hero crests. I'm going to spend all my hero crests this week. Not even craft? Well, I only have... Oh, I don't have the spark yet, so I can't make the craft, actually, until we do a few keys. Okay, so until we do a few keys, I cannot actually use this setup. So we're going to spend this here. So we do that. And then this week, I'll still have an extra 80 Mythic crests that I'm probably going to downgrade some to Hero so I can actually get the Hero Crown discount. So we upgrade Hero Crest there. Boom, on the legs. We're going to go 276 right there. And then on the gloves as well, 276 right here. Bam, like this. And then we're going to probably do this, though. One dungeon. I did see that, but I also need the spark from last week. So I'm going to need a second, though. What are boulder shoulders? Just like a shoulder workout. I like doing little bits for workout redeems throughout the day. So I can it keeps me moving and stuff. Yeah, Monk T. There are some guides for Mage Tower, actually, that aren't too bad, to be honest. But I don't know if they're up to date, because I know it's changed a little bit. So we probably craft... If we craft a belt, the idea is that I'm going to spend the rest of my hero upgrade on the boots. Now, alternatively, I could just upgrade these rings as well. But the idea is that I should have 160 heroic crests left. If I spend 60 right there... So right here, watch this. 60, that's 120, yeah? 120. That means 40 goes right here, and I will be just shy of the hero achievement. It'll be... I could downgrade Mythic Crest for it. You're not on Hydra by chance? No, Teresa, I'm not. So I would have a choice this week about whether or not I want to downgrade. So it's going to be, yeah, because I'll have 60 right there, and then I'll be able to earn 100 more. So it's 100 like this, bam, and then it's going to be 40 there, and that means that I will need, it'll be 80 crests. Is it worth downgrading 80 Mythic crests for the sake of a little bit of power this week, and also the heroic discount on my alts? Is that worth it? We will have to make that choice. I do not currently know the answer to that question. That is the question. That's what we must ask, though. Yo, what's up, MacMans? What I get in Vault? I got a Mythic headpiece. I cannot complain too much. Mythic tier is good. Mythic tier be good. Can't complain about Mythic tier. The real question I have is whether or not I'm going to send. I will have exactly that many Myth crests this week. Like me, that it's absolutely worth it. I know I am, though, Shen. But the thing is, the question is, do I want to play my monk this week or next week? So that's the thing. Oh, I suck. What do? You could always do coaching with me. if you wanted to learn something. Yeah, so what should I upgrade my pieces first to craft my cloak for Vengeance Demon Hunter? What I mean, should I upgrade my pieces first? Ultimately, Alex, you could do either. I think that it depends if you have both embellishments already. So right now, for example, I do not. My Apex for AF scales off first, but it's solid. What's up? Okay, got you. So here's the gear that we're rolling with right now. I don't mind it. But we can send the rest of the hero crests, I believe. Unless the other option, of course, is how much are mythic boots on the auction house? What if I sold enough keys that I could somehow afford mythic boots on the auction house? Are they not here? Aren't there going to be something that drops this week? They're going to be so expensive. There's no way. That would be another option that I could do, technically speaking. 3 mil at the moment? No way. Not going to happen. Nah, not going to happen. Save like 2 crests like that? Nah. I mean, I feel like 18s will be fine even with lower item level, but I was upset that last week I was so behind. Guy, first, I can't live the first pull. What are you playing, TJ? They actually added, didn't you see that? They listened. I've been saying this for a while. I have been ranting about this for a long time. They listened to me. Dude, do you think they watched one of my videos, or do you think they also just identified the problem? Did you see that? They added a an achievement for 3,400. That's exactly what I've been telling them for a while. They needed to do this. That's exactly what I've been trying to tell them. That's what my point is. I've been trying to tell them for a bit now. All right, where's Random? See if we can get him in here. Random isn't here though. How long left? And then let's see where Bell's on to. Skyreach is fun to tank as a bear. I mean, fun is a relative term. Let me put it this way. Fun is a relative term. Game? Question mark. First pull is nuts. I would say fun is relative. I have 2-handed weapon crafts and 1 with embellishment. I'm between crafting cloak or upgrading gear. Well, you're going to have enough for both, right, Alex? Like, you haven't capped on your crest this week, correct? You're going to have enough for both? No, that means he doesn't agree. Shot down. Fun is... I don't know about Skyreach. I mean, it can be very stressful. Just finished second boss, like 5 to 8 minutes. Okay, got you. So Random will be here kind of soonish. Like 10 minutes, though. Just reset got 140. Then you can go ahead and craft and upgrade for what it's worth. If you have mythic slots, they're more likely to stay. But definitely craft should be in your technical slots for the last bit of item level. But I was behind last week, so I just sent some crests. I have to decide what I'm doing with the rest of my crests this week. But yeah, I feel like I have to... You like that you have to pay attention? I like chill tanking. Not really. I'm not a huge fan of that, personally speaking. I like being able to know I'm going to live. So the question is... I think I'm going to craft a cloak instead of a belt piece. And the embellishment that I want is a good question. That is the next thing that I have to decide is what embellishment I'm going to do, though. I generally don't push that high, but it's cool. It's there for the people who do. I agree. They just needed to do something. They needed to add a little bit of something. So I could upgrade the rings. Obviously, I'm going to upgrade everything eventually, but I have to make decisions because it looks like this week I'll be just shy of actually getting everything on Heroic. Probably I just double Arcana Weave. Like, that's most likely what I'm going to do, because although it's not the most for me, what do embellishments do, Monkto? So, embellishments are like a way that they've encouraged you to use the crafting system. They're very minor. They're super minor. Don't worry about them too much. They're like 1%. They're like less than 1%. Don't worry about them too much. People will obsess over them. Don't worry about them too much. They're very, very minor. I think they should have made embellishments a bit more powerful, because it's almost whenever you make one. Like, it doesn't even feel that rewarding, honestly. It really doesn't feel fantastic. When you make an embellishment, you're like, wow, it's so cool. I'm crafting something big, and then you realize you're like, eh. Like, you know what I mean? It's kind of strange. Like, I'm not a huge fan of it, though. Yeah, that's what I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to do. So I'm thinking I'm making a cloak, most likely. And then I have to decide the Blessed Pango Charm, the Primal Spore Binding, I'm pretty sure you just go Arcana Weave, unfortunately. I feel like Arcana Weave is kind of lame. I almost want to do something like the Devouring banding. Yeah, Elemental Lariat, Choker of Shielding, I know. Oh, I never told you the story, Squinkin and Vlad. Yeah, that's right. So basically, here's what's up. Here, let me explain this. Okay. You want to hear the story of why my thing was so stressful this morning? I can't make the cloak I can't make the craft yet anyways. 4 delves per week for Mythic Crest? I actually don't know about the delves. I'm really not a delver. You would have to ask somebody else about exactly how delves work. I haven't done a single delve since the first week, so I don't know. Here's what happened. I realized that this morning, I basically realized that Twitch and YouTube, in fact, have not paid me in like 4 months, like 3 months basically. And I was like, wait a second. What's going on with this? So I looked into it and I was like, why does it say that they've paid me, but I never actually got the money? And I was like, where did it go? So I was like, don't panic. I'm sure there's a perfectly logical explanation for this. Probably just got held, probably a little error, no problem. So I contacted Twitch support and I said, hey, just confirming, what happened with these payments? And they go, oh, we sent it. And I was like, oh, totally hear you on that. It's not here though. Like I have zero confirmation, never got an email, never got a confirmation, never showed up on the, I use PayPal. So I'm like, I'm looking at the PayPal, like don't see any transaction history of it. And they were like, yeah, unfortunately, since we already confirmed we sent it, there's nothing we can do. And I was like, hold up, take a moment, please. Let's all take a deep breath. What do you mean there's nothing you can do? And they're like, there's nothing we can do. And I was like, okay. There's got to be something you can do. So anyways, I was talking to them for a while. The person was like, we shall refer you to a specialist and they'll handle your case. And I said, okay. So I'm waiting for the specialist to respond on Twitch. The thing that happened with YouTube is weird because I also had to do, for example, I had to message YouTube and be like, hey, I've noticed for the last few months that you said that it's paid, but I don't have the information. And they're like, oh, that's weird. So they checked as well. They tracked down the payments. They were super nice, at least. They were like very, very nice in talking to me. And then they basically realized that, again, payment did go through, but I never received the money. And I was like, okay, like this is like several $1,000s. Out of curiosity, where is it? And so they couldn't figure it out. I ended up having to log in to the third-party website that they use to handle payments, and I found the money there. For somehow, and I have no idea why, but somehow the transaction got delayed on that platform, but the money was there. And I was like, okay, like, you know, no need to panic. Seems like it's going to work out. So I found the YouTube money at least. But the Twitch money, I still have no idea where it is. I got no clue. Yeah, it's just in limbo apparently. And I'm just like, breathe. I'm sure it'll be there, right? Like everything has got to work out. But anyways, that was my morning. So it was very stressful because I was like, I thought I was actually going to be on time today. And then I was dealing with that. And I was just like, So I'm still reeling though. Yeah, I was like, did you send it to the wrong person? Because they were very clear. They were like, here's the receipt. Like, we sent it. And I was like, but I don't have it. So, anyways, I'm really hoping that the Twitch people come back and they help me figure out where that is. Because that is also, it's like to clarify, there's like $4,000 that's just casually missing. And I'm like, where be the, it's like not a little bit amount of money. It's like $4,000. I'm like, where is it? But hopefully they also just figure out that it's probably just in limbo because Twitch uses a payment platform called Tipiati or whatever it's called. And so I'm imagining that the same thing happened where somehow Tipiati has the money. Like they must have it, but they never sent it. Like they never took that for some reason. There was some issue where that didn't go to my PayPal. So I'm kind of just sitting here and I'm like, but it's all going to work out, right? All right, let's see if Belle's here. Kelly, Bellery, and Heroic, then good. Okay, Belle is totally down to come, so we will have a 5-stack today. Very nice. Let's see what 18s we got. Let's see. How are taxes in Thailand? I'm a U.S. citizen. Twitch having terrible. Yeah, well, The thing about the YouTube customer support, and I really appreciated this, I didn't feel like I was talking to an AI. Even if it wasn't AI, it was a very good AI because, you know, I messaged them and they were like, hey, we understand how serious this is. Your money is very important. Let's take a look at it and we're going to solve this together. And I was immediately just like, thank you. Honestly, if you're an AI, I appreciate you realizing that I'm a little stressed right now. Clearly, it's a stressful thing. And I was just like, thank you for that, for what it's worth, okay? And then I learned, does it work like that? Yes, it does, Mac. It's very interesting that it does work like that. But yep, because I'm a U.S. citizen. But the idea is they were super nice about it. And they were like, we're very sorry. We have confirmed. Is there anything else we can help you with? And they were like, can we get you some of the IDs so that at least you can talk to PayPal and see if there's an issue there? They were like really communicative and they were like, we understand that this is a very important thing. How can we help? And I was like, thank you, YouTube. 5 stars. Like, honestly, great customer support. But I would love the Twitch people to be a bit more responsive because the Twitch people were like, there's nothing we can do. And I was like, is there a way, like, can I at least ask for the receipts? Can I ask for this? Like, can I ask for any sort of, you know, can you give me the code at least of the thing? And they were like, do you know what I mean? It was just like, I'm just trying to track down some information so I can figure it out. The U.S. benefits from it, not. I don't work in Thailand, Mac. It's a bit of a weird thing when you live in a foreign country. Different countries handle it differently. But technically speaking, I don't work in Thailand. It's a bit weird because I'm not a Thai citizen. Like, you don't get Thai citizenship by living in Thailand. So I don't have like a dual citizenship or anything like that. What's up, Strugel? I don't know, by the way, about how many crests you can get from Delves. So Bell's coming soon, and then when Bell gets here, we'll be able to have a little 5-stack today. Should be very cool. But if I worked here, then I would have a work permit and stuff, though. Hi, forgot to sub to your Twitch. Oh, no problem. I appreciate you saying hello. Am I not logged in here? Hold up, let me make sure I log in real quick. Weird. Oh, hold up, wait a second. I might have done this wrong. 20 Mythic Crest from tier 11 Delves. I think that's right, yeah? That's what I think it is, too. Did you get anything nice from your vaults? I did, luckily. Yeah, I'm fortunate about this. I did get a nice vault, actually, though. What's up, Torpy? I bricked somebody's key for the first time today. It happens. Happens for sure. Do you have any desire to get a dual citizenship? Did you get permanent residency? You basically can't. Like, every country, again, handles this a bit differently, but it is important to clarify, you basically cannot get a dual citizenship. It is nigh impossible. It is basically not, it's basically just, it like doesn't happen. I don't think I know any foreigner who's lived, even if you live here for 20 years, you basically don't have a dual citizenship. Okay, I'm going to decide, do I craft Cloak or Bracer? What do you think? I think Cloak is technically the right option, so why don't we just upgrade this to max using these 60 hero crests, and then I'm going to decide what to do past that point. So we're going to do the belt all the way up here and get a little more item level like this. And then we're going to eventually recraft. So this is 60 hero crest. I think we just send it. Don't think about it too much. And then we'll be 276 for keys right now. Now, what we're going to do is when we loot the second spark as a catch-up spark, then when I get 80 more, 20, like basically 1 or 2 keys, I should have that. Then I'll craft a cloak with my second embellishment, swap the weapon, and it'll be good. Grab as fast, and they make it very difficult to get out. Yeah. True. All right, what keys we got? I think we'll all have some 18s, so we can decide what to do from there, though. Some 10s today, and wow, the pug life is rough. It is indeed. The pug life is rough indeed. Yes, yep. Also, hi, Kitty. Good morning. But yeah, that was my morning, so I'm a little, earning money is great. But man, when you start earning money and then something happens with the money, you're like, it's like, oh my God. Oh, party chat, sorry. Where are we heading? You have Cavern 18, hi. Oh, you have a 19. You have a 19 Terrace Bell? Oh, damn. What's up, Veal? I'm playing my Druid around 3,300, both tank and balance with your in real life mates, depending what they're playing. I main Brewmaster, though. I got Mythic Chest in Vault, Mythic Weapon in Vault. I got a crafted weapon on balance and a hero track weapon on Guardian. I mean, So the truth is, Vo, a mythic chest you can't go wrong with mythic tier. Mythic chest will at least be good for all specs of druid. It is crit mastery, so you'll have to check whether or not, for what it's worth, right? You'll have to check a little bit about whether or not the Boomy would definitely not want chest because it's not technically haste mastery. But I think that the shoulders are about the same, so you have to make that decision anyways. Maybe because it's higher math. I mean, there's a world, I suppose, but effectively, chest seems like a good option. Alternatively, if you're very set on Guardian, you could take a weapon, because Mythic weapon over Heroic weapon is a good choice. I just need seat. I think 18 Magisters is super easy. Not big of an upgrade for Bear. It's like 1% in damage. Everything is like a very small upgrade, VO. The weapon is the primary slot. So weapon is the biggest upgrade you can get. Every item level you get on weapon is more valuable than any other slot. Yeah, 19 Terrace is pushing it. 19 is like, oof. 18 AA, we have the damage for it, I promise you that. If I play Apex and Deco is healing, we have the damage bell. We just need to actually get an 18. What's up, Boo? How's Blood Decay feel yesterday? Felt surprisingly good, actually. I mean, I'm not geared at all, but it felt okay. I haven't even checked the vaults yet, though. Okay, so you have a 19. I have an 18 Skyreach. None of us are 18 Brazil, so we'll have to get through any key that we do. What is the first key we do? We have 18 Skyreach, 18 Cavern. Your Terrace is a 19. I'm kind of down to try Terrace on a 19 Bell, but we don't have to do that first. I think 18 Skyreach is not so bad. That's just we all have to be kind of on top of it type key. What is Brazil? Once you time all your keys on a 12, Shen, you can't deplete below a 12. Once you time all your keys on a 13, you cannot deplete below a 13. Once you time all your keys on a 14, you cannot deplete below 14. So if you take a look at my IO, my keys cannot deplete below 17, but they can deplete below 18 because I haven't timed all the keys on 18. Once I get all 18s, though, we'll be set on 18, so they won't go lower than that. I think let's go Skyreach first. How about Skyreach first? Skyreach? I think that most people here have already done all their crests. I haven't, by the way. I need to loot. I'll get like a craft and get maybe 2. I guess it's only 1 or 2 more item levels after crest this week. I thought it would be closer to 280, but I think I'm going to be closer to like 278. It's okay, 278. That's still fine. This is more than last week. All right, let's go Skyreach first. Let's just send my key. If we lose it, we lose it. A little bit of a warm-up key, probably. Let's see what happens. We just need to live. Skyreach timer, obviously, no problem. So all we got to do is live the Skyreach. Let's roll. Let's just send it. 18 Skyreach. Man, I could die. You know this key. I could be here one moment and not be here the next. Goddamn. What's up, Toastai? How's it going? Okay. Breathe. How did you level all your alts to 90? I did Calamitous Delve spam, but the problem with leveling all my alts was I didn't think about the fact that I wouldn't get Vault on all my alts, and so now I leveled 8, and it was too much because I'm not even playing 8. Like, I leveled 8 alts, and then realized I'm not playing all 8 of them, so I'm playing 6 this season. Most likely, I only actually have time for 2. Last week, as an example, I had an opportunity to do many more 18s, and I just decided not to because I did 4 keys on a DK, 4 keys on this, 4 keys on my Paladin, on my Warrior, on my Prez Evoker, on my this, on my that. Like, you know what I mean? I did a whole bunch of stuff. And I think that it's actually a big problem for me is that I have a chronic issue with just basically deciding to play way too many things that I maybe shouldn't play. You know what I mean? Like, it's just an issue. Okay. This key, all we have to do is live. We have a Mistweaver. We're going to blast. We have, by the way, the last boss. Everyone can get back, right? With this comp, everyone can get back. Where the heck do people look for guilds to join? There's some Discords. I used to use Discords. I think there's a website too, but I'm not really sure. Can I try right with you on some keys? Terezi, I think we're doing levels that are just kind of not the same. So I'm not sure. Not today, Terezi. I don't really do viewer keys, but perhaps at some point. Maybe, you never know. Occasionally. Toward the end of the week. What's up, Jello Boy? Okay. I think it works, but I don't know if it's best to test first on an 18. Raider, IO, and Disc usually. That's what I think. How is Holy Priest doing right now in Keys? Well, Zinnia was just here saying hi. You can play Holy Priest. It certainly isn't meta, but for sure, yeah, Raider IO counts as a link, I know. But for sure, it does work. Okay. Arson can definitely get back. I know Deco can. Deco can. Arson can. Both of you, so we have to kill if it's on Shaman or so we have to kill. So we just kill if Shaman or Demon Hunter. I'm not a big fan of Holy Priest. We'll see. I bought a bag of carrots. Yeah? And the carrot trick snack works. Hey, ace work. I'm glad it works. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Timer is easy. Timer is easy. We just got to live second boss. Second boss and such. It's just living. This key, I mean, with our item level now, we could probably double time it, to be honest with you. It's not that hard to live. The issue with is mana management. It is weird they have to manage mana. I still think that they should get rid of mana altogether. No joke. I think everything would feel better if they did that. Okay, 18 Skyreach. Let's see if I actually have everything that I need to have. Let's do it. 18 Skyreach. A little bit of focus. A little bit of focus. Let's flask up. Should I be using rank 3 flasks if we're actually doing push keys? I'm kind of broke. Okay. I really am questioning whether or not I'm going to downgrade 80 Mythic Crest this week just to get the heroic discount on my alts. I have a feeling that won't happen. Because I don't even know if I'd have time to super play. I know. But it's just sad that I have nothing to use these on. Like, I'm going to be sitting once again on 80 of these, and I'm just not going to have anything. But I guess we'll have the bonus roll coming soon. I know it'll make the alt life easier, but the goal this season is to play Druid. I'm not going to meta reroll to Brewmaster. I will play my Druid. And so, you know, you have to commit if you're... I think if you're doing some higher stuff, you got to commit, though. What's up, Quesson? I think it's important to do that, if that makes sense. Okay, let me log into this. I don't know why I logged out of this for some reason. Here we go. I gotta... Hold up. Let me just do this real quick. Uno momento, por favor. Let's see here. 1 second. Okay. Plus your achievement number goes up. Oh, the achievement number? You don't want to look at my achievement number. What's the heroic achievement? Squinkin' Binks. When you end up getting all slots on heroic, then your alts only take 10 heroic crest to upgrade an item instead of 20, which is very helpful for what it's worth, though. Check this, please. What's up? It's my primary. Oh, that's fine, Teresi. I do have a team right now, so I'm not actually doing viewer keys at the moment, but you're welcome to hang out at any point, and we can definitely get the coaching call in whenever you are ready. So we'll do coaching call maybe next few days. We can schedule something. I'm busy tomorrow. I've got coaching tonight. I've got coaching tomorrow already, but at some point. Yeah, you got to get all items to 276. I'm pretty close. I got my 2 rings, and I got my boots. Once I get these to 276, technically speaking, everything will be done. But I'm just shy of it because this is going to be 180 and I have 100 left to get this week. So then your alts will get a discount. So you don't have to spend on your alts this week, but it's okay. I don't think I'm going to greet it this week. I think I'll just go next week. Oh, yeah, I'm just shy as well. Yeah, it's okay. Like, I think that this week, Bell, the truth is, like, if you think of, you've done some keys this week. The truth is, Resil 18 is clearly the goal this week. 18 AA being the only potential hard key, but I actually don't think it'll be too bad. So 18 AA, maybe a few attempts. 18 Resil's the goal. Once you get 18 Resil, you move into some 19s, but then 19 is going to be a chase goal. 19, I think, takes maybe a few weeks, and I don't think you rush that because we're going to get the bonus roll soon, and you know what I mean? Like, I think that's okay. But the idea, Bell, is this week is Resil 18, and you get 19 Pit of Sauron, maybe 19 Terrace, maybe 19 Caverns, maybe, you know what I mean? You just do a few 19s. And then the rest of the 19s, maybe they'll take a few weeks, and that's kind of where I'm thinking right now at the very least. Okay, let me take a look at my talents. Play some music, and let's go. If you answer this, but it's after haste? Yeah, so after haste, you can go verse. It's actually not that important on Guardian Druid, to be honest with you. Guardian Druid can play whatever. Deco your lead. Deco you lead. I gotta get a chat add-on because it's so annoying that my chat bugs, by the way. I still can't see party chat once key starts. But I'm ready. Let's get 18 Skyreach real fast. We just gotta live. We know the pulls. I get the bird in the first pull, so just make sure you defensive overlap, remember? Defensive first AoE on first pull. I get bird. Okay, don't miss a bark skin. Here we go. All right, pre-Apex, then playing Apex. I gotta focus a little bit because we are playing the Apex build. Ready? How much damage do you think we do first pull here? It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. All right, here we go. Trying to think about where I'm gonna struggle this key, and to be honest with you, I'm just gonna need to actually. I'm just gonna need to be paying attention to the bleeds and some of the other pulls later on, but otherwise, I think it'll be okay. I know how I normally pull it. Let's see what the timer looks like, and then we'll go from there. Okay, time to lock in. First key of the day. I'm a little jittery. This morning was too stressful, dude. This morning was just a little bit like... It was a little bit rough. We're going to do some shoulder workout throughout today. I do have a lot of time to game. It's still the Thai New Year. My gym is still closed at the moment, so I'll just be gaming. If somebody is typing in party chat, keep in mind I cannot see party chat. Just remember. Nor can I see whisper sometimes. But let's go ahead. We'll get some 18s today for sure. You're going to see, by the way, Bell, you do big damn. Look at the damage from me and my Mistweaver. If I play Apex build, granted, I might need a few reps on Apex. That's why we're starting with my key. I might die. I just haven't prog keys with it. I don't think I've done a single Skyreach playing Apex for what it's worth. So I might. I did I did it with the bug last week. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. Let's go. Oh, it's my key. Oh, it's not my key. It's somebody else's key. Great. We have two 18 Skyreaches then. Let's win. There you go. Okay, so outside of bear, inside of bear. 5,000 bits. All right, bet. We're getting a shoulder workout in today then. Okay. Oh my god, my ping. That is high ping right now. Much higher than normal. It's okay. It's going to be all right. We're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. Boom. One echo. Yeah, it's been a second since I played the Apex build. It has been a second. We're not greeting my damage too much here. Oh my god, no! God damn it. That's the jitters. That's the jitters right there. That's the jitters. I wasn't paying attention. I was greeting something. I wasn't paying attention. I got distracted too easy. Hold up. All right, we go my key. Everything went wrong there. Everything went wrong. Everything went wrong. No, it's okay. That's the first key. A. Bo Burnham cannot be playing in my ear. B. I didn't lock in. I also didn't realize this. It's okay. Hold up. That was just the jitters. That was the jitters. I was thinking about something. I was making a decision in my head, and I was way too stressed. There's the first key. No problem. There we go. Hold up. My bad. My bad. My bad. There's a very big misplays there. Huge misplays. A, I thought it was my key, so I got distracted. B, this music wasn't it. B, C, I wasn't paying attention. Here we go. Here we go. Yep. It was the second shear that killed me, right? I just wasn't paying attention. I should have frenzied region. I was like, should I save? I was making a decision here, though. Thank you, Terezi, for the bits. Okay, Terezi, consider it done. I will do some shoulder workout, but for... Oh, wait a second. I have been disconnected from the server. So I was having massive ping problems, right? Let me check if my exit lag is on. That was the first thing I noticed, and then I was like looking at my ping, and I thought for a second that that's what I was wondering what happened there. I don't care about the workout. Why don't you just restart? You can still... No, not on 18, Shen. 18 is tough. Not with an 18. Not on the first thing, though. Should I get exit lag? Dude, I'm using exit lag right now. And sometimes, like last night, I did a few offline keys, and I had 700 ping for some reason. I had to restart a few times. Let me check my ping. I wasn't even looking at it. I should be fine once I restart. But I could tell from the very first moment that I was super delayed. Like, you even saw the first bear form. Like, that was super weird. Okay. I had like 500 ping. Okay, I think I'm good now. Let me see. Now 200. Again. Okay, my key now. Sorry about that. What is exit lag? I play with, because I'm in Egypt. So I play from Thailand. Exit lag is like a gaming VPN that's supposed to keep your ping a little bit more stable. I play with like 200 plus ping all the time. Yeah, I thought that was my key to begin with, but I didn't check my ping before. Okay, 100, that's fine. That should be fine though. Here we go. Massive lag spike there. This time for sure. Also, I have to remember that when I play Apex, this is just what happens, though. Here we go. I think it resets with the key. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Okay, my key now. No pre-combat potion here. This time, we're just going to send. We're going to win. All right. Take 2. My bad, my bad. Here we go. Hiya. All right, let's go. Okay, countdown. 10. My hands, I feel like I'm a little cold. I'm a little jittery. I also wish I could play no Apex. That would make me feel a lot better. All right, here we go. Let's do it. Pre-Apex. Boom. Here we go. Wait, Terezi with more gifted subs. Man, Terezi, you are really making this stream feel good today. Terezi, what is this? Thank you, Terezi. That's 20 gifted subs today. That's wild. Oh, that feels so much better. Okay, I'm actually able to shift forms now. Okay, this time for sure. Yeah, this one, I win now. This one, we win. We win now. 100% now we win. Yeah, that feels amazingly better, by the way. Okay, so here's the first shear. I'm making sure I get the first repel kick. Bam. Here. Whoops. That's not good. It's okay. I don't need a healer. Oh, look at my health bar now. So you can see the massive difference, by the way. It literally was just ping. Sometimes that gets me, and I'm like, why did I die? Because my globals aren't being pressed. Look at my health bar here, even with the healer dying. It's literally no problem. Yeah, the second that we actually just sometimes ping is so annoying to play with. You just have to get used to it, man. It's just a thing sometimes. Okay, shear. Here we go. It's okay. I live. Easy. It's okay. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Hi, yeah. Yo, Terezi, though. No pressure. Thank you, man. I appreciate you supporting stream. Like I said, it was a morning. Also why I don't like the Apex build. Bell, if I play Apex, you have to give me a second for threat. We're gonna... If I play Apex... You need to give me a second because the first thrash, I should have taunted the bird, but the first thrash doesn't actually create threat. So congratulations, team. You're going to need to give me a second. If I play Apex, I'm fine. I'm not going to die. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yup. Congratulations, though. If I play Apex, you're going to have to actually give me a second because the first thrash doesn't create snap threat. Everything else does. Uh-oh. We're all dying here. Here we go. We can probably still time it, but we got to lock in. This is anti-lock-in behavior. I don't even know how we're dying, actually, at this point. Hold up. Now I'm confused. I don't actually know where the deaths are occurring. That's okay. This isn't going according to plan right now, though. We could still probably win, but I have no idea now how we've had this many deaths. Yeah, I'm not sure. Did they stand in some puddles? Did they die to the AoE? I'm not actually sure what happened here. I kind of was going to hold Lunar Beam. Okay, so from here, we can just Feral Frenzy. My ping has at least solved itself now. No, it's okay. We probably still win Skyreach, but we got to lock in now. Okay, here we go. Roar. Barkskin early on this pull. We got to do all of this, of course. Put the Lunar Beam down. Make sure I survive the first one. Pre-frenzied regen. Good. I'm not amping this properly because now I'm a little panicked. I think we're all a little panicked because when the key starts like this, people... We can actually still win this, like 100% we still win. But I'm now misplaying the Apex. I need to actually get into the Apex again. God damn, I hate the Apex build sometimes. I had practice on it, and then I kind of forgot all about the practice on it. Okay, we Barkskin now. In-cap this. We're all fine. Here we go. Oh, yeah. No, it's okay. We're going to be all right, though. We +3, and I was looking up your Pit of Sauron guide. I see you running the... I'm glad my guides help. But we have to... We started really misplaying the beginning of this key. It's okay. I rebuff in case somebody didn't get a rebuff, and then we're all good. We're all good here. Okay. Heading to the gym. You'll have a great gym session. Okay. We're locked in now. From here, for sure. Definitely can't lose from this point. The Skyreach timer is pretty friendly. I am playing Apex build, so, you know... The one thing about the no Apex build is that as key levels get higher, like we could time 18 Skyreach with ease if I played no Apex, but it doesn't cover a lot of DPS mistakes. Something that is interesting to think about is just how, if I were to play no Apex, the only thing is that Bell wouldn't have died because one Thrash actually does create snap threat without Apex. However, with Apex build, it does not actually secure the threat. So if I think that my Demon Hunter is going to hit a target, then I actually need to manually taunt that target. Should have roared for my team to help out there, but it's okay. They live. Good job, team. And then here like this, though. Yeah, as you get to 18s, Torizi, the timer certainly gets a little bit tighter. I wouldn't say that 18s are very similar to other key ranges. Okay, so we're going to go here. Barkskin, Feral Frenzy. I feel the input delay right now, 100%, but it's okay. So we incarn here. We go like this. Is Apex for a bear? Let's call it a choice. Apex for a bear is kind of similar, I suppose, to just playing no Apex for Mistweaver. It is a choice that you can make if you are trying to greed your damage. I prefer a build that feels a bit more cozy without it, but also because I started progging this season with no Apex, I know like what pulls I'm going to die or not die on. And because I just haven't had a lot of reps with Apex, I just need reps. I kind of need to, this pull I need to do this, that pull I need to do that. Because one thing that people don't realize about keys in general is that as a tank player, you build repetition. So the more that you do it, you go, oh, okay, got you. I need to do this. Oh, in the future here, I'm going to do this. Oh, with that pull there, I'm going to send the SI if I get this. And so you kind of develop that repetition as a tank player. And that's one of the ways that you learn, because without that repetition, you might actually just die. And so if I have the reps on a different build that actually has a different way of snap threat, like even the way I gathered those wind mobs, in the future, I can change it, but I've never had a problem with threat there. And it doesn't have to do with how geared my DPS is or anything like that. It just has to do with me being a little bit anxious today, a little bit this. My morning started, I was super stressed, and so I'm not playing my best. But also, it's just a different build, so I'm not used to it. And that really is actually the why it feels different. Like, even me getting hit there is just me being a little anxious today. But that means I take a little bit more of my healer's smart healing, which is an efficiency loss. And then on the next pull, you know, I just died in here? Yeah. The first dungeon, couldn't figure out why I died. And then I realized, I'm like, oh, it's just literally like infinite ping. Like, that's why I died the first attempts. Then my ping settled down. Now, we've had 5 deaths here already at this point, but I don't think that it's impossible for us to win. All right, GFO, let's see how hard these bleeds hit on 18. So I thrash here, I go fast. I can feel my ping being a small issue right now. Don't greed my damage too much. 1 kick. Okay. So we're going to do this. Just vortex away for a second. Nice, go back in now. Vortex down, come back out. It's like first key of the day jitters, you know? It happens. It's a real phenomenon. Okay. Need to reset this, so I just run out real fast. In cap roar it, come back. Evil pack, it's not that bad once you understand how it works and you just use your 3 ways to CC. When you use the 3 CCs that you have, it's actually really not that bad. But yeah, the next pack can be a little evil depending on how this goes. The next pack is actually the problem. So my Devourer is going to need to chain something, which means that I have Thrash ticking here. So he should be able to hit this. And then I need to make sure that I have Snap Threat. So we send this here. Perfect. No threat problem should be occurring now. Don't take any of my healers smart healing. Mistweaver should be able to do this pull without too much issue, unless my Shaman, outside of his Astral Shift, gets double sent on this pull. Then he can have a problem. Man, I feel so randomly locked in when I play Apex. It's not technically... It's not... It never has been worse, but I still miss my no Apex build a lot. Like, I really wish that there wasn't such a damage differential as I get into higher keys. I wish there wasn't pressure, honestly, for me to play, like, with Apex all the time. Because I prefer the playstyle without it, but I do feel the pressure. I'm just like, well, as key levels get higher, it might be just required, you know? And it's like, I don't like the whole required thing. I wish that it was closer. However, I'm playing it badly right now. I mean, I'm playing it poorly. I haven't been min-maxing at all. The next key I do as I warm up a little bit today, we'll see. But, Gfo, you know how sometimes you just have, like, a really stressful morning? Great healing on that pull, by the way. I heal my shaman. Oh, that one, just that last tick, I could have saved him there. Oof. We should still be able to have the timer, although it's getting... Oh, we should be okay. Is it Mistweaver running Apex? No, he is not. He does not. So it's not like my damage is bad now, but it's not like my damage is great either. I could be doing a lot more, I tell you that. But also, can we normalize the fact that tanking is just a high pressure, high responsibility role? And sometimes, like, if I'm not feeling my best, maybe I've had too much caffeine, maybe I haven't had enough caffeine. Can we normalize the fact that sometimes you just actually have a bad key? And by bad key, I mean you miss a single button, or you had a plan and then the plan went awry. And it's like, when a tank does that, right, it's like, you don't just lose a little bit of damage. Because when a DPS does that, they go, oh man, this pull, I didn't pop off. But when a tank does it, it feels so punishing. Okay, do I need to help ransom here? I can go soak one in the end, by the way. I am capable of soaking, like this right here, I can go weave in and soak there. Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, I would just... When I play the no Apex, I don't have to lock in. It's only when I play the Apex that I have to actually lock in and then realize that I'm not doing so well. Like, that's the problem that I have, though. Yeah, but it's just, I kind of wish... Like, I almost miss when tanking... Okay, I don't need to soak for him. I should go help. So it is worth sending Apex here, 100%. I'm just going to wait a second. So I need to go amp this properly. That's what I've been doing wrong this key, because I've been a little worried about snap threat reasons. So I'm going to turn the boss this way, because I'm going to soak this one. This one, I soak. Because I can take one of these, no problem. Like, I just have to soak this and just take it. And then the next one, I can't, though. I think it's... This should only be one overlap here, though. And that is correct. So I can soak one on the second set sometimes, because I can just not move and just soak it. But there's also Evoker tech where they can just soak both, by the way, without taking any damage. I saw a clip of this. Like, kind of like big Evoker tech, where you weave in and out, and then you don't take any damage from the lines. That is kind of good tech. Okay, I'm going to position this here now, because my team will have it here. I'm going to off-heal my shaman. Perfect. Oh, yeah. Yup. How much DPS should everybody be doing? So, the thing about DPSing for everyone is just, it's a very much kind of, it depends. Whoops. I'm assuming he didn't have a Hellstone or anything like that. I almost was able to off-heal it. Wait for after the Supernova to send the res. But we will send the res here. Perfect. Yeah, we're going to have to make a plan eventually for me to start soak. Like, I'll soak this one. Like, I can do this one here. Because I just bark skin. And then I'll take the first smash here. I just can't take the second smash. But I don't think there will be one. Okay, let's do SI. Oh, I can live both easy with SI. Okay, so in the future, I just gotta have to soak one of these and probably just commit defenses. That's probably fine to do. I don't think that's actually the end of the world at all. Did the Druid skip by wild charging the tornado get fixed? Unsure, actually. I don't know if they fixed that or not. I haven't heard anything about them fixing it. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. I'm not sure. Man, I feel like such an input delay right now. Yeah, we'll see. Here, we're gonna do big damn here. We gotta make up the damage here. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so I'm gonna thrash here. I've collected them all properly. My fucking god, dude. I hate Apex build. I have such an input delay right now. My input delay is insane at the moment, by the way. I might have to actually play no Apex for a second. Hold up. My input lag is very high right now. My input, it's not brain lag, is really high today. Very high. Because I had every button press there, but it just didn't press. It actually just didn't press at all. Look at the bear form, by the way. So look at me press bear form. Can you guys see that? No. That's not, look at my input delay. Can you guys see here? So I'm going to press bear form. Can you see how long it is taking for that to go through? Can you see that? Look. Can you see? If I press bear form, it has like a full 1 second delay. Like, it's actually kind of insane how much of a delay there is right now. I might be able to make some things, though. It feels like it's a solid... It feels like about 700 ping. It doesn't say 700 ping, but it feels like that. I've been struggling all key because of it. It just feels really poor. I mean, I could play no Apex, and that would definitely solve the problem, but that's tough. Yeah, I mean... The way I would have to make this work then is just going to be... What other keys do we have? We can get the 17 back up real fast and I can see how it feels. No, but it's normally not this bad. It's just... I know I have high ping normally, but it's normally... This input delay is not the ping. There's two different things that happen, by the way. No. Have I ever died there before? Question mark. That's the question. Have I ever died there before, and have you ever had to worry about me on that pull whatsoever? The answer is no. And the reason for that is because normally, when I press Frenzied Regen, it actually casts. There, it did not cast. I completely missed it. Like, it just straight up, like, the global didn't hit. All right, let me just do this one. Let's go do this one more time and get an 18 from it. It's okay. Let me see if I can make it work anyways. I can always play no Apex, of course, and no Apex would solve the problem. But still, it's all good, though. We make it work. I could restart the game and see if that helps. I actually don't know what does cause input delay. I don't always know what creates this problem. Does anybody understand how input delay works versus ping, out of curiosity? It's like a solid... Like, look at that. It's really quite bad right now. So if I go into, like, let's see how long it would take me to go out of bear and then back into bear to press Frenzied Regen. Here. We go out of bear, into bear, Frenzied Regen. That's like 5 seconds, and it should be 2 or 3. It's, like, pretty rough. I think I can still make it work today. But maybe no 19s. That's... Maybe I just restart the game. Whoever the host is matters. But, like, what's Thrall? Who is... Arson's on Mal'Ganis. Deco's on Thrall. Deco invited us today, but he's always invited us. And then Tichondrius is here. Oh no, you're fine. I didn't even catch that. I'm sorry. I was so locked into trying to make the key work with the input lag. It's just... Oh no, I didn't even notice that though. Thrall is East Coast. But normally you invite us, so that's not a problem. Deco, can you see on my screen? It's pretty rough right now. Like if I hit bear form, it's just like a really... Using it, I can try resetting exit lag. Yeah, I think I can make it work, but it's just a little rough. Let me try to reset exit lag. Here, I'll just DC real fast and come back in. That's all good. There is quite a massive delay. I'll make it work. I can make it work. Modem and PC restart. I'm not going to restart my whole PC. It's just definitely sometimes, I wonder if it's like Thai New Year, the internet just is a little bit different. Sometimes I feel like it's the American servers. Last night, again, when I was playing on I did a few offline keys on the Monk, and I was at like 500 ping. Not because, and like normally it would be 200, but I was at like 500 though. When is the shirtless stream? No, it happened. Bro, Terezi. Holy. You are going for it today. Damn, literally everybody in here is going to catch a gifted sub at this point. Terezi, you're gonna, maybe that will help. It does help. Thank you. I do appreciate it. This makes me feel much better. Although, I also want to win keys, but we'll get it eventually. It's okay. I just got back into WoW. What's up, Ode? You don't remember, I tanked a Dark Flame Clef for you once when you were on an alt. Appreciate the content. It helps a lot. Really? Who was I playing, Odie? Did it go well? Did it go well? All right, I think, let's see if this helps. Let's see if that helped. It's a tiny bit better. Honestly, the main thing that has the most GCD delay for me is shifting. As funny as it sounds, shifting forms is actually the thing that has the most GCD delay. But even if I were to just show you, like, even just hitting swipe is a little rough. Thank you, Terezi. Honestly, as long as I get to hang out with people, it's okay. But sometimes the servers just get me, man. Haru, how much ping do you normally play with? It seems like shifting is the main thing, though. Who is Terezi? It's you. You're playing Evoker? Do you shift on a macro? I do not. It's just that I've always known that shifting forms in particular takes a long time. But I'll still be able to do it. All right, Bell. Sorry. Let me go get this. That guy. No, we like Terezi in here. And thank you for the gifted subs and the bits. Oof. We've got basically my whole workout plan for today. Thank you, Terezi. I bought and turned on exit. Did you really? Just straight up? That was it. All right, there you go. It's actually, it does stabilize my ping, Bell. It doesn't solve it, but it helps. Going to NA is about 180. You still only have 180 on NA? That's better than me. Would a Haste vs. Polearm Mythic track from Vault be better than Crit Mastery for Brewmaster? Would it be better than Crafted? Yes, because item level. But if you have another option, Kobe, it is probably... It's 3 item levels on a weapon, which does matter. But if you have something else in your vault, you can consider it. The idea is if you have something, though. It's 4 items. Correct. Sorry, Bell. You're right. 4 item levels. So the answer is yes, mythic item level on weapon will always be better, but you also have to factor in that you would need a second embellishment. So I have this. Eventually, I will replace it. Until I get my second craft, it is better to use this than this, even though it's 4 item levels. First time I've seen a usable weapon in Vault since forever. All right, let's get this key real fast. Here we go. We got to get this back up to an 18 and see if I can still play, though. Did it make it worse, Bill? It made it worse? It's not supposed to make it worse. What are you connecting through on your exit lag? I can't play without exit lag, I'll tell you that. It made it worse? Holy. I mean, it's a Resil 17 if you want to just try real fast, though. Is it better to swap 214 legs with 272? Better to change chest... Oh, legs, Dams. Yeah, always mythic. Oh, my God. It made it worse, Bell. I would not have expected that. Exit lag normally makes it better for almost everyone. Although, again, sometimes when I'm having ping issues, I just have to accept the fact that it is the server. It's not technically a VPN. It's like a routing thing. I don't know exactly how it works. I'm very technologically illiterate, to be honest with you. Man, that form shifting is really rough. I should be able to play... I mean, I could always play no Apex today and just see what our timers look like, but I was kind of excited to actually play Apex. The thing with Apex is that if I can't actually get my globals off and I'm panicking the whole time because of the delay, I don't do more damage. I do less damage. If I am playing Apex, I will do less damage, not more. Holy. Whoa, what's up? I passed a plus 14 on plus 2 timing. Thank you for your tips. You're welcome. Sounds like you don't care for Apex, so why play it? Semi-pork. Can I get a Spark Notes version of the Apex damage difference? If my ping was fine today, the Apex, I would do... Playing the Apex perfectly, I'm going to do about 30k more DPS. Does that matter? No, not really. But if we're doing 18s, it will account for the deaths. It will help, but it honestly doesn't make as much of a difference because it's not 30k more single target. The single target of it is not that much higher. That's not 30% higher. But the overall pad damage on first pull, on this, on other things, there are some keys where I might just decide to play no Apex, and there are other keys I will. This key, technically, you actually get maybe more survivability by playing Apex, because a lot of the damage you're worried about is not... Like, you would technically benefit from having more Ursox Fury shielding, but the thing is that the Ursox Fury shielding, one of the things, because no one really played no Apex, the Ursox Fury is not that much more playing this compared to no Apex. Because Thrash gets entirely juiced up with no Apex. When you play no Apex, Thrash is way more of your damage. Because you get both points in Fury of Nature, both points in FC, and you have 20% more Lunar Beam uptime. So you get way more Thrash damage. All right, let's go. Quick, get this back up, and we'll go from there. Let's see what the input lag looks like on 17. Also, just the key. Here we go. I still have 300. I think it might just be servers, to be honest with you. No joke, Bell, honestly, something that happens... I'm watching YouTube at Archive on Twitch. Oh, no problem. Something that happens sometimes that I just understand. Sometimes you just get got. I'm not going to lie to you. The servers are sometimes just really bad. Like, that's just how it is. It kind of sucks that this is true, but it is actually true that occasionally you just lose. Because the servers say, today, if you play from a place that we don't like or that isn't familiar to us or whatever it is, you will have extra input lag and extra ping. By the way, check the damage difference because there I played Apex much better. See the damage difference? That's the Apex. If you want a snapshot on why Apex is better, that's why. Just to clarify. You can see that my reset has helped. Okay, so here I'm going to take my time a little bit more. There we go. Perfect. And then make sure that I have initial snap threat on this. Perfect. Yeah. Biggest plus of playing Apex, you get to do big boom dam, especially when it matters, because it's burst damage. So sometimes you can be like, I'm going to hold Apex, lose some overall damage, but this next pack is super dangerous, so if I have Apex going into it, then I'm going to make sure that I'm going to be Omega tanky. During your Apex windows, you're just as tanky. Outside of it, you have to deal with snap threat a little bit more. You do have worse snap threat. It's not a big problem, especially if you're playing at a higher level. Snap threat is actually less of a problem. As key levels get higher, it's not more of a problem. So that part's kind of fine. The shifting, man, every time I'm going to try to use Heart of the Wild is going to be tough. Shifting is the biggest GCD delay for me right now. But pros and cons, right? We killed this really fast, actually. Normally, I'm back to Bark already, but I don't have it here. So here, I would normally shift out, go back into Bear. But that right there, if I had walked in, I would have died. Like, straight up, I would have just died if I actually tried to do this. Because, yeah. And then I'm going to second SI just because input lag. Like, I'm just spending both SIs here because I have such high lag right now. That right there, I didn't even double-click it. It's okay. We'll make it work. So this was a poor Apex window. I messed up my Apex here. As I talked about in the... Oh, we let a kick go. LOL. As I mentioned in the video that I made yesterday, which actually, by the way, was an incredible Guardian Druid tech video. I have this back after. Shear on me, no problem. I can actually probably live this. Oh, War Stomp. It's going to get another knock. All right, back here. Apex does big boom dam. It's going to be hard for me to focus on kicks and stuff. I'm focusing so much on my rotation right now. The biggest downsides of Apex is that I have to focus so much on my rotation that oftentimes I might miss a kick, especially with input lag today. If we're having to play with higher lag, that'll be a factor 100%. And it's just more demands on global. So Apex is a constant feedback loop system. The problem with a constant feedback loop system is that I always need to be technically prioritizing whether or not I am pressing a Mangle, pressing a Thrash, or pressing a Frenzied Regen, or pressing a Raise. So I'm constantly checked for that information, right? In the no Apex build, the biggest advantage of it, and if you've actually tried it before as a Guardian Druid, the thing you'll notice is not just the technical number of survivability or damage. The thing you'll notice is that you have infinitely more brain globals and infinitely more globals in general. Because the only thing you have to hit is Thrash. That's it. You have to hit Thrash and Lunar Beam, which means that you could fill with a Moonfire if you so desire. You could fill with a Mangle if you're playing the Mangle version of it, but you don't have to. So you could literally in Incarn actually just go Thrash, Frenzied Regen, Thrash, Frenzied Regen, Thrash, Frenzied Regen. And you don't have to think about it whatsoever. You know you're going to do that every time. There's no responding to procs like DOTC. There's nothing ifs, ands, or buts. You just go boom, 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 boom. Lunar Beam's up, Lunar Beam, Thrash, da, da, da. And then in between your Thrash, you could hit Vortex Typhoon. You can hit this, you can hit that. So, yeah, when I play Apex, I have to be on that pull, for example. I was like, okay, so I'm going to amp this here. Should I have held my Lunar Beam? 3, 2, 1. Okay, I hit my Echo outside of my Lunar Beam. Okay, I've lost some damage. So what I should have done here in the future was actually send this. Can I grade a Raise? How many stacks of Iron Fur? Is the Shear coming? Okay, Shear's coming here. I have a double SI to live the first set. Are they buffed? Okay, so we're going to do this. I'm going to group them here in the center. For aggro, I'm going to make sure I drop the Lunar Beam fast. But if I drop the Lunar Beam fast, then all of a sudden, should I have held the Wild Guardian? Because I'm going to Incarn. But if I press Wild Guardian right now, I might be able to get the Echo on the 2 extra targets? Will the 2 extra targets die before the echo actually gets pressed? In which case, yes, don't press it. In which case, no. What I'm actually going to do instead is I'm going to hold it for a second, therefore have the second lunar beam. After the aggro is set, the second lunar beam comes out. I drop 2 echoes, bam. So I've incarn beforehand to make sure that I'm in incarn, which means I'm not going to die. While I'm in incarn before the apex, I'm going to press frenzied regen. But alternatively, what I'm going to do to try to maximize that window is wait for the second lunar beam to actually press the echo. When I go into the echo, I want to make sure that I haven't pressed Iron Fur, because what I need to do is make sure I have rage to really maximize that window. So before that, I'm going to press the frenzied regen and this, so I live. And then what I'm going to do is second lunar beam comes out, then I hit the echo, then I'm going into it with 60 rage so that I can hit raise, and then I'm going to go 1 raise. Okay, so from here, can I drop a second raise? Should I wait? Should I go here? It's like you have to, that's all, you have to be making those decisions at all times if you want to play perfectly. If you want to play it suboptimally, then it's fine. You missed step 5. Can I repeat that? Absolutely. Yeah, no problem. So it's rewarding when you play it well, but sometimes when I'm streaming, Tarizi, thank you, by the way, for all the gifted subs and the bits. Thank you for supporting stream. As a tank player, I just don't want to let my team down. If I parse 100, sweet. If I parse 80, okay. That doesn't upset me. Sometimes it's fun to really go as hard as I can. And you know what? But you know what's less fun than that? Like the fact that I technically messed, like R18, granted, I think the first one, not much I could have done there. That was just straight up like my buttons weren't pressing. But the previous one after that, I just think to myself, I know I had a big lag issue and I thought that the global went off and it didn't. But I just kind of also want to be the best tank that I can be. Like that's my goal as well. I want to be reliable. I want to be the rock. If we lose a key, I don't want it to be my fault. I want it to be other people's fault. I want to pass the buck. I don't want it to be on me. That feels bad. As a tank player, I don't want it to be on me. As a healer, I don't want it to be on me. I would so much rather, for example, as a healer, do kind of like no damage, and then maybe we get to the end of the key and we miss it by 5 seconds, and I think to myself, if I had done some damage, maybe. But I healed extremely well. And if we hadn't done that pull or whatever, like I would rather that be the thing that we fail. On my Guardian Druid, I would rather play no Apex and miss a key by 5 seconds than play Apex and just straight up die. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those situations that's just, you have to prioritize what it is that you really want. And for me as a tank player, I just want to be a good tank. And for me, being a good tank involves living and being consistent. It's the consistency more than anything, I think. Does that make sense? Like, the consistency is what really defines a good tank player, not your damage. Your damage is cool, but it's not actually the thing that drives performance. If you don't die, dude, that moonfire right there. You see how long it took me to get that single moonfire off? That's the input delay I am referring to for what it is worth. Okay, 1 Apex, 2 Apex, good. Incarn now, before the shear, frenzied regen before the shear. 1 amp, 2, good. So there I made a decision, because this is a 17, that the little ones, I would have technically lost damage if I tried to get back to my second lunar beam here, though. So I guess it depends on who you ask. There's a lot of people who think that being a good tank is just being able to get maximum damage, but I personally don't think so. Like, yes, it is fun to do the big numbers, but I don't actually think... Oh my god, that input delay. Holy shit, dude. Okay, I taunt the bird because that's the aggro. That's insane. I hit the bark and I was like, bark? This is going to be a challenge today. I think I can do it, but I don't know about pushing 19s. We can get some 18s like this. I just have to play safe, and definitely we're not parsing 100 today. And that's okay with me, because once again, I don't need to parse 100 in order to actually succeed right now. The solution for us winning and getting some IO today, even though the input lag is very high, is actually just not dying. Guardian Keys? Yes. Tarizi, we'll schedule a call. Maybe a few days from now. If you're up late, if you're a late person, then we'll schedule a call. There's a lot that I'll teach you. Do tank parses matter? No. Honestly, Dijon, no, they don't. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. No. Weekends is best. Cool. We'll schedule something this weekend. I got a few other calls this weekend, but yeah, we'll do it. Honestly, no, they don't. That's the thing. Like, there are so many people who really think that the answer is somehow like, yes. Like, God, you know, you have to parse high as a tank. I don't think so. Like, as far as I can tell, I have timed all those keys with no Apex. And also, I have like I think I have some top 50 logs with it too. So here, one of the reasons I almost died there is because I just dropped Iron Fur for a second. But because alternatively, I press way more Frenzied Regens normally in this window, and that keeps me very safe. But right now, because I'm trying to greed some damage, I'm pressing way more raises, and I'm not actually sending as many. I mean, the input delay is kind of massive. What's crazy is that even with the input delay today, look at the damage I'm still able to put out. So there's no question that Apex does significantly more damage, but Dijon, is it needed? Absolutely not. Until a very high level of keys. Yo, what's up? He's playing Guardian Druid as a DPS. It's like having a... Yeah. Yep. I did actually see Dorky playing his bear. I hope that he enjoyed... I know he's a big bear enjoyer. A lot of the big tank creators, buff barbarian, are not big bear enjoyers, but you can see that even here, we're struggling with some lag issues today, for what it is worth. We are struggling with some lag issues. And also, you are not the first person to donate bits today, which means that we are definitely doing a whole shoulder workout. The goal was to push a bunch of 18s. I logged in today, and I'm just like, oh my god, my ping. Used to do that in Legion. I don't want tank damage to ever be in a position where it is that powerful, but I do think that tanks should do more damage. Like... I actually think that, it would help people want to play tank. Because do you know why people oftentimes like playing WoW? Like, the number in WoW matters. It's not the only reason that people enjoy it, 100%. There's many other factors. But goddamn, you know, it matters. It does, you know? My bits counter the new bits. All bits are welcome here. Thank you. I really... As I do more and more stream stuff, I have to make sure that I actually just keep myself moving. It is very important for what it is worth. I'm going to go soak this one. You can do this as a tank. It's not the end of the world to just occasionally soak and clear up the room a little. So here is an example. I have a choice. If I wanted to do max damage this run, I would not send Apex right now because I don't think it would be back up with the current lag that I have. I think actually borderline... Without the lag, if I pressed Apex right now, it would be back up for the next pull. But otherwise, not so sure. Yeah, bits are a great way to support streamers if you did not know this. Streamers get more of the percentage of bits, so if you ever want to support a streamer friend of yours, bits are a great way to do so. Okay, I res in a second in the free spot. Nice. I really want to learn from you. I'm excited to teach. I like teaching. That's kind of my personality, Teresi. I'm an educator by trade, and I thoroughly enjoy getting the opportunity to teach people any of the knowledge that I have. If there is something I can do to teach you, I am excited to do so. It is pain, isn't it, Belle? Although, sometimes, I will tell you, there is a secret advantage. You guys want to know? There's like a super secret advantage to having very high ping. You want to know what it is? So I should have sent in-card now, because now the boss is going to take a while. You want to know what it is? If you ever die to a mechanic, even if it is your fault, you can kind of just be like, oh, ping. It is something you're allowed to do. It's basically super secret tech. Don't tell anyone I told you this. We could still time this. Do we want to keep going, or do you want to reset real fast since we are here? Yeah. Don't. This is like super secret information. I should have said Apex. You can say that regardless. Yeah, it's either that or healer, question mark. It's always one or the other. It's either, oh, okay, no, we're all dead. So here we go, jump off. All good. I missed what you said. It's a super secret. All you have to do is this. Are you ready? If you die to a mechanic, like right now, we just go ping. The servers are so bad today. I could solo it, but we might as well just reset because it's Brazil. I was so focused on what you were saying. No, you just go... If you die, Teresi, that was one of the things I'm going to teach you as a tank. Are you ready? Look at my body. I wasn't standing in that. Yeah, exactly. That's the classic. I wasn't standing in that, and you send a screenshot. I wasn't standing in that. To be fair, Adamstrack, before I used exit lag, do you remember Mythic Painsmith? Back in the day, I used to actually raid with a Mythic guild. I used to try to raid Mythic more. In Shadowlands, Mythic Pain. We're not having the best start to today, but I'm sure we're going to get it this time. Mythic Painsmith. You remember the spikes? I, non-stop, by the way, literally, I would actually start. I got so tilted on that fight. Yes, the spikes were the problem. I got so tilted on Mythic Painsmith that what I actually ended up doing was I was that guy. Here's the thing. That was me. It was I. He was me. So what I ended up doing was I sent it to the guild lead. I was like, look at my body. I'm not in the spike. But I had such high ping that it was impossible. I actually physically could not do the intermission because I was moving with everybody was here and they would go, okay, move. And I would move and then I would just be dead. And I was like, I'm here. And I would ping. I would put markers down. I would be like, it's not me. Like, so I was him. I was the one who sent the pictures to the guild Discord, and I was like, I'm not in that. Like, that was me. I was like, I wasn't in that. Look at my body. Like, I wasn't in that. Yeah. I was him. That's what I remember always. Okay, surely this time. It's good practice. Good practice. LOL. Can you show the talents, please? Of course, all talents of mine are, by the way, linked in Discord. Sorry, here we go. If you're curious about any of the talents, they're all linked in Discord. Boom, bam, boom. Activate. Now, all of them are linked in Discord. Go to Guardian Druid, and you'll find them. Okay, so out of bear, back into bear, holy input delay, back into boomy form, pre-heart of the wild, stampeding roar, bark skin early and often. Go tag this guy with the taunts. Perfect. And then here, and then we're going like this. Bam. And then we're going to go combat potion, pop the incarn, but nothing else. 1 echo, 2 echo. Good. Press this now. Perfect. And then from here, we go double echo. Bam. 1, 2, and big damn. Cool. Look at the damage from the Guardian Druid. I'm blasting. I'm blasting. I'm blasting. I'm not dying either. I'm blasting. Big blasting. Big blasting. Here we go. And then I'm going to press this button there, that button there for the second shear when it goes off in a few seconds. And then I'm going to go Iron Fur, greet a few raises. I played safe there, could have done a little bit more damage. Endless optimization, by the way, with the Apex build. Okay, Danny DeVito, there you go. It's always sunny in Thailand, except when it's not actually. I missed the bird taunt, so I'm just going to watch out for a second. I'm going to put a Lunar Beam down. I have aggro here. I have taunt there. Bam, just like this. Boom, like this. And then we're going to go raise here. I'm going to get my next stack of Iron Fur up in 3, 2, 1. I'm doing big bear damage, only BBD here. Big BBD damage. Here we go. We go like this. Which, by the way, I have been told to clarify, BBD is big bear damage. Very important that everybody understands this. You gotta understand, when I say this, it's big bear damage. I'm an innocent soul. I had no idea that it had a different meaning. So, yeah, big bear damage. Okay, and then we're going to go from here. I need to save the bark skin because I won't actually have incarn for the next pull. And then we go like this. So, yes, it is basically like having a second DPS, though. Right? Yeah, I know. Crazy. Like, what could it possibly mean? I don't know. How would I know? I don't know what it means. I'm just a baby. I'm just a baby. Cool, so I'm going to overlap 1 SI just to make sure. So one of the ways that I'm going to account for input lag today, no joke, is that I will have to, as sad as this is, I'm going to have to commit SI in situations that I would ordinarily not, but I am used to it. So I don't want to complain too much. Oh my god, fuck me, dude. That's so tough right now. Should be fine there. I shouldn't be able to die through that. Not with that much damage. Ugh. The input lag is going to be really tough today. All right. All right, take two. Take two. It's not going to be my day. We've basically determined it is not going to be my day. I didn't have a ping spike. That was just technically a miss global because I was playing Apex. If I had hit Frenzied Regen in that situation, then, it would have all worked out. Although, I question, it's going to be one of those days. It's going to be one of those days. Here we go. We could also go to a different key if we so desired. It's okay. Nope. We got to finish this now. Now we're committed. We just go quick resets. No, it's like basically we gotta practice for Mythic Raid when you just pull the same thing a bunch of times though. It has to be in the dungeon. It's not greeting. It's not greeting. It's just wicked ping today. Nah, the sunk cost tilt? No. It's not a sunk cost fallacy if you're right. It's not a sunk cost fallacy if you're right. Oh, I see. Maybe. It's tough. But it should be fine. Should be okay. I just have to play. That's okay. I'll figure it out. All right, here we go. What do you do for shoulders? Lat raises? For today? At home for shoulders, I'll probably just do like lateral raises and stuff. I got some dumbbells here. We'll do it after we win this key. Oh, wait, no. Wait. Don't pull. No pull. I need an card. No pull. Don't pull. I'm going to do it. I'm going to another countdown timer. Also, I need to buy some more combat potions. I'm actually going to be out. Nah, yeah. Onos. I had a very stressful morning too. And on top of that, we are not feeling the most fantastic. My morning Onos. It was just one. You know, you ever have those mornings you wake up and you're just like, it's not going to be my day today. Like, I'm going to make it work. But the cortisol spike from this morning will take me many moons to recover from properly. Like many moons. Here we go. Okay, so I should have popped Incarn a second earlier there. I Frenzied Regen now for the shear. And then I go here. 1, 2, 3. I'm out of range for that echo, so I lose a bunch of damage, but it's okay. And then we go like this, and then we go like that. And then we have to press this global there. And then as long as we get everything... Like, I don't even feel the bloodlust right now. Normally, you can feel lust on a tank because your globals are just pressing much faster. But I don't even feel it right now. Like, I'm actually just like, okay... Like, I barely feel it. The input lag today is kind of wild. I'm going to make this work regardless, but I fundamentally do have to start making different decisions. I'm starting to panic a little bit. That was not the right button to hit in that situation. But it's just one of those things where I'm just like, okay, so the main thing that happens is you feel the delay more in your soul than in practice. Technically speaking, it's possible to play with very high ping. But what happens is it's so much easier to kind of get like a little tilted and make mistakes when you have that ping issue. Because you're just like, oh, man, like, oh, if only this, right? If only that. Like, I have to over-dodge that circle because I don't know if I'm going to get hit by it. Oh, I have to do this here. Oh, I have to do that there. And so it's not going to be the highest druid damage key that I could do. Obviously, wait a second. Why are we in a 16 right now? Why is this 16? Guys? Whose key is this? Is Arson not Resil 17? Wait a second. Okay. Take 7. No problem. This is so weird. My ping is technically the same as it always is, but the input lag is much higher today. I wish that I could figure it out. I wish I could just, like, move back to America or something like that. You know what I mean? Oh, sorry. Adam's track. Apex Talon Bear is a high cortisol tank, so you're kind of doubling down on it. Yeah, I guess so. What's up, Road? Holy. I hope everybody knows that I am having a good time playing WoW. But yeah. I can feel it in my bones. We're going to finish a key at some point, though. Morning all. Take 7. I guess I didn't miss much. You're running Guardian Apex build? Or no, I'm playing Apex for this key, Greensea. But I'm debating on it right now, mostly just because of my ping issues. Hold up. Random. Trade me a few combat potions. Trade me a few. I need like 5 combat potions. I need Light's devotions. I'm using you as a friend. Insane though. Maryland taking 35. So if I played no Apex, I would do like 70k in this dungeon. I would do easily like 70k right now. The previous no Apex was played with like 5 less item level. But with no Apex, you just have to actually get good at it. You have to learn like what you're missing with it. If you're missing a lot of damage, the thing is, Shen, item level really matters. Don't underestimate the value of just having item level straight up though. Where's the cat today, Road? He is downstairs taking a nap right now, I'm pretty sure. He had breakfast, and because he had breakfast, he is now napping. This is what they do. Welcome to owning a cat, right? They basically are like, they bother you until you feed them, and then after you feed them, they're like, and I shall bother you again in approximately 5 hours, when I am hungry once more. But because the cats eat well, they do tend to get quite full. Okay, so I should have incarned a second earlier there, and then here's the first frenzied regen, and then I can greed my damage like this, and then I frenzied regen one more. I don't even really need to maintain Iron Fur with the Mistweaver on this pull. That's another calculation I'm going to have to make with Apex, is technically if I really did want to greed my damage, like how many could I actually get out without dying? But because of how the keys have been going today, I just kind of want to live. This is the one. This is the one. Here we go. So the trade-off of doing more tank damage, if it was 10% more tank damage, I would tell you, oh, I'm definitely not even going to bother with this. The problem is, as of right now for these key levels, it's not 10% more tank damage. It is enough more tank damage that I actually do notice it. Unfortunately. So there, I greeted some damage, which means that I'm going to, because I knew I had a second left of Bark Skin. This one, I'm going to actually try something a little new here. I'm going to vortex these together and just kite this out a second. But I'm still going to have to commit an SI here. Mostly to greed my damage. But these are decisions that I'm just not really like a huge fan of making. I don't normally like to have to send like an SI to do more raises. I don't know. It doesn't feel like, it doesn't sit quite right with me to play like that. If it's also easier for me to play for certain, like off stream. God, that input lag. Holy. I felt like I pressed Frenzied Regen and then went into my rotation and then immediately was just like, huh, nothing happened. That's okay. We're going to make it work today. A proper battle pet? Yeah. Hey, Ginger. Okay, so here we walk in with the Iron Fur and the Bark Skin because this guy's in a pat position where you have to actually play really well. My Frenzied Regen on that global. Now I have Apex up. So I go into it. Echo 1, perfect. Echo 2 right here. I'm going to make sure I get this late kick. Bam. Now that I've actually greeted this properly, we're going to maintain several stacks of Iron Fur in this pull. And I'm going to be alternating the Frenzied Regens just to make sure I don't die. And then we're going to go like this. And then we're going to go like that. What's a pat position? So there are dungeons and mobs that are not always in the same position that, you know, every time you do the dungeon. So, for example, this Blade Talon, sometimes he's back here, sometimes he hits you harder, but this guy hits really hard, and this pull can kill tanks. So, if he's in a early pat, I might have to send a defensive slightly earlier than I would ordinarily have to send the defensive, if that makes sense. Just because of his pat position. His patrol. Pat stands for patrol in this case. I think I still get value out of that Frenzied, or that Feral Frenzy. Yeah, I do. Cool. Does that make sense? God, oof, man, dude. Oof, Damn, that Bark Skin, I literally pressed it, and then I watched it not press for a second. You're welcome. Ooh, we're going to be fighting the odds this key. I can do it, but I'm going to be heavily challenged today for sure. This is going to be a fun challenge. I still think I could win keys, but the level of effort I'm going to have to put in if the ping doesn't resolve itself. Normally this happens, and it's like sometimes after an hour or two, like it feels a little better. Like I think it's just like a Blizz server problem, but I'll have to ask Bell as well how they feel with. They said that they had like a little higher ping than normal. I don't know if theirs has already calmed down. Luckily, thank God for the Resil system a little bit. This is one of those days where I am thankful that this isn't now a 13 Skyreach. The only problem with the Resil system, truly, is that Because of this, on occasion, what can happen is people get real lazy. This is a phenomenon in the higher key community. I would call it Resil brain. Because sometimes you just join a key and you're like, oh, they've already timed this. Like, this is going to go well. But it's Resil. So you know what? It does not go well. What's up, Ash? How you doing? Hey, Road. Road, what are you up to today? How are you doing today, Road? Tell me. Let's change the vibe a bit just from me complaining about my ping, because there's no point in complaining. I already know that I want to play World of Warcraft today. It's what I'm doing. It's what I've decided to do with my life. It's my life's work. So I'm going to play WoW. That being said, no point in complaining too much about the ping, huh? Okay. Tell me one good thing that has happened to you recently, Road. One good thing. Tell me. Shen Prime. Can you tell me a single good thing? Could be in-game. Could be in real life. Tell me one good thing that has happened to you. Anything you'd like. What did you get in your vault? Was it a good vault? Did you time a key recently that you were proud of? Did you parse well in raid? Or in real life, maybe you got a 7th dog, which is very exciting. Because there's only one thing, or maybe even a few things, that are better than having 6 dogs, which is adding more dogs. So like 7+ dogs is better than having 6 dogs. I turned into a woo stream. It was good. I'll take it. I appreciate the compliment. Thank you for the compliment. We're going to save some defensives here. I'm going to move wildly because reasons. Ah, thank you. What about you, Shen? Tell me one good thing. I mean it. I'm serious. I really want to make this like a habit for people. I think it's actually a really cool habit. Depends where you live, getting more dogs due to dog tax. That's actually true. And also, Thailand recently just made an official dog tax, basically. That's actually something that just happened here. Not a tax for animals, but it is harder to have pets compared to what it used to be, interestingly enough. Okay, I'm going to send that early. Buff this one here. Perfect. And I'm just going to reset my bleeds like this. Perfect, though. And then I'm here. I'm going to kick that blinding lights. Oh, my God. The input lag was insane on that charge. Holy, dude. That's insane. That's. I think this is one of the highest input lag days I've ever had playing World of Warcraft. This is... I mean, that was, like, unbelievable levels of delay on that Skull Bash. That was ridiculous levels of delay. Wow. I might just actually have to play no Apex today. That was redonkulous. I don't know what to choose for your Demon Hunter tank. Mythic Heart of the Wind are also very rare ring drop. Mythic Heart of the Wind's hard to pass up. But we are getting our bonus rolls soon. And I believe you can roll Mythic on a lot of them. That Lunar Beam, I couldn't even swap my target. So I'm going to lose a bunch of damage this pull. And my Snap Threat will be worse. So I'm just going to in-cap Roar to make sure I have Snap Threat. That's fair, Fats. It is a problem in Southeast Asia that there are many soy dogs. Back a little bit ago, I used to work for I had fostered a few dogs, not dozens, but I had fostered some dogs for a adoption agency, basically, in Thailand that's a nonprofit. And I took care of the soy dogs. And, you know, Fats, if you're in Thailand, then you know there are many stray dogs here. It is unfortunately just a reality of living in Southeast Asia. It's not as common in other countries. It's actually very rare. Like in America, if you see a stray dog, oftentimes you might actually just take that dog into your car and be like, yo, like, where's the owner? Can I find somebody to help with this? Like, there's like a real world where you would be like concerned if you saw that. But in Thailand, unfortunately, it is way more common indeed. Look at my damage on this pull. It's so sad. Yeah, I think today might actually be a no Apex time of day. After this key, we'll see how it goes, but realistically, I'm feeling a strong calling to my no Apex build, actually. I was actually kind of looking forward to challenging myself and playing Apex, though. Because of roaming packs or because of abandonment? That is an excellent question. there might just be more dogs. I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know why there are simply more stray dogs in Thailand or in Southeast Asia than there are in the US. I actually think it has a lot to do, personally speaking, it's got to have a lot to do with culture. I want to say it's mostly culture. Because I don't think there's just straight up more number of dogs. Like, I don't think that's what's actually happening here. Like, I have to maintain 1 stack iron for, I guess, I'm 17. I'm not sure. But it is a fact for sure. You have to get used to it if you have this, though. We just have abandoned polar bears. People have polar bears? They don't tend to nerd. I think that actually is a massive part of it, is just straight up. It is, yeah. I think that's, you're right. A huge part of it is just the straight up lack of fixing. Is higher in Asia, but like the number of strays is significantly increased. Watch out, Deca. So I can soak 1 and 2 on this set if I just SI. It'll help. This is the Supernova set, so it'll definitely help if I get into the habit of soaking 1 there. And take much less smart healing. It'll make this fight way better. But not, so it's the second set that I soak, not the first one. So what I could do here if I wanted to is I could send Incarn, but I would hold Apex. So in that case, I probably just don't send Incarn. Okay, so I'll take this one. I should not die with just this. I did die with just that. Okay. I have to SI then in the future. Learning experience. And we'll finish this fight with just me. That was me testing whether or not Bark Skin was enough. I have to SI if I want to take 2 of the things then. Welcome to Resil Keys. Don't take that res. Yep. Yeah, dogs are certainly, I think that's a big part of it for sure. It's just that dogs are not as, there's not as much about fixing, oops. I'm definitely playing no Apex because I'm not going to actually, I'm not going to have more damage today if I have ping issues. It won't be more damage at all. It'll be far less damage, in fact. It's okay. It feels so sluggish. I almost want, like, what happens on days like today is I kind of feel, like, you know what I actually want to be able to do? Oh, man, look at that. Like, I can't even get my proc right. You know what I actually want to be able to do on days like today? Just go alt farm. Like, I kind of don't want to play the druid because it just feels so bad when I want to be able to press my buttons and I can't. I wonder what my gameplay would look like if I got to play with regular ping. I dream of it, man. What would it be like if I could just play a normal game? I don't want to know. We need to crest farm anyways, technically. I need to do some keys on the druid. I feel like it would be like this. It occasionally does get to me. Yeah, it does. It is a fact, though. So all my heroes. You know, we got 1 polar bear at the age of 15. So then I'll go, you have a polar bear? We all, wait a second, Rhodes. No, this is, I'm getting baited here for sure. This is a debate moment. Okay, here. Yeah, it's because the beams hit, by the way. Look at the difference in my health. All that happened there was that I didn't have as much of an input delay. And Apex goes hard on this pull. Wait, where is everyone? Hello? Where be team? Squat, bench, deadlift stream when? Nah, I don't know. I used to do gym streams, actually. You know that, Road? There was a time in my life where I did actually do, I tried gym streams. It delayed me getting partner on Twitch. Do you know how long it delayed it by? It was like 4 months. Because I could have got partner in January, but I started doing gym streams around then. And the thing about gym streams on Twitch is that no one really watches health and fitness on Twitch. So I kind of enjoy it, but it brings your average down by like 70%, maybe 75%, maybe 80%. If it was like 20%, it'd be fine. That is way too much of a difference. It's basically you cannot, as sad as it is. I think it would be super fun as well, by the way. Okay. Don't bug out this time. It's not that this key is super hard, but I worry a little bit about what push keys would look like today if the ping stays like this. I think you might as well lost this, yeah. What's up, Secret? It was so funny. I saw your profile photo, and then I realized I was like, oh, I'm literally listening to solo leveling right now. I think I'm playing No Apex today, though. Is the No Apex build from the 1st of April? Yeah, I think that's the one I was actually deciding on. There was a bunch of variation. Oh my god. LOL. We don't have a res. No, we don't have a res. PC froze, GG's. Yep, there it is. There it is. I think we're doing 17 Skyreach again. All right. Can't avert the gaze from the stream. Well, I should wear like a little. Yeah, it's okay. It happens. It's just sometimes I swear there's just actual server issues at Blizzard, and yeah. It's rough today. You sensed it and I kept listening to it with you. I love videos like that. I kind of get scared sometimes. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Just so you know, I'm laughing. I'm laughing about it. we can get IO whenever. Server says no today. I need a Trevor totem. I am charmed. When you got Riz Road. What is this Riz you have going on here? Holy. There are actually so many solo leveling things that I really like. The plan today might not be planning. My 9-month-old son just started walking. Tricera, that's awesome. Is that your first child? Any thoughts on the new Mythic Plus reward, Eric Haley? Oh, massive. I'm so glad, by the way. Mythic 20 Plus, whenever I can move back to LA, I guess. If I ever move back to America, I tell you what, then for sure. At that point, sure. When I move back to LA, I'll do that. No, I mean at some point we can get it. Like even this season, it's not the end of the world. Like you can do it, right? All right. Bell is going to take, I think, a moment, which is no problem. I hope that everybody I don't get fussed about this stuff. It doesn't actually annoy me, by the way, whatsoever. Don't get Spectrum internet in LA. I've heard the internet is all sorts of all over the place here, though. All right, Bell's going to take a moment. No problem. Random. I haven't been listening to Arson Stream. Are you listening to Arson Stream? I don't get plussed about this whatsoever. We're kind of at the point now anyways where we're not going to get a ton of gains. Yeah. You're going to take a 10-minute break? That's also fine. What's up, Buttercup? All right, Spectrum is the worst company. Don't get me started. Oh, damn. Is it really that bad? Wait. We all have bad things to say about Spectrum? I see. Might be. I was about to say, is this a quick? Might be an old day. Not gonna lie. It's like really rough. In my experience, every ISP is the worst company ever. It's not as bad in Thailand. I'm in a community chat of a neighborhood of like hundreds, and they complain about Spectrum every day. Switch to OCE. Nah, it's not. This isn't. Oh, Marson. It's a Thai problem. I'm Viking Assassin from Kick. Oh, yo, what's up, Buttercup? Yeah, sorry. I am very bad at responding. I apologize. I am here. I see you there, but I'm just really, really bad at that. Hey, Kathleen Williams, I see you there. Yeah, I can't. I struggle so much to do all three. I've been prioritizing recently, though. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Sometimes the server just doesn't register stuff. Like, I don't know how to explain this to Arson. I wish I could explain it to people exactly how it feels to play. It's just there's a solid input delay for every global that I'm pressing, which means every time I try to hit raise, I have a global delay. What I could do is just go no Apex build, and that will help a lot on the global demand. That would actually be a way for me to still game today on the bear if we wanted to do some stuff. I was telling my friends on how you tank. Oh, hello. I enjoy tanking a lot. Sometimes Viking Assassin, if you are just tuning in today. Occasionally, I just get ping diffed. You can pass me lead rook. I think a random wants to take 10 minutes. I don't mind sending this again, but I'll play no Apex. But like every time I'm trying to press a button, it just has about like a full delay. Even though the ping is not technically that high right now, I don't know why it happens. But it just happens basically where I'm trying to press things, but it just does not register. And then occasionally I miss a button, and then, you know, obviously as a tank you die. I'm not that fussed about it. It really doesn't bother me too much. I'm chilling. But sometimes I would rather just do like crest farm stuff or some chill stuff if that's happening. Because higher keys right now do hurt. But it shouldn't be a problem. I shouldn't have had any of those deaths. Whew. Sketchy. Okay, so random wants to take about 10 minutes. I still want to get this up to an 18 so that we have it tomorrow, and hopefully we log in tomorrow and it's just chilling. You can see that my ping is kind of going up and down a little bit, but it's not crazy though. Still great teacher. Oh yeah, this doesn't affect me at all. I think that there are a lot of people these days, at least I feel, maybe I'm misinterpreting things, Terezi. I feel as though there's a lot of people these days who are out to get me. It might just be, it's not paranoia, if you're right. But I do feel like there's a ton of people who for some reason don't like me at the moment in the WoW community. I really don't know what I did to deserve the hatred for it. Random said quick break. I just like to get this back up. I can swap my build to account for delay. Oh, but the thing is, I know that I'm a good tank. If I have a day like this, if you were at my computer, I'd love to see you do better. Like, it's one of those things where I don't really, this rolls off the shoulder. I don't feel that stressed about it. If anybody comes in and they're like, oh, but like, I knew it. You couldn't play bear. I knew you were an imposter. Doesn't bother me. Like, it doesn't get to me. Even if Squish came in here and he was like, oh, I thought you were, why are you dying so much on bear? It's like, I would love, if you could sit at my computer, that would be so good. Now, I would love for you to be able to sit at my computer and try to play like this. It is very difficult. It's doable, but difficult, you know? Is it because the tank Discord is being weird and tribalistic? Yeah. Does it actually exist, Zeraki? Yeah, it does. Oh, they're very real. Yes, Zeraki. The answer to your question is absolutely. They're exactly what you've heard. I've been Resto for over 15 years. I haven't been a Resto for over 15 years. That's why I've been enjoying playing it a little bit. But I can swap to no Apex, and that will help a lot. That'll make a big difference. Because then I can just alternate and make sure I don't die. You'll see a massive difference in snap threat, among other things. All right, no Apex gaming today. But yeah, I'm not the sort of person who my sense of confidence and my sense of identity is not tied to one day of World of Warcraft. If your sense of identity is tied to one day of playing an online game, you're in trouble. The ad's just finished. By the way, if you, for example, this is a true fact, if your sense of identity and your form of self-confidence comes from how you perform in a single day of gaming for World of Warcraft, you will not have a good time. There are a lot of toxic people. You'll get yelled at some point. Even if you play perfect, you'll still get yelled at some point. Can't take it personally. You got to be able to just let that okay, it is what it is. You know? No problem. That's, I think, one of the biggest lessons to learn. More than just actually, like, play style. Yeah, who you are and what you do are not the same thing. That, but also sometimes we play games to disconnect from the real world. Right, Buff? Sometimes your real life is just kind of like this morning, man, my stomach sank a little bit. I was like, I don't know what I did wrong. I don't know what happened, but I thought I lost like almost $8,000. Like this morning. I woke up and I was like, wait, what? And I thought, for example, I was going to lose $8,000. And I was just like, okay. So I didn't start my day in the most fantastic of moods because I spent about 2 hours trying to resolve the issue of why that happened. And so I'm playing the game right now and I'm just like, I don't want to be stressed. So I don't even know why I didn't. I should have just swapped to no Apex after the first 2 keys when I realized that the lag was going to be high today. It just stresses me out. Yeah, 258 ping world right now. That's still not that much higher than normal, but the input delay feels way worse. It feels way worse to actually try to be shifting forms and stuff. Like I press the button, but it doesn't actually shift. It's not item level, it's IO, I suppose, Viking, but I don't really do viewer keys. If you won a game at some point and you're around the level that we're at, you can do it though. Apex, is that critical? No, it was what I wanted to do today, but I'm going to adjust course. Like I said, as a tank, if I'm being so inconsistent with it, like granted, to be fair, that last key was not my fault. They were in the second boss. I wanted to try something and it did kill me. I actually want to see how much it killed me by because I could make a plan in the future. What is that level that it matters? Apex? Probably 19. Honestly, like 19s, to be honest. How much did it kill me by the way, at the end? Fire Smash a 900k? It's not that bad. That was just bark, so I need a SI in the future, and I can live 2 stacks of it, though. The guides are all going to be linked in Discord here. And by the way, let me just go ahead and pin that for today. I mean, to join you, I guess if we're doing 17s, like 3,500 IO or something like that. About 3,500 Torizi at this point, if we're doing this key. Yeah, like I kind of want to be able to chill, you know what I mean? Yeah, and that's cool when that happens, Cape. I think that was my goal today. I was like, all right, cool. I got a vault. I'm going to get my second craft. I'm going to get my item level up. And then I wanted to set some basically rank 1 parses at the moment. All right, 3,000 IO, so a little bit lower than the level we're doing at the moment, Buttercup. So not today. We'll queue for the last DPS. I am need to be lead, though. Pass lead. Yeah, but it's just one of those things. We're going to change up the day today. I'll do some shoulder workouts and stuff, though. I'm tanking 18. You know, Bell, were you having also more ping issues than normal, by the way? Or were you feeling, once it settled, did you basically feel exactly the same? Out of curiosity, Bell. It was really getting to me. Like, I'm super feeling it today. Way more than normal. What key level would you recommend start using flasks? Any key level, Grevins. But level your alchemy to 25 because you'll save a bunch of gold. Felt the same that last key, as in same as normal. Okay. How will you teach me? Over Discord, Torizi. But all the others, it was worse. Hey, you should just flask always, but you can just level your alchemy to 25, go pick up a few treasures, and you'll get 2-hour flasks instead of 1-hour flasks. It's a big gold making tip. That's okay. Bell, we're also at the level where we'll get Resil 18 this week without a problem. That being said, I'm not in that much of a rush. Wondering why do you recommend learning Mythic Plus as a meta tank only? I don't know if you have to play the meta tank. If you're pugging, you will notice a difference in your ability to find groups. You're more likely to get invited, right? Cape, you want to come? Sure. Honestly, Cape, you've helped me before. Sure, why not? Bring it. Should be fine. If you want to try tanking, right now, Brewmaster is kind of a vibe for sure. If that's something that you would like to do, go for it. You're currently Prop Pally. You can play any tank you want. The tank balance is not the worst right now after the recent kind of nerf to Brewmaster, but it's still kind of off balance. I think you will see many key levels being done. I think that Bear is good. I'm not able to show you how good right now. Again, the ping does not feel that much worse, but the input delay is worse here, though. It depends on what key level. Absolutely, Wiz. Wiz, it's been a day. I've been trying to figure out how I can still game today, but for the last 2 hours, I have been struggling with the ping more than normal. I have been, yeah, I've been really feeling it today. My stomach feels like a big cortisol. Blech. All right, let's see if random's back. Whew. I don't know if I want to spread what I learn. I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. All right, it'll feel so much more comfortable playing no Apex here. From me, well, my information is free. You can absolutely tell anybody. Whenever I do a coaching call with literally anyone, you are more than welcome to do so. Since I buy it, yeah, if you've done a coaching call with me, though, but that's fine. Wisdom just cheer 200 bits. All right, we got some shoulder workout to do while we're waiting for random to come back. That sounds good. That sounds good. Yeah, with the plan today, I mean, Wiz, I started this morning, and it was a stressful morning. There were some issues that happened. I had to go resolve them. Half of it has been resolved. The other half has yet to be resolved. And I was just like, oof, all right. It's not an issue. We're going to figure it out. But I absolutely have to practice some deep breathing. And I think that my stomach, honestly, I think that the entire day today, I will not recover from it. Do you know what I mean? Like, genuinely, it just was a very stressful morning. And I have a feeling that I will be feeling that kind of all day. Like, I could try to get a milkshake. I could try to do this. I could try to do all my other tactics. But what I actually want to do is just play World of Warcraft and chill, vibe a bit. That sounds like a good plan. I kind of wish, Wiz, there was an issue. Like I said, I'm the sort of person where I can't help but talk about things when they happen. I don't know if I'm supposed to, but hopefully it all resolves itself. All right, shoulder workouts. People want to know how to get delts. There are two favorite workouts that I have. My biceps are pretty sore from yesterday. My biceps are actually pretty sore, so. Yeah, dude, I feel it, man. Like, my stomach, I managed to eat breakfast, but my stomach dropped this morning, Wiz. I realized as I woke up that Twitch and YouTube hadn't actually paid me in, like, 3 months. And I was like, huh. I don't keep track of it. I don't, like, actively track it, though. Am I in Australia? No, I'm in Thailand. So, oh, man. Yeah, so I just followed up with them, and I was like, hey, just want to check, like, what's going on with the payments. And then I followed up with Twitch first, and they were like, we already paid you. And I was like, that's weird, because I don't have it. I never received it. And I was like, there's zero transaction history. I get paid through PayPal. So I was looking at my PayPal, and I was like, there's no transaction history. Like, I don't see any note of payment. And they're like, well, we can confirm. Here's the receipt that we have paid you. And I was like, who did you send it to? Because they were like, we sent the payment. I was like, but who did you send it to? And I was like, I didn't get it. I do have a standing. Should I stand to that? Maybe I should stand. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, maybe I'll do this key standing. That's not a bad idea. Here, we can standing desk it. Why not? Hopefully my stream doesn't disconnect, as does happen sometimes. Who is standing desk? Why not? I do actually have a standing desk. Let's use it. There's the second monitor. Okay, second monitor has disconnected. That does happen. Let's see if this actually stays and gets pulled in the wrong direction. It does happen here, so I have to move the camera a little bit. It's not the best setup here, though. It's often used, so that's correct. Now, I use Hyperwallet to get my YouTube payment. What I learned when I was looking up at that, they're great. Yeah, I just don't tend to play WoW very well when I use it. All right, here we go. See if I can fix the second monitor problems. If you can use them, they're pretty good. So the issue with the Hyperwallet and basically what happened, okay, here we go, is somehow the money from YouTube was just sitting in Hyperwallet, but it was never sent to my PayPal. So I had to basically, when I contacted YouTube, they were very helpful and they were super friendly and they were like, hey, we understand this is a massive issue. Like, what we're going to do here is we're going to, for example, we're going to like do this or that. Hold up. I got to see if I can get this open on the second, because I have to swap the second monitor. It doesn't actually work when I use a standing desk. I have to figure out how to get it to work. I have no idea how I would do that. The idea is I'm going to do some shoulder workout while we do it here. Okay, so let's adjust the camera here like this. Bam. Yeah, so I went in. I had to log into my Hyper Wallet, not from YouTube, but from the actual Hyper Wallet. And there's just like $3,000 just sitting there. And I was like, okay. So I was able to manually transfer that. And I was like, oh, relief. So at least I know that the money was there. I think that the same thing must have somehow happened on Twitch, where it was sent to their third-party platform that they used to pay. And then from that point, I have no idea. I don't know what happened past that. I don't actually understand. But most likely, the money's there, right? So there should be like $4,000 somewhere. I just don't know where. And you know, when there's when there's $4,000 just sitting in somewhere, and I'm just like, huh, you know, I'm loaded now. No, this is from months and months. This is from like several months. Pay the mods. Oh no, mods. What do you mean? I carried TH in a +10. I was healing. I healed TH's Vengeance Demon Hunter in a +10 on my Preservoker. That's already payment. Don't worry. All right, here we go. Let's do some lateral raises. Pretty heavy. But yeah, my stomach. Anyways, sorting that out. No, the thing is that sorting all that out this morning, my stomach was just like, please, don't add this to my plate right now. So they haven't responded to me, but I'm hoping that Twitch will help me figure it out, because it seems to me that Twitch uses Tipiati. You know, Tipiati. They don't use Stripe. They use Tipiati or whatever it is. What? Well, that feels good. Oh, my body's confused. They were like, I thought we were playing well. Ooh, nice. Few sets of that will go hard today, man. Not tuning into a key sesh. Yeah, no, I mean, it is a key sesh. But anyways, since that's how my morning started, I was feeling anxious. And I still am, for what it is worth. I'm still feeling anxious. Okay, let me try to move my second monitor. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, because it just gets pulled in the wrong direction whenever I use the standing desk. There it is. Nice. Oh, man, dude. But obviously, because I woke up and I realized that there was just, it was almost, effectively, it was almost $8,000 missing. I was just like, okay. I wasn't thrilled about it, to say the least. I'm the sort of person, by the way, I know a lot of people are weird about finances. I can't help myself. I'm very open and transparent. I've always been like this. I can't help but be like this, to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't mind chatting about things that other people are afraid to chat about. That's why I'm really good with like sex ed. A lot of people are like, how do you do the coitus? And I'm like, there's actually so much to learn. And they're like, what? And I'm like, yeah, like, you got to study it. And they're like, I thought we all just kind of knew what to do. And I was like, we got to learn here. I'm going to teach you some stuff. But I obviously wouldn't do that on stream. There's a lot to learn. There's so much to learn. Otherwise, you're going to be like a cardboard box. You want to be better than a cardboard box. Don't be a cardboard box. There you go. No Apex build will probably feel my... Oh, my God. That input lag right there is what I'm referring to, by the way. The fact that... Yeah, the input lag is still here. All right, so we're just going to have a day. I guess that's how it is. I guess that's just how it is. You know? Yeah, don't be a cardboard box. You have to be more engaged than a cardboard box would be. That's the key. That's the key. Dude... I'm just going to play no Apex today. The no Apex will honestly solve all of my problems with ping issues. This is unbelievably better in terms of for me today.
Exit lag? Dude, I have exit lag. It's on right now. I would never, ever, ever in a million years play World of Warcraft without exit lag buff. I have to use exit lag. It's not optional for me. There are some people that it's like optional for. It's not optional for me. I cannot actually play World of Warcraft without exit lag. Is my Apex causing the lag? No, it's just that the demand on globals when I play Apex is so much more impactful, whereas this build will actually allow me to play in a way where I don't have to worry as much. So it just allows me to really, really, really make more fine-tuned adjustments so that I don't have to think nearly as hard. And that will solve so many of my problems, Sass, if that makes sense. It's hard to explain a little bit because technically on paper, they're the same. If I play both equally, then they're around the same damage taken. Like they're sorry, not damage taken. They're the same external healing required. I've looked at some logs. They're very similar on that though, right? But it's basically this build. If I miss a button, I'm not very punished for doing that. And so it's very, very friendly. Whereas the other build, if I miss a single button, I'm heavily punished for it. Like extremely punished, if that makes sense. And so the nature of why this is so much friendlier is that it frees up the brain globals. Now, technically, once again, assuming perfect play, that's no problem. But perfect play should not be assumed in pugs. Because realistically, your play will certainly not be perfect, right? So here, for example, I can Vortex Typhoon and make sure that that doesn't go off. In the other build, I'm going to definitely be thinking, well, I want to be handing this and I want to be hitting that, and maybe somebody else will get the kick, but this build allows me to just chill. Also, it's not like my damage is that low. That's another thing to consider is, like, it's not like my damage is, like, crazy low or anything like that, though. Yeah, but as a tank player, I'm the one person in my team. I'm not allowed to make a mistake. That's effectively what tanking is. I mean, at the end of the day, tanking is about consistency. And if I can't be consistent for my team, then I'm not doing my job well as a tank. Does that make sense, though? I'm not playing Apex now because I was having a lot of ping problems today. I played Apex for a little bit. Keep in mind that when I played Apex, I was at 130, 140K by this point. But maybe today just is going to be about pushing the 17 up and then playing some Brewmaster. Maybe that's what I'll do today. Maybe it's just a Brewmaster type of day. And you know what? That'll be okay with me. I would so much rather make a plan and feel less stressed than have to force myself to play something that just isn't happening today. Like, that's my nature. My nature is I have a priority. When I play World of Warcraft, my goal is to have fun. And as of right now, that my stomach is in knots. Like, basically, if a sailor was sailing around in my stomach, they would be like, this is one of the most impressive knots I have ever seen. And they would be like, I don't know if we'll be able to use our sail right now because the knots are too high. Because none of this is working, but at least I'm trying, right? And you got to admire the effort. The one thing about me is that you got to admire the never quitting attitude, because I should have quit that analogy way before I actually did. However, I didn't. And that's devotion to the cause right there. You know what I mean? I feel like that should be respected. When is our Teresi this weekend, I thought, right? This weekend, huh? That's courage. Thank you. How do you deal with the dots with this on the top of the stairs? I will show you exactly. I made a specific Guardian Druid video about it, Qua, on my Patreon. I don't know if I uploaded that one to YouTube members. There's a lot of little tips and tricks. Actually, the video I made last night for Guardian Druid, that one is full of Guardian Druid tech. That was a good video. We respect you and we acknowledge you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Oops. Bye-bye. We have had the deaths. I suppose we could still time this probably on 17. Yeah, that's the one. If you're there and if you have it, that's what I'd recommend. You can see exactly, but I'll also show you if we get past this boss. No point in resetting the key right now. I don't think we want to reset this again. AI fun talking about knots, but have you thought about Velcro to keep it tight? All fun talking about knots. Have I thought about Velcro? I wish I could Velcro my stomach sometimes. That kind of did. Wait a second. You know that when I was 23, they offered me a surgery where they were going to basically remove part of my intestines, and then I would have to be on like a feeding bag. I would have to get a colostomy bag. They offered it to me when I was 23 because my stomach was real messed up and I was in the hospital, and they were trying to figure out what was wrong, and then they figured out that I had the gastroparesis. So there is a world where that could have happened, actually. Yeah, that could have happened. Okay, I'll show you. You have to kite Qua. The key about that pack is that those guys, on their melee attack, they give a debuff. Ooh, hold up. I can live. The question is, can I off-heal my team to live? And I think the answer might be yes. You have gastroparesis. Correct. I do have gastroparesis, though. Because of the video, talk about the YouTube video. Hi, the JDI. I really do believe that, though. Like, I'm strongly of the opinion still that WoW should be accessible first and foremost, and then try to optimize the challenge and everything else later. But you have to get people to play your game before you make your game awesome. Would you agree with that? I'm very, very strong on this. People have to be playing your game in order for you to actually have a successful game. I can heal my shaman, and then I'm going to live myself like this, and then the shaman and I can technically finish this boss. But it is possible that this key today is simply not meant to be. I still think you actually timed this, no joke. Like, I feel like unless we're not tilted enough, I would say, yeah, so here's what you do, Qua. Look, Stampeding Roar, Barkskin here, go Incarn now, and then you would Combat Potion. And then what you're going to do, this is an exact rotation, okay? Drop your Vortex, backpedal, 3, 2, 1. If I'm at about this stacks, just backpedal, and then you reset your stacks. I go back in. Now watch this. 3, 2, 1. They melee. They go here. I'm going to take a lot of damage, and then I'm going to Typhoon away, and then I'm going to backpedal. And you just have to go back in, and it's just constantly basically thinking back in, kite, back in. So like we had some deaths here, so I know this pole's going to live a long time. Now I'm just going to in-cap roar, run. You have to reset the bleeds. And you have 3 options as a bear. First one is the easiest. Blinding Light might go off. There you go. Good job. Good stun. And then from here again, just get distance between the mobs. That's the thing. And I can even do a little... Oh, we did have the Blinding Light go off. Okay, so I'm probably going to die here. Yep, it is not our key, man. The idea, though, is that you have to reset your bleeds because they apply on auto attack. So you can Vortex, backpedal, Typhoon, backpedal, Stampeding Roar, backpedal. You can in-cap roar, backpedal. You can War Stomp if you're a Tauren, or use any of your team stuns at all. Yep. It would seem to be that way. It has not been our key. Which is a Prot Warrior there. Basically, you walk in with big cooldowns. You're probably going to commit your cheat death as a Prot Warrior. I would use that. I would use both my shield walls. And then I would otherwise just go there. Just go right. Right side is an extra bleed and an extra priestess. I don't like right side at all. I think left side is way better. And bear tank as well. Yeah, so yeah, you just the first one, Vortex, backpedal. The next one, Typhoon, backpedal. The next one, in-cap roar, backpedal. War Stomp, backpedal. Or whatever though, right? Yeah, if he uses his curse, that helps too. Otherwise, yeah. It has, in fact, not been our key. Indeed, it has not. You will lose some damage. As a warrior, though, basically you walk in, you get aggro, especially on left side. Basically walk in with Challenging Shout to interrupt a few casters as well. You walk in, Challenging Shout, and then you're basically going to be committing your cheat death and double shield wall because the next pull won't clap you as hard. Okay. It wasn't exactly the most fantastic of days. Now, I can play no Apex today, but I don't think I'm going to feel comfortable playing the bear too much more. What I could do is I might just hop over to my Brewmaster and play some brew today. That actually might be what the plan is. Makes sense? Totally. I just didn't get the debuff now. Yeah, exactly. Now you do. So that's that type of knowledge. I wish that it was telegraphed a little bit more in game so that you didn't have to depend on asking me to figure out how to do it, because a lot of tanks are dying there. But they don't realize that it's a stacking debuff. It stacks very fast. You can always basically just actually go, unless you're a Brewmaster, because you can dodge. But basically, that you walk in, and then about 5 to 10 seconds, you walk out. You walk in, 5 to 10 seconds, you walk out. It's always the same timing qual, and that information is so helpful. Walk in, 5-10 seconds, walk out. Make sense? That's like one of the biggest pieces of tech to understand about pulls like that, is that the timing's the same. If I hop over to the Brewmaster, for example, and I do Algathar Academy, it's the same deal where I have to reset my bleeds. A Guardian Druid has a way, by the way, that they don't have to do that. I would add Bloodsy K. Also that, yes, you can also do that, though. Good night, Torizi. This weekend, we will schedule our coaching call. Thank you again for all of the bits and also the gifted subs today, Torizi. You are a real MVP for the support of stream today, and it has certainly made this day a little bit better. Thank you for that. Here's the big question on the Brewmaster. Those birds, same deal. First pull. The way Guardian Druid is first pull without, you don't have to reset bleeds at all as a Guardian. You just live for 45 seconds. There's a very specific rotation, no matter what build you're playing. Druid of the Claw can do it. EC Apex can do it. Non-AC Apex can do it. If you watch me play Algathar, I will only reset at 45 seconds. If the pull is not dead. Yeah. Arson, what's up, dude? Not our day. That is okay. Yep, not our day, dude. It'd be like that. But honestly, yeah. I hope this is why we made our team. I'm like laughing and having a good time regardless. But goddamn, my input lag today is crazy. There were so many times I would just like bear form and then it just wouldn't cast. Yeah, I know that you are also vibing because you have days. I'm vibing too. It really doesn't bother me. I don't think like people were like, wait a second, aren't you worried that you're going to be a bad tank? I'm like, I'm not a bad tank. I'm just clearly having a day. Like I wish sometimes, the only thing I wish was that sometimes people could sit at my computer and feel just how much of a lag there is. Because there were so many times in that dungeon where I was just like, Iron Fur. And it basically was just like frenzied regen and it just didn't cast. And I was like, that's my self-heal. Like I really need to have that button pressed. The time I died to the birds, I walked in, I had the form, I shifted, and then I went frenzied regen and it just didn't cast. And I was like, what? And just show it on stream. Ping was just like ping is like normal today. It was input lag, which normally makes it seem like a server problem. I feel as though it's a server problem, not a ping problem. Ping is like, oh, I just have really high ping. I don't actually know why some days I just get owned by it. And other days it's fine. I don't know. So my Brewmaster here, we're getting there actually. Input lag goes, maybe it is. I mean, I had a stressful morning. I mentioned it already. This morning was a little rough, you know. Hey, by the way, buff barbarian. I shall redeem your bits. Are you ready? We'll do some shoulders. Good night, Arson. I'll get you later. Tomorrow. It is what it is. Can't win them all. Yeah, I wish you could sit here and just realize from South Africa, I use exit lag too, and I have it on right now. But I just wish you could see, like, Brewmaster should be fine. I just won't push keys. I have a decision to make on how I'm going to play Brewmaster, by the way. I kind of want to craft a Mistweaver staff, and I also think I might craft that trinket. I happen to get that from my vault, which is a pretty good trinket for Brew, actually. Not bad. Mythic Solar Flare Prism. Pretty good. So I have decisions to make about how I'm going to gear this guy. I really wanted to get my Hero Crest achievement before I started sending stuff. It might not be necessary. Like, I could still play the Brew, but basically we're going to be farming between 14s and between 12 and 14, though. Yeah, I forgot to update it one more. Look in a second. But goddamn, my stomach was not enjoying it. All right, Buff Barbarian. Here we go. Shoulder workout. We'll do some heavy lateral raises today. That's the goal. We did one set. This will be 2 sets. Here we go. 1, 2. You know, when I used to do fitness modeling, it was very difficult for me to learn how to actually train my delts. I didn't have the requisite shoulder stability to really access my delts properly. So it was always a muscle group that I really struggled to get properly built. I'm much better at it now. One more. Feel good. But I'm much better at actually getting the tension here instead of around. All right, let's do some Brewmaster stuff. All good. We got a lot of crests to farm, though. Good thing for the day. Dima, tell me something good for today. Let's do it. The JDI. Can you tell me something good that's happened to you today? We're gonna change the vibe. We didn't win the keys, and that's okay, though. How can I know which spells wipes the group if it goes off? Practice. Practice. Do you have a spec list of your PC? No, I never updated it. I got a PC. I upgraded about a year and a half ago now, so not bad. Beginning of 2025, I basically got a new PC. All right, what key do I have? Man, I wish I could just go do... I wish I could do keys with Kent. I just don't feel confident today. Not with the ping issues. How do I need 2 keys needed for 3 KIO? Well, you can get that. For sure, you got this. I got 13 Windrunner Spire, so let's just find a group and see what we can find. I want to do some 13s, some 14s, but in particular, I need to farm out legs. Legs for Brewmaster would go very hard. These legs are not good. These are not the most fantastic of legs. My good thing for the day, I went to the gym. Nice. Getting a visit by my best friend to hang out for a few hours. Beautiful. And then we're eating out tonight with my parents to celebrate your birthday on Friday. Congratulations. Happy birthday. I have a 13 Nexus if you want. I mean, it don't really matter to me. I think that the key... I already did this. I mean, I'm just farming, though. Better than Mythic? Yeah, well, kind of. We can do a 13 Nexus cape if you want. Actually, may have key. Stream key going. Sorry. I want to push it if possible. That sounds good, Cape. Apologies. Apologies. Good luck. I will tell them good luck real quick. So it's just legs that are hero track. So if I got a pair of legs, I have 4 set now. I've got Mythic headpiece. I need to farm out gloves, legs, and then I need to make my craft. I haven't crafted anything yet, and I've been kind of waiting and holding everything. So I have 2 options with how I decide to craft. It's an interesting choice. I'm not going to lie. Here's my question. I'm playing Brewmaster, and I'm new, but how do you have 3 of the brews? Clarify for me. 3 of the brews? You mean these right here? Would you consider brew hard as a tank? I've come back from a 10-year break. Traditionally, yes. Right now, big unnaturals, no. Brewmaster is a vibe right now. You don't have to time your cooldowns very well, although as you get higher, you do. But actually, right now, I would say no. Sleeping, it's been a day. I'm not going to lie. I will never lie to you, sleeping. It was a rough morning. I normally, like, when I'm waking up in the morning, I like to, like, breathe and set my intention for the day a little bit. Yeah, I didn't get to do any of that this morning. I spent the first 2 hours of my day just like, holy shit. And Bossa, can you message me on Discord real fast? I need to tell you something. And Bossa, send me a quick message on Discord. I gotta tell you something. But for me, there's no crit versus mastery legs. There's crit versus mastery shoulders. Yeah, so I know for Brewmaster that the tiered legs are quite bad. Technically, I guess I would be looking for the ones from Seed of the Triumvirate. If I wanted to just take the legs and not make them tier, I think it's the Seed of the Triumvirate legs I'd be wanting. At least this is verse mastery without haste on it. The other legs are from Windrunner Spire, and these are crit haste. So it's one or the other, but I think these are the only 2 legs that I am actually missing right now. These are the only 2 legs in the pool for leather. I'm going to message you on Discord because I have not messaged you on... That's fine, TH. You can do that. Yeah, so sleeping, I had a very stressful morning. I had to solve some things. I had to deal with some customer service representatives, which is always a stressful thing. But hopefully we figured out the problem, so all good now, ideally, you know. Kind of want to play Mistweaver. I do like Mistweaver. So here's the idea for crafting, and you can tell me what you think about this for what it's worth. This guy is ultimately a Brewmaster. I think Brew is a solid... this is just a transmog. This is just transmog. Okay. I gotta remember to breathe for real, though. Some people are almost 4K. I can, in fact. I know a lot of the people who are 4K. You can transmog it. These are just the Spellfire Longsword transmogs. This was my old Monk transmog from a long time ago. But I never even updated this character name. I haven't really played Monk a lot. Okay. Thought process. I could craft, hear me out. This is going to sound really weird. But I could craft, I have all my sparks. I could craft a mythic, I could use 4 of the sparks to craft a mythic staff for Mistweaver. And then I would be able to save the crest upgrading this mythic weapon even for agility. Because as far as I understand it this season, if I have an intellect staff, I will still be able to have I will get the discount for my one-handed agility weapon. So the crest count would be exactly the same if I took this weapon right now all the way up. What's up, Meeks? Dude, my lag was so rough today, Meeks. The keys did not go well, but I appreciate you stopping by and saying that. Yeah, I was having some major input lag. Brew will probably feel better. So right now, if I were to take this weapon, it would cost me 100 crests, right? But I could spend 80 crests crafting a two-handed weapon, and then I would get it for free. However, if I'm going to craft a two-handed weapon, I could craft it for Mistweaver, and then I would have a two-handed Mistweaver weapon. Then I would be able to use a one-handed this. Wouldn't you only get... Yes, it would cost me... It would be the equivalent amount of crests, but I would waste for Brewmaster 4 sparks. However, I only need 2 real crafts on Brewmaster, technically speaking. Because I've had good vaults, I'm not going to have enough mythic crests on Brewmaster to actually get everything I want anyways. Because I have the mythic headpiece here. I've got the mythic trinket that I just got. And then the week previous, I have this mythic weapon. So I could still craft, if I finish the weekly quest and stuff, I could actually craft right now. I could, for example, do two-handed Mistweaver weapon, and then I could do the trinket, which might have some value, actually, because I'm not going to raid probably on the Brewmaster. So I could actually craft the Dark Moon trinket, and then I could craft a one-handed weapon on the Brewmaster, so I could get basically this mythic weapon with the offhand being a 285 mythic one-hander. And that would be all of my crafts that I would have the ability to do. This would enable me to have a Bis trinket setup for Mistweaver, but also a Bis trinket setup for Brewmaster. However, I don't know about the lower ring for Brewmaster. I'm not actually sold that that's definitely... Do we definitely play lower ring, you think, Wiz? Would I not actually just want to at least consider like 3% avoidance from this set? I know you have a crit verse ring and the other one isn't right stats. Do you think you definitely play lower ring? 100%? Okay. So alternatively, I don't do any of this. And I actually just craft, right? The thing is that if I crafted a one-handed weapon, man, that's going to cost me 80 crests. Plus, I would have to spend 100 crests still on the one-handed weapon. So that's not worth it. I would craft a two-handed weapon now. Isn't two-handed sims higher than one-handed because of the flurry strike interaction? Very, 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 very thing. You can craft a one-hand with these 2 of them. If I craft a one-handed weapon, this is the problem. This is trash. A lower ring spawns a lower capybara. That's a fair point. If I were to do a one-handed weapon, that would cost me 180 crests because it won't give me the crest discount on the main-handed weapon. You see the problem with the one-handed option, TH? So I'm in a bit of a limbo because the two-handed counts for both. Yes, if I were to craft a two-handed, though, it will cost me 4 sparks, but it would cost me the same crest-wise. But if I were to make a two-handed weapon, I could just make a two-handed I could just do it for Brewmaster, but then I wouldn't have a Mistweaver. But the thing is, I don't know if I'm going to push hard enough on Mistweaver for it to matter. You see? So, like, I'm in a bit of a limbo about, do I just want to commit with the Brewmaster, or do I also want to play Mistweaver? You see? No, because the mythic weapon is only here. This is the problem. This is the thing. I only have this. when you want to play Mistweaver. Exactly, Scooty Malone. But my issue is that I kind of do want to play Mistweaver. Have low band looking for my second embellishment. So I craft Neck with Bandolier or go for Waste with Hexwoven Strand. If it's for Brewmaster, I'm not the right person to ask right now. I'm not up to date with exactly what the right decisions are for Brewmaster. I was excited to have this weapon on the brew. The thing is, if I really wanted to min-max Brewmaster, what I would do is I would go like this. I would technically craft, most likely, a two-handed staff to use for now. Then I would craft a trinket, and then I would also craft an off slot just without embellishment at 285. Because I would get another 285. So, you see, that is the thought process, though. You got a hero track weapon for Mistweaver? Yeah. But the thing is, if I craft what I think might be the best possible trinket that I could get, well, that's confusing because I think that actually, believe it or not, no joke, unless they fix it, which I don't know if they will, if I'm not going to be able to raid and get the Gloom Spattered Scale and slash, or that would be the other trinket, right? Solar Flare Prism plus whatever. This trinket is no joke. It's probably going to be this for Brewmaster. Like, keep in mind, this is crazy. This is crazy to think about. Wait, where is the... No, not weapon, sorry. Miscellaneous trinket. This, so you get the band, and you get the Dark Moon deck, this one. That trinket might be worth crafting at Mythic. I'm not even kidding. This trinket right here might actually be worth playing if you have the weapon enchanted. So that means that you need to use the weapon. That is the problem. You see? That's what I'm running into. For Brew, I don't know. Alternatively, what am I going to use from keys? Let's say I don't raid. Oh, and Bossa, did you message me? I gotta respond to you real quick. Let me find you. Message requests. What up? Just Voidstalker's contract. Ooh, I mean, I don't think it's that much damage, Wiz. I heard. I don't know if I would use the Voidstalker's contract. I feel like the absorb, like maybe having like, I don't know if this trinket would be played as well. My hero Voidstalker's contract disagrees with you. I feel like this, if I level this up, isn't this also not that bad? I don't know, man. I got to make decisions. First, I'll just crest farm it a little bit, but I don't know. I guess it depends how high I want to take my Brewmaster and if I would actually play Mistweaver at a higher level. Maybe I'll just play Mistweaver for fun. What are we doing again? Nexus? So maybe I'll just play it here. So at the end of the day, I might just commit hardcore to Brew, in which case I still have to make the decision about whether or not I craft a two-handed weapon. Yeah. No, just be Emboss. It's just yeah. Oh yeah. God, this morning, man. Respond after stream. I don't like to respond to Discord messages before stream. Oh yeah. Monk, sorry, I'm on the way. Bro, this was a stressful morning. Coming to a spec that better allows you to yap and play. Yeah, probably. My stomach, dude. My stomach. It's the stress from this morning, I swear. It's the stress from the morning. Are you aware that you could put the bandolier on the waist too? I'm still just not sure exactly what I am going to play or not. I guess in a few weeks it won't really matter. The bigger question is, would I even bother trying to play Brewmaster like in higher keys if I couldn't get the hero track discount? Because the hero track discount will ensure I get it, but maybe I don't even need it. If I did the math, I bet you I don't really need it. I have 500 crests to farm out though. And crap, I think I item for hero crest. I would probably just take the crest still for this week, but ultimately, right? Brew would be a fun challenge for me this season. I like Brew. I mean, I'm interested in playing it better. Oh, that's a Holy Priest. Oh god, Holy Priest and Brewmaster is probably the worst match. Maybe not the worst match, of course it can work, but yeah, I think that Brewmaster could be a really fun challenge for me this season. Do you know what I mean? Hi, Zinnia. No. Would you agree with that, though? Actually, Zinnia, do you agree that Holy Priest and Brewmaster make Brewmaster work a little harder? It depends if your Holy Priest is trying to greed damage or not, though. Yeah. It's mostly because I don't get healing if they're greeting. They didn't actually cast anything else, but it just doesn't work very well together. It'll work fine overall, but because Brewmaster could use a little bit of trickle healing. And Holy Priest just actually doesn't have trickle healing. It's hard to say. Ah, Zinnia. It has not been my day. It has not been my day, but that's okay. All right, so we're going to go like bam. We're going to go like bam. I'm going to taunt that in. And then we're going to go like bam. And then we're going to go like bam. And like this. And here we go. Mythic tier chest, which gets my Druid 4-piece, or Heroic Feather. Probably Mythic chest. You don't want to take Heroic stuff if you don't have to. Ox. Ring of Peace there. Perfect. Clear your stagger, bro. Bro, I am. I am clearing stagger. Whoops. I'm clearing stagger hardcore. I'm clearing a lot of stagger. I'm blackout comboing my kegs to clear stagger. Sometimes you win, sometimes you get got. That's true, Valandrock. And also, hello there. How are you today? Zinnia, tell me one good thing that has happened to you recently. Could be anything, but just tell me something. Give me one good thing that has occurred for you in the recent history of Zinnia's life. What do you think? There's going to be a frontal on me in 3, 2, 1. Boom, 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 boom. Yep, sometimes you get got. Today was one of those days. The servers had decided, my brain had decided, and the servers had decided that it basically wasn't for me. It wasn't my day, and that's fine. It do be like that. Okay, Breath of Fire real quick. Keg smash this. The Breath of Fire wasn't enough. The Breath of Fire wasn't enough for that scrounger. Good things can happen? They can happen, Alguti. Isn't that crazy? But if you want actually good things to happen to you, do you know what you need to do? There's a prerequisite for good things happening. You actually have to look for them. That's the thing, right? Yeah, that's okay. I made a small mistake thinking my Breath of Fire would connect with the Scroungers behind there. They, in fact, did not connect with the Scroungers behind there, so he got meleeed. It do be like that sometimes. Oh, yeah. I just want to vibe. Basically, we'll just run some, like, 13s. We'll run some 12s or whatever. I don't mind doing, like, a little higher, but I don't want to think about much. I don't want to have to commit my crest or my craft just yet because I haven't made up my mind about how I actually want to do it or not. I'm not actually sure how I feel about it. About like what it is that I want to be doing right now. Maybe we'll use Touch of Death to reset that stagger there. Maybe I'll commit to the Brewmaster life though. What? And Bossa, be respectful. I sent one message. And Bossa, are you listening to stream right now? One of those moments. Mr. Onos, hello. You're a Mistweaver. I can't decide. I do want to have a Mistweaver that I can play. I think Mistweaver is omega fun right now. Probably the best and most fun that Mistweaver has been maybe ever. However, okay? However, I also want to have Brewmaster. It's how do I put this right here? Original, I was able to convince seriously though, I don't know what happened to that. I mean, it's like a thing. I gotta sort that out with. I'm gonna have to sort that out. Okay, that Keg Smash and Breath of Fire connected. So I just have to learn that on Brewmaster. Time to level a second monk. Damn, that's a hardcore committance to the life. Okay, boom like this. And then we're fine with Ox. Hold the clear for a second. Make sure I kick one of the nullifies in a pug. Should have blackout comboed there first. That was a mistake. Go like this now. Bam. Mistweaver burst PvP. I don't PvP, so luckily that's not something I have to think about. Lucky for me, since I don't PvP ever, I really don't have to think about that one too much. Yeah, it could. I sometimes I have to remind myself that it could always be worse, right? I could be a PvPer. Do you like PvP though? Is also bread and butter. That's true. I can do that. I'm still I don't know. Seed of the Triumvirate terrifies me. Embassa. If I was truly mad at you, I would tell you. Cool. Makes sense. Help. 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 That's how I feel on Brewmaster sometimes, depending on how the key is going and how the healers. Sometimes I'm just sitting here and I'm just like, help. 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 That's how I feel sometimes. I'm just sitting here, I'm like, help. Help. Yeah, the ping was getting me crazy. I was struggling with the ping stuff. Yeah, I was just, help. That's how I feel. I'm just sitting here, I'm bleeding out though. I'm just like, help. Help. Yeah, it's okay. So we were gonna play Guardian Druid Apex all day today, but yeah, he can catch a micro sip between the next spawn here. Yeah, that's what it is. I'm just sitting here. That's how it feels to play Brew sometimes. So here, but like, you know what? Oh well. Embassa, does that make sense though? Does that you catching my drift? Remember, you should know me well enough by now because you've been on my stream for a while, yeah? So you should know me well enough by now. That makes sense? We on the same page, Emboss? I didn't actually get to see all your messages. I just noticed that you were saying something. But I didn't actually get to see, to be fair. Are healers even healing, Brew? They're supposed to be. I mean, technically, if I was, like, geared, I mean, it's a 13, so I shouldn't really need that much healing. But there are a few matchups still. I would say Brew is one of the only tanks that kind of has a few, like, matchups that just occasionally I will feel worse. Not that I can't play it, but I'll notice it if I play a Brewmaster and a Holy Priest, just as an example. And it's because of the style of... Thank you for giving me the benefit of the doubt. Just like I will give you the benefit of the doubt. That's my thing. Everyone, I'm a big second chance type of guy, but intention matters. So if I do ask you for a favor, and it's like, if I ask somebody something and whatever, it's never done out of maliciousness. Like I'm not upset. I will tell you if I'm upset. But I would ask for respect and the knowledge that if I'm asking you something, I'm doing it for a fair reason. That would be one thing that I would definitely want people to understand about me because I feel as though I'm a very reasonable person. So if I, for example, say something and then the response to that saying something is like paragraphs, just let it go. Because I wouldn't be saying it if I didn't have a good reason. And if I actually was really mad at somebody, trust me, you will know. I am not subtle. If there is one skill I literally don't have in my life, I am very not subtle. That's like literally, that's like one of the things about me, is that I am not a subtle person. Okay, so we have this here. We're going to cleanse on this lash. Perfect. 3, 2, 1, cleanse. It's also good. This is not one of those things you ask both parties. Can you respect that? In this particular case, it's not something you ask. You just say, cool, put yourself in my shoes. You go, got it, done, donezo. It's not a clarity thing. This was not, there's no clarity to have here. Just done. Because the one thing that I refuse, pretty much refuse, by the way, to engage in, I am very anti. What's up, Zolkin? I do not, under any circumstances, like the he said, she said type of game. I don't play that game. If you found yourself in a position where you have to play that game, weird position. Does that make sense? I'm a very decisive person, so it's just done. I don't like this boss tank buster mechanic. I don't think it's that bad. I think the healer is having input lag issues, though. I do think that the healer might also be suffering from the same input lag issues that I was suffering with earlier. That's okay. Yeah, you just gotta be a brewmaster, TH. Actually, it has killed me once when I was playing Apex Guardian Druid, but otherwise it's not too bad. You would probably on VDH have to time like a very near perfect soul cleave to make sure, or if you're playing Eldrachi. Oh, ouch. I was gonna ring a piece that far one, but doesn't matter, Mbasa. Give me the benefit of the doubt. I didn't think about the way that I message you. Doesn't matter. Give me the benefit of the doubt. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Fair? Is that reasonable? I don't think we finish in this key very much. Now, I'm not sure. He is outside the beam. Yeah, I don't think the healer is very familiar with the key, and that's okay. But also, they didn't press Divine Hymn, nor did they press anything else. I believe that'll be a little bit of a GG's. That's okay, no problem. Not trying to debate, just think. Makes sense. Now, Cape. Is your key resilient? How resilient is your keystone right now? Are you a better player because of high ping? I think so. On the name, but you have the Celestial and Fortifying Brew. I only have 2 of the 3. Celestial Brew and Celestial Infusion. I don't have Celestial Brew and that. This is called Black Ox Brew, by the way. Sorry about that, Nutty Bug. This is I keep hearing Resil keys. What does it mean? Resil means that basically once you time everything on a 12, your key can no longer deplete below 12 no matter what. That's basically the key. So, for example, once you've timed everything on a 13, your key can no longer deplete below 13. But you have to get to that level before the Resil system actually kicks in. Oh, yeah, we're not stressing. I'm literally just crest farming right now. I haven't decided what I'm going to do with my craft or my crest. I am literally just crest farming at the moment. I'll go actually pick up the... I'll quickly go pick up the weekly quest, too. I forgot. A flex redeem. Okay, Boomy. Sounds good. Let's do it. I owe some more shoulder workout, too. I want to say, and boss, I have no expectation of people. If I messaged somebody right now and I was like, don't worry about context, trust me, just do this. I want to say that I deserve the benefit of the doubt. I wear my heart on my sleeve. I'm super transparent. I'm very genuine. You'll always know where you stand with me. The one thing that you never, ever, ever have to think about with me is walking on eggshells, because you can just ask. I am super transparent. So sometimes too transparent, right? What is your opinion on Resil being in the game? I mean, today is an example of where I'm happy that Resil's in the game, but in general, actually, I think that it's great for the vast majority of people, and maybe not so good at the highest level. I think that it actively makes me not want to push for title. It totally kills title pushing, in my opinion, for me. There are a lot of people that it would benefit more. It creates a slightly different system, although there's also an argument that it was already a system where the people who had more time. Because if you want to get title, you have to be a good player. Sure. You either that or you have to have a lot of gold. But let's assume that you're not buying title for what it's worth, okay? Let's just imagine. Yay, he wasn't healing. It's okay, Gabe. No problem, I'm chilling. Because right now, with Resilient System, let's put it this way. It is a game of who you know far more than it has ever been. It was always like that a little bit. But right now, let me put it this way. If Dratnos does not want to do keys, Dratnos, Giga Gamer. Yeah, Giga WoW, love him. Love his content. But from what it is worth, if Dratnos did not play Mythic Plus for 5 months, and then the last month of the season he goes, it would be kind of fun to get title. Because he's Dratnos, guess who gets title? He doesn't have to buy it. He just has friends. Because his friends will be Resil 20 or Resil 21. And so he just goes, yo, I'm geared. I'm like super geared from Raid. Can I just join your key? And you just go, yeah. Wait, we're queuing for stuff. Okay, that's fine. But so you just say, yeah. And that basically might even, what if that's me? What if I play really hard this season, but I decide to focus on my alts and I get, my Druid has Resil 19, my Monk has Resil 18, whatever. Let's just say I have to play a bunch of alts, but title is Resil 20. I don't know, I'm making stuff up. At the end of the season, I might be like, it would be fun to push for title. And I just message a few people and I say, hey, I would really like to get it. Would you mind letting me tank your keys? That would be more successful than me actually just being really good this season. That makes sense? It would literally give me more benefit. If I spent more time networking, I would actually get more IO because of the Resil system for what it is worth. Literally, I would get more instead of more time becoming better. Instead of more time optimizing. It would behoove me to just make friends. So for example, instead of constantly flaming holy priests, if I started absolutely giga saying, you know, holy priest, I just really want to play with a holy priest. I love holy priests. Zinnia, are you listening? I really like holy priests. Zinnia, are you listening? Because I think that maybe, Zinnia, are you listening? Holy priests, I really just wish I could play with holy priests. Are you listening, Zinnia? Because Zinnia might get title. And Zinnia is a holy priest. So if Zinnia has Resil 20, Zinnia, have I told you that your eyes are like jewels, bedazzled, rivaled only by the horizon, setting off a beautiful sunset? That's what the Resil system creates. It was kind of always like that, but it was much less before. Because if your friend had a plus 20 and you just simply went into your plus 20, but you had a high failure rate, then you would break that key and they wouldn't want to play with you. So win rate used to matter a lot more. And I am somebody who prides myself on having a high win rate for keys. Like that was always my thing of if I play for 3, I like to have a very high success rate of keys. That's something that I was proud of, and it matters a lot less nowadays. Nowadays, it's do I play for 6 months, and do I want to do the networking thing, and do I have people to play with, and can I find consistency? Because consistency matters more than anything. You can just run back the key and then eventually get it, even if you make a bunch of mistakes. You know? I feel like if somebody just gets fed Resil keys, takes away from the skill, becomes less about win rate. Although, again, this system did exist before Resil, but it's been heightened by Resil a lot. Keep in mind, if I play super hard, and let's say that tonight I just gamed for the next 10 hours, and my ping issues felt better, so I hop back on the Druid. If I got Resil 18 today, yeah, my team, my friends, automatically also have Resil 15, or Resil 18, just like that. Just literally by nature. If I get Resil 18, my friends automatically have it. Even if they didn't play. Does that make sense? Like, that's just what it creates. And I don't know. I actually think that even with my high ping and even with some of the issues that I do have playing the game, I'm certainly not the best. Not by a long shot. I'm actually kind of lazy when I play WoW. But I'd like to think that if you look at the whatever statistics for this, I have a very solid win rate of keys. I don't tend to throw myself at keys, the Skyreach today notwithstanding. Aside from the Skyreach today, I'd like to think that I always consider the win condition of keys, and I think to myself, how can we make sure that my team wins? And I think to myself, especially when I'm offline, I play much better when I'm off stream, but that's always my thought process of how can I make sure we win, right? And that is something that does matter to me, right? Roll here, keg smash there. Oh, I got a misdirect too. Nice. So we'll use that as a defensive first of all. Then we'll rotate here, and then we'll go into my regular rotation. Black out this. Oh, I messed up an Apex proc, so I got to get better at that in the future for playing Brew, and that should have been a blackout kick because I have a wasted global. So we're just going to Ring of Peace this out before the shield goes. There are all sorts of things that make a good tank. I wish more people actually gave it credit for the positioning, the speed at which I can get things out. Because if I greed my own damage here as an example, but I messed up the Ring of Peace, I need to get better at weaving in when the right time is to blackout kick in my Brewmaster rotation. That'll be something that comes with time and experience. Pacing. How to solve aggro problems. Look where I am. Look where my team is. Double keg. Boom, like this. Reset the keg like that. Good. Blackout kick, first of all, because I don't have 2 kegs. And then I'm here. And then I'm like this. Exploding. Beautiful. There was a slight mess up. Yeah, it's going to take me a little bit so I think get perfect at Brew. I blackout kick into this, into that, into this again, into a Celestial Infusion. So I reset the keg, and therefore I'm going to go here. You know what I would like to ask? I would like to ask Shaw if he'll make a Brewmaster video with me. I do think that I would prioritize Brewmaster over Mistweaver right now. I think that Mistweaver is super fun and it pumps, but if I have limited time, I would rather be better at Brew, I think, than Mistweaver this season, though. So there, the right global would have been Blackout Kick to really nail the combo. Here as well, because I don't have 2 brews, it's actually Blackout Kick before that brew. And then there, I over-purified, although it doesn't matter too much, but I should not have purified that global. I can identify the weakness in my own gameplay, and that's something that I think I'm pretty good at and coming up with creative solutions. There are many ways to play World of Warcraft, and the thing that I think that I'm actually decent at and why I might not favor the resilient system is because I like coming up with creative solutions. Now, granted, in a lot of ways, I have more opportunity to do that if the key is Resil, because we get to experiment, we get to practice, and that part's fun because I don't play on the tournament realm, I'm not going to compete in the MDI, so I don't really get that experience otherwise, you know? You don't even know how I manage stagger? What do you mean? So here, like, knowing if I felt this safe the whole time, I probably should have been sending the Fort Brew a little bit more, but now I kind of want it for next pull, so do I save it here? Do I not, though? VOD Review could be fun, where he points out tips and tricks for rotational optimizations. That could be fun. I do so with specs that I'm comfortable with, although I obviously... Oh, you mean with Shaw? I just actually want to make a video with him. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I know the nuances of Brew, putting them into practice, and that's one of the things about tanking in general, is that practice oftentimes is not the same as theory. So I know I need to get a little distance here, probably send this here. I'm fine. I just know that this is not actually where I'm settling, so I didn't want to send my Ox early. But again, that might just be a pointless min-max. That might be something that ultimately just has no bearing whatsoever. So I was going to hold my exploding keg so it connected there. But you know what? Here we go. Because you prefer creative solutions rather than adopting with the professionals? Boozy. Boozy. Oh. I appreciate your zest for drama. Oh, Boozy. You know what? I appreciate your willingness to be toxic, except for the fact that I don't. This is an alt, Boozy. This is an alt. I'm crest farming. I'm crest farming, Boozy. Just so you know, this is not my main character. But since you've mentioned it, we can totally get into that conversation. Boozy, would you care to follow up? I have a question for you, Boozy. let me ask you a question. Since you have come in here and you said you're still in 13s because you prefer creative solutions rather than just following what the professionals do. Do you enjoy the game, Boozy? Do you have fun playing World of Warcraft? That's a genuine question. I want to know. Do you have fun playing World of Warcraft? Yes or no? If you're willing to come in here and your first time saying anything is going to be that comment, you have to be willing to follow it up. You got to be willing to follow it up because you can't come in here and only say that. You got to be willing to follow it up. Also, if you see my lag right now, this is what I have been contending with all day for what it is worth. I am spiking now. We're at 330. It's not the end of the world, but you can see my game, right? This is why the keys earlier, the 18 that I was in on my main, which is higher IO. Yeah, this, you can see my gameplay, right? You can see that my screen is basically like stutter stepping pretty much every global. Yeah, this has been rough today. The servers are not favoring me. Wait, Boozy, are you not following up? Wait a second, you're saying, wait a second, you came in here to say that I was bad, but you're not willing to have a conversation with me. That's so interesting. What happened, Boozy? Did you get scared? It's reasonable. It makes sense. Looks fine to me. Does it actually look fine to you guys? Does that look fine to you? Because I'm at 700 world ping right now. Look at the ping in the bottom right. This looks fine to you? I'm at 700 world ping. This actually, look at the ping in the bottom right. This is 700 world ping. That's quite a bit. This is 700. I guess 700 is just playable, I suppose, basically. It's just playable. I mean, Brewmaster is a vibe, so here we go. Did Boozy run away? I think Boozy ran away. I was so excited. I was going to get into it. Boozy, you sure you don't want to have a conversation with me? You don't want to have a conversation, Boozy? I was excited. How sad. Well, if only I copied the professionals. Then, what would a professional do in this situation? Do you think a professional would yell at Boozy? Playing on that ping as well, though. You make it work. But it was very frustrating because I did die in 18s today. Is there a reason why you don't play in EU? Yeah, I created my accounts on NA, and to be honest with you, it just feels so bad to restart a World of Warcraft account. That's like, you know what I mean? Like it's you have so much vibe, you have so much nostalgia and connection to your WoW account that I just feel like the last thing you want to do is start over, you know what I mean? There's a bad brew there, it's okay. Chilling now. You just don't really want to ever start over. Like, I'm attached emotionally to my characters, even though I don't really... It doesn't really matter, but it does matter for what it's worth. It's okay. We're still technically... As long as I can press globals... If I can press globals, then we can win. As long as I am able to, it'll just... I'll take a lot more damage here, but for what it's worth, though. Yeah, it's not even... I'm not a mount collector. Like, that's not that big for me, to be fair. So, if I can't... My mounts wouldn't be the end of the world. But my characters themselves, that I do have an attachment toward. Like, that part would be really difficult for me. Like, letting go of my... The fact that I would have to make a new druid, right? And then at this point in the season, I would also have to make new vaults as well. And then I would have to decide if I'm... And I have to make new friends, although... I suppose, though. Do you move this boss around on the edge? On the edge, end bossa. The edge of the room. In higher keys, you tank him not in the center. You tank him on the edge so that the melee can all drop puddles right next to each other. They don't actually stack as long as you insta-move out of them. And they can maintain uptime so that they... Although my 2 ranged DPS here, they're basically... Although they're melee, they also can still hit. But the idea is it saves the tornadoes coming from all directions. So in higher keys, you stack them. You put both of the fire puddles, like, right there, and then right there. Yeah. Also, if you're a DK, you can like AMS soak the puddles in every intermission. You can alternate. You either have AMS for each one, or you can AMS or like IBF. Instead of, you don't defensive the puddle drop actually in higher keys. You defensive the intermission, but a lot of people don't know that, and it makes it way more toxic for the healer. I mean, we'll complete the key, but this is what I have been dealing with all day. Indeed. Unfortunate. Man, I love debates, to be honest. I like being able to have a conversation that doesn't always go my way, because my intent when I talk to people is, in fact, not to win. My intent is to communicate. I have a lot of confidence as a person. So if I'm having a conversation with somebody, I would like to know more about your perspective. I am not actually, for what it's worth, just trying to win the argument. And I think that so many people nowadays, they attach so much of their own personality to their prowess in a game. You know? It's, if you're not good at WoW, then you're not good at real life. And man, if you can't be good at real life, what are you doing? What are you doing? Don't you know there are millionaires out there? You're falling behind. Man, those feelings suck, don't they? Life is hard. But WoW is not supposed to be the thing that adds a bunch of stress to your life. WoW is a game that you are supposed to de-stress while playing. If you are stressed playing World of Warcraft, fundamentally, you are playing the game wrong. Unless that is how you specifically choose to play it. Because there are people who thrive in environments like that. I am not one of them. I want to chill when I play WoW. I like doing competitive content. But for me, I have way more fun when I'm able to chill. And it is astonishing to me that we still have an environment where if I am playing a rat alt, crest farming in a 13, somebody will come in and say, you aren't qualified to talk about this game because you're in a plus 13. This is an alt. It's a very rat alt. I am simply crest farming because I need 500 crests in order to bring this guy to an 18 or higher. However, what bothers me is not the comments, because I don't take things personally. What bothers me is the perspective. Why is it that we attach so much of our personal value to an arbitrary, artificial score in a fictional video game that we pay to play? It creates so much toxicity, and I genuinely think it is the primary source of issue with World of Warcraft today. There are game design flaws, and there are things that Blizzard could improve upon dramatically. I am currently tanking a key with 632 world ping, although I think it's settling now, which is quite nice. This is me chilling. I am crest farming. My brain is so turned off right now. I am not paying attention in the slightest. But I know, because I'm playing Brewmaster, that I'm going to live. But even if I were to make a mistake and I were to perish in this exact moment, does that mean that I have no value? Or does that mean that I am distracted, chilling, and maybe stood in a puddle? What boggles my mind is that somebody came in and said, you're in a 13 and yet you're talking about Mythic Plus? You need to shut up. And I go, you didn't even ask what's happening. You didn't even ask for any context. You just came in and said, psh, it's not a plus 20, and immediately assumed. You know what they say about assumptions. But I don't take offense to that. What bothers me is the perspective. We actually have to talk about that. We genuinely have to open a dialogue about why World of Warcraft players have become like League of Legends players. Who cares? I don't. The thing is that I'm bringing this up because there are many people who do. This is the thing. It doesn't bother me, Healful. This is not bothering me in the slightest. I don't take offense. But the reason I'm talking about it is because I care about this game. And also, I'm in a position where I have been streaming now for a year and a half. That's quite a bit of time. A lot of people ask me questions. Hey, I want to get into tanking. What should I do? I want to get into healing. What should I do? Where should I start? But you know the question I get asked the most, Healful, beyond anything else, since I have started streaming and making any amounts of content? You know what I actually get asked the most? How do I deal with the toxicity that I get when I try to tank? And you say, okay, so where is the toxicity coming from? And they go, I was in a +2 and I did a poll and we had a death, we had a wipe, and then people voted to abandon in my +2, and now I'm scared to go into another keystone. If you've played World of Warcraft, do you fail a +2 because you had one wipe? Is that a reason to start opening party chat and flaming the tank? The answer is very clearly no. You could turn off your chat, but the fact that that might be a suggestion is very strange to me. It does happen. It absolutely happens that there are vote to abandon things in a +2. Am I playing poorly right now? 1000%. I could have got that kick. I let this, I'm making my healer work so much harder, etc. No, it actually happens all the time. You and I might not be exposed to it. So Healful, you're like, why is he still going on about this? Because it is an actual massive problem in the community. I don't experience it because I do higher keys. This is not the highest key I've done. It's not about what I experience. It's actually about what everyone else experiences. People wonder why there's a tank shortage. Yeah. The other day I witnessed a +2 abandon for wrong route, not doing an invis skip. That's insane. Like that doesn't make sense. But the mentality, and this is why I'm harping on the question, stems from the fact that people treat World of Warcraft as an extension of their own real life. And there's a problem with that, which is that WoW isn't real life. WoW is a game. And the more that we forget it's a game, the more problems we are going to have. I really feel like one of the ways that we're going to hopefully move forward is by remembering to just have fun while we play World of Warcraft. And believe it or not, it is entirely possible to have fun while being competitive. You can do both. And the fact that there's a lot of people who think you can't do both, in my opinion, is one of the issues that we're encountering. And that's what creates a system where people come into stream and they say, you're only in a +13, your opinion is invalid. Whoa. That's not healthy. It's not healthy in real life. It's not healthy in game. There are so many reasons why that's problematic. I was in a 14 pit last week, Jay McMadden says, and I was told to uninstall and stop tanking because you kept mobs in a puddle for like 2 seconds. Yeah, I've heard so many stories like that. If you're listening to this right now, tell me the last time that you had toxicity as a tank. You won't have to think that hard. Or not just as a tank, in keys in general. This is not even that role specific right now. An example, 1 hour ago, there you go, 1 hour ago, it's so prevalent. We have changed a lot as gamers, but we're just now. Yeah, so here's the thing. In the +14 you're in right now. So here's the thing. It happened to you 20 minutes ago. That's why I'm addressing this. It's not because I'm trying to save my own ego today. It has nothing to do with this. It is because somebody needs to open a dialogue. And I think we need to get to the bottom of where this is coming from. Because it is a problem. And I'm curious to know how we can begin to solve that problem. As a tank, you are always in a bad spot. I don't even think it's just a tank problem. I focus on the tank part of things because, well, I like tanking and I play all the tanks. But it is so interesting to me. Even Luxthos had it. Yep, and that's the thing. But we have to engage with it. If I don't engage with it, then I'm almost saying that it's okay. It's actually not okay to go into a random streamer that you don't know and be like, so you're really bad and your opinion holds zero weight whatsoever. That, in fact, is not acceptable behavior. And he came in here and I was like, let's have a conversation about it. And then he left. That's the only thing that he has ever said. So if you come into somebody's stream and you're willing to say that, you better back it up. You have to be willing to engage in a conversation, because right now, one of the issues, not just in World of Warcraft, but I think everybody would agree with this, in the modern world, people feel way too comfortable saying crazy stuff online because you're never going to have consequences from it. It is a pretty big problem. Would you agree with that? Would you agree with this? The fact that people are so willing to just say really, really, really bad stuff on the internet because they have effective immunity, because you'll never face the consequences of that, is a problem. But if you want to do that to me, I unfortunately will check you. It's not the place. There are many streamers who are properly inflammatory. There are many streamers who foster an environment where the entire nature of their stream is related to this. Not mine. If you come in here, if you can ignore them, it's not about whether I'm upset, because I don't need to be tanking this so well. I can find about 100 rotational errors I've made this key, but we're still going to time it because I'm just crest farming. And I am specifically in this key right now because my ping has been fluctuating between 200 and 1,000 all day today. And so I can't do keys on my main, although I would like to. And I'm just crest farming. I have, let's see here, that many more Mythic crests and that many more Heroic crests. If I have to think for all of these, sometimes I want to turn my brain off and just crest farm and just play the game. Brewmaster is such a vibe tank right now. Am I min-maxing my damage? No. Am I making the healer's life harder? Absolutely. That's why I'm in a 13 instead of a plus 18. That's why I'm here. And I think that is acceptable. But there are so many people who are like, but this isn't IO. I'm like, it's not, I just want to play the game. Like, what happened? What happened to fun? What happens to, is it fun? And again, there's this mentality, and it's a combination of factors. But in my opinion, so many of the factors stem from that part right there, that you would identify, oh, look at key level, look at log. Log does not say 100. You not Kira? Unfortunate, you cannot comment. It's very strange. It's not actually healthy for World of Warcraft, and it will create systemic problems. It already has created systemic problems. So yes, if somebody comes in here and they start that, I will make sure that I address it, because addressing it means that I don't tolerate it. Yeah. If only I'm in a Celestial Infusion right now. Yeah. So, anyways, rant. And hey, Medozel, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate your Prime sub. Rant over. Yep. Let me check up to the... I have the aux. To be fair, the stream has been positive until one negative. No need to waste energy on that. The thing is, a lot of people are unwilling. Okay, rant on over, actually. Continuing on the rant. A lot of people are unwilling to confront uncomfortable topics. Yes? I am not one of them. If you are not willing to confront topics that make you feel uncomfortable, then you will forever be limited by those topics. You have to be willing, actually, in your life. You cannot avoid discomfort. You must be willing to pursue uncomfortable topics. The goal of life is not to avoid toxicity because you can't control what other people do. The goal of life is to become resilient enough that you can process it. It's like if you had a child, imagine you had kids. Do you want your kids to never, ever encounter danger? I'm going to die. I am super dead, but I will get a B-res, and I will immediately taunt the boss. It's okay. When I make this a YouTube clip, I'll edit that part out. Obviously, this is flawless tanking. Yo, what's up, Lixer? So, some people crumble in fear. You have to make sure, then, that you are willing... I gotta make sure I don't die again. Then you have to be willing to do it in proper steps. You don't have to go right into the belly of the beast then, Bossa. That would actually be problematic. You don't want to do that. Do you know what you do want to do? Proper levels of exposure therapy. Life is hard. Life isn't easy enough that you can avoid all of the uncomfortable things in life. Would be cool if it was, but it's not. You have to be willing to actually embrace the levels of discomfort. And if you are saying, well, it seems so overwhelming right now, then you have to be willing to go at your pace. Be kind to yourself. But don't feel like you're so trapped that you could never, ever pursue it. Does that make sense? A good question to ask yourself is this, and sometimes it is important to actually just zoom out. And also what I was saying about the kids, don't worry. I love children. So what I was saying about the kids is this. You don't want your kids to be so sheltered that they have zero capacity to handle uncomfortable things. What you actually want is for them to be so resilient that no matter what happens to them, they don't need your protection. Because at some point, they're going to be in a situation where you are not there. In that environment, you really, really, really want to make sure that you have the ability to know they're going to be okay. So if I had kids, and I don't, but if I had kids, one of my goals would be, how can I teach this kid to basically eat dirt? I want them to eat dirt. I don't want to basically shelter them from all forms of germs. And this is a physiological, for what it is worth, by the way. It is I want them to know that I am there for them no matter what. I would want them to know that they can always count on me. I want to be so reliable that they always feel safe talking to me. I will never judge them. I will never hate them. I want my kids to know that I'm there for them. But I also need them to be able to take care of themselves. It is a combination of both of those things. I'm not saying they're out in the world on their own. Of course not. But the physiological explanation of this is that when your kids are never exposed to certain bacterias, they have weaker immune systems. Does that make sense? Well, Branky, yeah. Yes. But that's the thing. Because when kids, for example, if you always ever like hand sanitizer every 3 minutes, then they actually won't develop the immune system capable and necessary to handle the world around them. Because if you try to shelter them to the degree that they have no capacity whatsoever, this is counterproductive. You will actually harm them more than hurt them. I just came back from a root canal. Oh, heavy, that's tough. My ping has been fluctuating all day today, so no problem. Glad we timed that. You're welcome. Yeah, I just need to keep crest farming. I'll do that on the Brewmaster today. Still need? Let me ask. I really need to do Windrunner Spire. If I'm going to crest farm, it's Windrunner Spire in particular, and it's Seed of the Triumvirate. Both keys, just those are the only two that have legs, and I really could use a pair of legs. So we'll just do, I feel like 13s are better, but relax this guy. Wow, there's actually not a lot of keys listed right now. Okay, 13s. Yeah, I think I've already have these here. So we can do 12s or whatever. Here we go. I don't really, it doesn't matter to me what key level we do. I just want leather people if possible. I'm not looking for IO. What level are you in Delves? Not very high. I did Delves the first week, and I'm pretty sure that's it. Keys have been going interestingly heavy. That was a good rant. I feel like I like that rant. I thought it was a good rant, no? That was a good rant. I like that rant. You could leather funnel me? Oh, if you want. I'm not that stressed about it. But like my ping is just spiking throughout the day today, so I don't feel comfortable doing Guardian Druids. You just buy hero legs. I'm not even close to that. How do I check my Delver's journey? Will I fall behind on the Guardian Druid today? Unfortunately, probably yes. Is that okay? Yeah. I'll catch up. 18s are still challenging enough that if I'm playing with ping that is randomly spiked, it's like my exit lag isn't on. It feels like my exit lag is not on today, but sometimes it's just like that. Well, we're in a 12. You want to come heal it? If you would like to, Meyer, you're more than welcome to. Mr. Meyer Zeba. I don't actually know you that well, but if you're listening to stream, if you want... Oh, they're going to take that priest in a second. I may have healer... Would you like to go? Oh, they took the priest. I knew they would. That priest was very qualified for this. Zalatath. Is this a holy priest? Interesting. Interesting. Press J. Delver's Journey? Info. Where's Delver's Journey? How do I check Delver? This is, wait, J? Lixer. Oh, that's you, Lixer? I had no idea. Oh, Shift J. That's what you mean. Traveler's Log here. Journeys. Delve Season 1. I am this. This is not close. It's not looking good for me. It's a little rough. It's not looking great. Yeah. It's not close. It's Expand on cat boost. I have no idea. This is from a long time ago. I don't remember where this was, honestly. All right. Elixir, I had no idea that was you, actually. Didn't you heal a 17 that we were supposed to time and then we didn't time for some reason? Oh, it was the Seed of the Triumvirate where I was playing Apex. You remember that? Oh, I was doing big boy damn that key. I remember this. No, it was a Magister's Terrace. We were in a Magister's Terrace with a Toxic Warrior and also my Druid damage. Remember that key? This was an example, by the way. So ping matters so much for damage because if I did that same key right now, I'd have like 40k less DPS. There. Yeah. If I ended up doing the same exact key, I would just be like in misery right now. Yep. That was a good key. I remember that. You running Bruno? I'm just crest farming. I want as an option though. Kira said ping doesn't matter. Most don't agree. Spell queuing is the biggest thing. Input lag is a big deal. So right now I'm at like 300 ping. Is it playable? Of course. Am I going to lose a few globals? Absolutely. Are communities still a thing or have they fizzled out? I feel like they've mostly fizzled out, to be honest. I don't see a lot of people using communities that much anymore in WoW. But I'm not 1000% certain about this. Let me check my email, by the way, to see if any issues have been resolved. I have a feeling I have to wait until they're very awake now. Can I ask the people who are listening what ping where it becomes fine? Is it like, no. I always play, by the way, with about 200 ping. 200 is normal. The ping was not the issue today. The ping was not the problem. There was an input lag that was much more than normal. So there was like a whole second GCD delay, and it caught me a few times on my Guardian Druid. I would go shift out, I would shift into bear form, and I simply would not, like the shift would just not cast. So a few times I was caught unawares. There was just like, it's not the ping. I always play with higher ping. That's normal, right? That's just the result of playing from Asia on NA servers. The issue is not the ping. It was actually specifically the... Yeah, what's the fastest way to level 70 to 80? 70 to 80? I have no idea, actually. No clue. Woji. I'm assuming dungeon spam, right? I'm assuming it's dungeon spam, probably. I think so. Where does the name of this character derive from? Oh, I could see where you would think, see Steamroller, that it is Saiyan. But actually, take out the N of my name. Take out the N. Remove the N from my name and look at it. Close. Close. Read it without the N. I think we can probably double chain, right? Oh, my healer is immediately terrified. My Brewmaster is actually pretty tanky. It's Jiraiya from Naruto. Yeah, it's Jiraiya. That's the inspiration behind this name. All right, so first one, I was going to Tiger's Lust the next set. I don't think I Tiger's Lust this one. I Tiger's Lust the next set. Ring of Peace. Not those guys. I'll Ring of Peace the far one. Oh, my DK gripped it as I Ring of Peace. That was a funny interaction. Nice. Good job. Good pull. Beautiful. Nice job. Kill this caster first, I think. Don't chain in early. Do. Wow. A good Holy Priest. Nice. But yeah. Most of my characters actually had anime reference names, by the way. However... I think that I will rename my monk, probably. If I'm going to play my monk, I feel like I want consistency across my names. And so I'm probably just going to do a Woo Monk, most likely. Or something like this. I don't know. I'd come up with something. Is it a Woo Brew? Is it a Woo Monk? Is it a Woo Unk? Is it a Woo... I think a Woo Unk because I'm old now. Maybe that's the one. Oh, that's a good name. Oh, I just realized. Yeah. Just take out the M. Like a Woo Unk. Yeah. A Woo Wee Wah Monk? Nah. I don't need to Fort Brew this. Oruria? Actually, a good name. It kind of is a good name, isn't it? It just represents my age now that I'm old. Yeah. Not a bad name, huh? Woo Brew kind of eats. Do I raid? What's up, Velenita? No, I really am not a huge fan of raiding. It's kind of one of those things where it's like, man, if I really need a particular item, then yeah. Do you have a rep pally called I'm Back? No. I can't say that I do. In fact, can't say I do. Cannot say I do have this rep pally. But actually, if I was going to play a character this season, it would be a rep pally. It's probably the DPS that I wish that I had this, though. A Brew-woo? I don't know about Brew-woo. What about a Woo Lung? Oh, champions. Bad idea. Don't roll out. Forgot the champions were in this poll for a second. I was vibing. I was too busy vibing. In fact, the champions are in this poll, so they're gonna bleed me here, and I'm gonna take that bleed because I can't let the little ones hit the boss, and that is more of an impact. So we're just gonna go a little bit like this, a little bit like that, and bam, a Woo Lung tea. Where does the lung come from? Out of curiosity. What's the lung reference for monk? I don't understand why the lung would be part of it. Fistawoo? The problem with Freddy USA, I hear the thought process. Okay? Listen, no, Freddy, let's just pause a moment. Can you hear it as you say it? You see, I'm an innocent little soul. So, Freddy, I don't think I could call myself Fistawoo. It's got some interactions, let's say, that you can see the potential problem if I were to name a character. You could just see where that could be misinterpreted, potentially. You know, if there's one thing I've learned online, it's that if I name my character Fistawoo, I am inviting a certain level of I may gain a different audience. That's true. Let's call it like that. Yeah, I could. Yeah, I actually do. That was his name. I remember that though. Yeah, Fist of Wu will get so much clout. Or because I'm bad at Brewmaster, what if actually I already forgot his name? That's unfortunate. Who was the guy who came in here earlier and started the rants? He said something really negative. What was his name? Do you guys remember his name? I don't remember his name. Unfortunately, he didn't have a second comment, so I've already forgotten his name. Or maybe he's right. Maybe I'm just washed up. Maybe I'm bad at the game. So maybe I should keep my monk completely separate, right? Maybe I shouldn't actually name my monk a woo, because what if I name my monk a woo, but then I go throw a bunch of keys? Like my guardian very rarely throws keys, right? But that's why I'm fine if everybody knows it's me. But right now I have a certain level of anonymity. I've got the benefit of the fact that nobody knows that Jorian is my monk. So if I, for example, were to join a key as a brewmaster and die on the first pull, well, it's not tied to me. So what if I didn't rename myself and I just kept it nice and, you know what I mean? There's a certain value in anonymity. What if I want to be a anonymity? What if I want to be truly anonymity? You see? Seen him shift out of that. That happened once. One time, although I'm pretty sure that pug warrior will never forgive me. That's one of those moments that will live in his head rent-free, and he will basically never invite a Guardian Druid ever again because of that noob. Furiously. You know, if somebody was going to perform these actions Lyran in, I can tell you that, you know, based on my extreme, complete non-experience with the subject, I would not want them to be furious. I would want them to be cool, calm, and collected. So, something to consider. I'm almost hesitant to open YouTube chat right now and just see if anybody has commented, because goddamn, if you're watching on YouTube, you are probably very confused by this conversation. Imagine that you can't actually see the Twitch chat and you're just listening to this and you're just like, yeah, there you go. There it is. There's the comment that I was thinking would happen. All right. Yep, that checks out. General Dopeness just subscribed with Prime. Yo, thank you for the Prime sub. Yep, there it is. Heavy. Pervert son. Yep. That's right. That's me. That's me. I didn't choose the pervert life. It chose me. I don't know what I would rename. I think not only would I need to rename, I would probably also need to server transfer. There are a few things about it, though. I would say my monk potentially feels better than my druid right now in terms of pure input lag today. So maybe it is a partial server issue. Like my druid is on Nagrand, which is an OCE realm. My evoker, however, tends to have very large ping issues. And so I'm curious, maybe it's actually better to keep my monk not on Frostmourne. Nagrand seems to work pretty well for me, but Frostmourne seems to have like pretty massive issues, in fact. So maybe I shouldn't actually just transfer my monk around too much. Maybe that actually would be problematic. I'm not sure. I'll have to think about it, though. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of strong names. There's a lot of strong names. I feel like people have been giving some pretty good suggestions today, for sure. There have been some solid suggestions. I've heard your feedback, and I shall consider the name change. Fair enough. Maybe you should also monitor at what time you get up and what's the first time. I don't know how to optimize the exit lag to the degree that it doesn't happen. All I can tell you is that it was pretty frustrating earlier, because it's just like sometimes it really sucks when it's like, even though I'm mentally there and I'm checked in, we just can't do the key. Like as a tank player, if I was a DPS, for example, like at the very least, you know, like the worst thing that happens is I just do really bad damage for that key. But as a tank player, you know, it's so punishing to have miss globals and stuff. Like, you just die. Like, the run's just over. And then you become so focused on your survivability that you you start missing your kicks and your CC. And I mean, if you're pushing into those sort of 18, potential of 19, it's really, I mean, it very much is quite difficult, right? Someone came in my stream the other day and asked if I was using the Apex talents on your Boomy. And, well, Awu doesn't. And I said, wait, that happens? Really crazy? That's wild. Yeah. Yep. That's really funny. All right, I'm going to read that out loud for the class because that's actually kind of hilarious. All right. So you're saying somebody came into your stream while you were playing the Boom Chicken, not the Guardian Druid, but the Boom Chicken. And they said, why are you using the Apex talents? And you go, because they're good. And they said, but Owu doesn't. It's like, I never played Boomy before. Yeah, do I also recommend? No. Oh, no. Oh, no. My reputation's being dragged through the mud. Oh, no. Yep. Oh, no. This is it. This is the end of Owu's reputation. I guess, like I said, that guy earlier, maybe he's right. Maybe I'm just a plus 13 gamer. Maybe this is the life. Maybe I'll never break out of the plus 12. Yep, it could be. That could be me now. Yep. We should just actually, I just play no Apex for all the specs in World of Warcraft. No Apex Brewmaster as well. Yeah. Can't play Apex. I'm just on strike against Apex talents in general, which, to be honest, I don't even feel like that's that much of a cook. What the average skill will be for 3,400. 3,400 is what, like 16 Resil? I think 3,400 is like almost 16 Resil. It's just shy of having all 16s. I think it's like all 15s and maybe all... Is it all 16s or like most 16s or something like that? Well, I was pretty surprised. We were saying earlier that I was like Prot Warrior I thought was still playing only 1 out of 4 Apex, but apparently half the Prot Warriors are still playing now 4 out of 4. I don't know what the difference is there. At a valid point, though, you get more crests out of a 14 than a 13. Do you? No, you don't. You get more... 12 is the highest amount of crests you get, is it not? Am I wrong about this? Did they make a change that I'm not aware of? I thought 12 was the highest you could get. Oh, that's 2 there. Okay, so I'm going to forward brew this. Yeah, 12 is the cap. I was about to say. I actually would be kind of, no joke, because right now there's a problem with crests. They increased the cap to 100 per week, right? But the problem is they never actually gave you more crests for completion. In fact, they reduced it. So you only get, I think for this timed, every time 12 is 16 crests. You have to do an extra key now per week, but it's actually 2 extra keys because you also do 12s just to get your heroic crest too, probably. That's actually problematic. There's a small issue, actually, with crests right now, especially on alts. Like, it feels kind of miserable, in my opinion, right now. I wish that they gave a better catch-up system for crests, because it feels pretty bad, I think, right now, to, like, be, try to gear alts. Like, I have to farm out, it's week, what is it, 4 now of the season? And we're already having to farm out 1,000 crests, technically, to get caught up. That's insane. But it also makes me wonder something else. What is the pacing this season? Out of curiosity, when is the actual next season starting? Because I was under the impression that we were still having 6-month seasons. Curls for the girls. Good name. We did biceps yesterday. We'll do some more shoulders today, actually. I don't mind. So, out of curiosity, when is season 2 coming out? They have not announced this, correct? Because the 0.5 patch is coming much faster than normal. And then people were hypothesizing that the 0.7 patch would be 8 weeks from the 0.5 patch. I thought it was going to be a 6-month cadence. Like, it seemed to me that it was going to be basically a 6-month cadence. I thought that made sense, right? However, I'm not actually sure if that is now true. Like maybe it is not a 6-month cadence, maybe it's a 5-month cadence. Do you think they're going to try to speed it up a little bit because it's an 18-month expansion basically means season 1 6 months, season 2 6 months, season 3 6 months. So like, or 5.5 at least. I don't think it would be a problematic thing, but I also am super happy that they finally listened to the point of like, you need to put something, and they put the 3,400 achievement. Massive, by the way. This was excellent. I'm so glad that they did that. I thought that that could have been really problematic, actually. If they did not put that in, I feel like this could have been rough. Yeah, I think you're right, Dead Zombie, for what it's worth. I do think that you're right about this. Okay, let's pull this in here, and then I'm going to show him something. We're doing in a 12, but we do have a Warlock Gateway, so we can pull this, and then we'll do a little Warlock action here. I feel like if they were going to stick with the seasonal format... Let me make sure I get my kick on this pack, and then I will totally read that comment. Nelsilly, what's up? Do you know how to see if you have aggro with your Platinator profile? It should flash yellow. You should be able to... It should... If you're losing aggro, the transition is orange, and then... Or sorry, the transition is yellow, and then if you've lost aggro, it's orange. If that is not showing up for you, I will show you. Lockgate? Or Shroud? Or Shroud. You can also Shroud this, by the way. But actually, can I teach him something? That's not showing up. Let me fix that for you, because sometimes it just gets turned around a little bit, though. Here we go. You can Lockgate up here if he knows how to do it. Nice. He does know how to do it. I had a feeling, actually, that that would work. Is it yellow or is it orange? Addison. Addison. Was he in here? Okay, wait. Hold up. Do we have cooldowns? He is Divine Hymn. Let's take this corner pack now, then. This is a... You're probably going to have to skip this in higher keys, and I think that's tough. I don't like having to skip things on bosses, especially bosses like this. But I definitely like letting the healer use cooldowns here so that they can have for the boss. No, that's a lurking. I see, I see. Gotcha, gotcha. Remember we started playing at the end of Feb? It's been... But that doesn't count, though. I mean, the season only started March 24th. I don't think you count expansion launch for season start. The season literally started on March 24th. You know what I mean? I don't think you can count that. I don't think that you consider season 1 starting basically on end of February. February 26th was early access. God, that feels like forever ago. Wait, was it really? That's not even that long ago. Why does it feel like this season has already been out for a... Wait a second, am I the only one who feels like that? Is it just my brain, or like what's happening here? Wait a second. That doesn't... Hold up, I feel like I'm missing something. Why does it feel like this season has actually... Why do I feel like I've already been playing it for several months? I mean, I did spend months on beta, I suppose. That's fair. I did do that. That's a fair point. It's like 5 to 6 weeks in the season. I don't think that I count the before the actual content came out, though. Also on Brewmaster, what do you think the second best trinket is? If you actually play Brewmaster, I mean, I'm not that burned because I like streaming. Like, I can at least stream and chat with people and stuff, but we'll see. Is the lag you jump back? I don't know. I think that this morning, I would say that a skill I could work on in my life would be handling unexpected things coming up. I occasionally think to myself, I have a routine, and I am a very routine-oriented person. I like sticking to my routine. If there is a plan, then we stick to the plan. But recently, this morning, things did not go according to plan. So I really feel like I probably could have handled it better. Although, I'm also hard on myself, so I also could have handled it worse, I suppose, as a way of looking at it. I thought you practice... Yeah, You would think that I learned that skill back in middle school, Drabsy, but unfortunately I never went to middle school. So I didn't get to learn like the other boys did. And Turbo Boost is already knocking at our doors. Yes. Now, a good question, by the way, out of curiosity. Could anybody explain to me exactly what's happening on the 0.5 patch? 0.5 patch comes out not this, like, soon. Is it next week or the week? Is it 2 weeks after, right? Yeah, 18s, I feel like they're pretty good, Twavis. But when you get Brazil 18, hit me up because I'd be happy to. I don't know if you were listening to stream today, Twavis, but unfortunately, my good old Guardian Druid was having some ping problems. Although I actually feel pretty good right now. To be honest, I no longer... The ping, it feels like it's settled. So maybe I could play Guardian, though. What happened? Just, we were doing some keys, like, I was having, like, massive lag spikes, so I died a few times. Yeah. My goal this week will be Brazil 18. Excuse me, is there a mosquito on here? Whoops. But that's why we're kind of just crest farming on the Brewmaster, even though it's first day of the week. Okay, so hold up. Somebody fill me in that knows more than I do. Next week is the 0.5 patch, yeah? Yeah, it's 1 week from now. We got 0.5 patch. And also, Heavy, you said, you got Heart of Wind on Mythic on my bears. I guess the only choice. Yeah, I like Heart of the Wind. That's what I've been using. I think it's a very decent trinket, though. Okay, it's just the extra gear. Okay, so you have the mount coming for the reward. But there's no turbo boost. Like, you don't get your extra bonus roll next week, right? That would be too soon. That's coming in the 0.7 patch. Am I correct on this? Is bonus rolls coming next week, or are they coming 8 weeks from now? You do get it next week. Okay. I was a little bit confused. How do the bonus rolls work? We are getting the extra roll. How exactly do they work? I've just realized my rogue's transmog. Yeah, I also just caught that, Turok. We are people of culture, indeed. You get an extra roll on +10 or higher. So when you do a key, you get to have a bonus roll, but the guaranteed myth gear is random. Correct? So you get myth track gear 100%. Is this correct? So the bonus roll that you get will guarantee a myth track item, but you have no control over what that myth track item is. As in, it could be a ring that you don't want. It could be a trinket that you don't want. You have to decide what dungeon to send it on. And you get a guaranteed item, and then it gets removed down the list. And you get one bonus roll every 2 weeks? And each item is rolled. Okay, but you get one bonus roll every 2 weeks? Okay, so the thing is that you could get something that you really don't want. Is that correct? So hold up. You're going to have to make a decision then about where you spend your bonus roll. So, for example... You get 2 bonus rolls per week. But if you're using it from Mythic Plus, and if you use it from Raid... Okay, so let's say that you want a Raid item as an example. If you wanted a Raid item... Am I hitting this? Looks like I'm hitting that. Okay, all right. Let's go to the next start, though. Okay, I say Borns. Help me out here, because I actually don't really understand the system. If you use it in a Raid... but you use it in a heroic raid, do you still get myth item? That's my question. If used in heroic raid, do you get myth item, yes or no? Dell's Mythic Plus costs 1. Okay. So you would have to kill a boss on Mythic in order to access the item you wanted. Raid is a fully upgraded hero item, but not Mythic. I wasted Apex, it's fine. Bonus roll value is taken from the Great Vault reward. So, forgive the stupidity in my questions. I might still not be understanding this correctly. It doesn't seem like I am. If you bonus roll, do you also get great? This is completely separate from Great Vault. As in, next week, I'm going to have 2 roles to use in keys. Wait a second. So you're saying that next week I get a guaranteed 2 myth tracks worth of items? Like, I guarantee myself double myth track next week? That's kind of insane, though. That's big value, no? Yes? Wait a second. Double myth track next week? Isn't that kind of a lot? Wait a second. But I don't know if I get the item that I want. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, I might not get an item that I actually want, but 3 if you take. That doesn't sound right. Yeah, like, you get 2 pants? I was about to say, well, we'll see. Did he actually get... Oh, wait. Oh, I got so debated. I was like, he got the pants. It's warbound. That's tough. I was actually so excited. Yeah, I was debated just now because I could really use this on my monk. That was a little bit of debate. Do I need this neck piece for anything? In 2 weeks, you'll have Vault plus Craft plus 2 bonus roll mythic items. 2 guaranteed myth track items every 2 weeks is a lot. Are you sure that's how it works? The item level doesn't go up, but so you're definitely... Yeah, I feel like that might not be a bad idea, Fiase, to save your roll until somebody confirms or denies. I think it's rather a chance to. That's what I thought it was, Peter Payne. 2 myth track items per week. Not every week, per other week. How are we getting to? So the bonus roll system comes in the 0.5 pack. Okay, players can earn 2 Nebulous Void Cores bonus rolls every week for Gold, Marl, or Veteran Crest. Raid items cost 2 bonus rolls. Mythic Plus. But the bonus roll, I thought it was a chance, not a guarantee. So if you're saying it's a guarantee, yeah, so you'll have to decide what dungeon to use it on. I would imagine that my Druid is going to want to use it because I don't need a trinket. I would want to use it in Nexus Point in case I get one of the rings. So my Druid is probably going to decide to use it here. Most likely. This is because there's less chance of a trinket that I don't want. I could go into Feral Loot Spec, and it would almost guaranteed to get a mythic. The item you get is probably going to be precisely what you don't need. So you would have to choose what dungeon to use it on, though. Is it random? It won't be 289. No way. No way it comes at 289. It definitely will be 272. Eventually, yeah, but like we're talking right now, though. So wait. Okay, let me clarify this because it will actually determine what I craft this week. Because I could craft a belt then instead of a back piece if I know I'm going to be using it here. You can't get items you already have, though. I don't know if it's immediately. Bonus roll is guaranteed. Whoa, that's wild. So, okay, if we're on the same page, let's put this into practice. Next week, let's put this in practice, okay? Next week, I go in to a Nexus Point Zenus. I time that key on a plus 10 or higher. And you are saying that I basically am guaranteed to get one of these items on Myth Track. Is this correct? What? Is that not kind of insane? So I'm guaranteed to get chest back, but so if I was going to plan that I might get like the back piece here and I don't want the back piece, but let's say I was to get the back piece. That's insane. So you're just but if you game that properly, you can actually get 289 item level then if you're not raiding. Well, hold on. I'm not upset about this because I don't raid. I'm super okay with this. Yeah, I was about to say, like, I'm very okay. For me, as a Mythic Plus player, I'm okay with that. I won't ever get my Mythic Raid trinket, but, like, I'll never have to think about Myth gear again, pretty much. I don't mind that. The hardest part about not raiding is the fact that you sometimes just get stiffed by your vault, and you actually don't have Mythic track items. Well, I have on my Druid, Woji. Right now on my Druid, I have a bunch of Mythic crests that I can't use because I didn't get a vault on the first week. I missed a vault on the druid, so basically I'm sitting at like 100 extra mythic crests. So if I know for a fact I will not downgrade, then I was gonna downgrade some mythic crests this week. I'm glad I didn't do that. Whoa, that's kind of a wild system though. That's kind of interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. That is very interesting. Whoa, okay. Yeah, you won't be able to cap those mythic items for a long time. Like you're still gonna have a very extended gearing track, like 100%. But for what it's worth, at least you'll get them as a Mythic Plus player. Super happy. What dungeon would I use it on? The loot chance to get Mythic gear from high keys before they took it out of the system. Oof, turbo geared. Okay, so the question is then, what dungeon should you use that on? I think Nexus is definitely the play. You got haste versus boots, haste versus gloves, which you'll catalyze. You'll catalyze these. You get the rings are probably bis for Guardian Druid, I think top end. Unless you can get Eye of Midnight, which obviously would be better, but I'm not going to be raiding for Eye of Midnight. So you would want to basically, this is definitely the play. If you don't have Mythic chest or hands, which I do not, I got a Mythic headpiece, so this doesn't drop head. Interesting. On top of the bonus, you'll be able to update to, wait, that doesn't come with a 0.5 patch though, right? Like, what do you mean? I say Borns, that doesn't come with 0.5, does it? The 298? How to get that item? You have to, what? What? You may have to change your loot spec to remove some, exactly, that's important. So, it does? Guys, I am so out of the loop. Holy shit. So I, for example, wouldn't spec Resto because Resto comes with a weapon and also this trinket that I don't want. That sounds like it'd be time gate. They should time gate that. Too much all at once. I don't know, but that's crazy. Okay, so the idea is that I'm immediately thinking that Nexus is the right play because otherwise, like if you go Windrunner Spire, you could definitely don't want these trinkets, but also you have to consider if you don't want like this weapon. Nexus is the only dungeon for Guardian that I think I want every one of these items, so I won't feel bad if I get any of them. Unless I craft a cloak this week, in which case I would feel bad. But if I don't craft cloak, every one of these is good. So what other dungeons would you have? See, I don't need this. I already crafted Riss. It would be Nexus. You definitely use Nexus. Nexus is a perfect loot pool to use that trinket, the token on. Yeah, you wouldn't do this. You wouldn't go Pit of Sauron because I don't want a lot of these items. It's definitely use it on Nexus for Guardian. Okay. You would have to actually determine because some people will have already like Mythic chest or hands from vaults and therefore you wouldn't want to use it here. Interesting though. Max craft will go by 10 items. Don't have to recraft, just apply it. That's kind of a nice little quality of life. I don't mind that part of things. Interesting. Yeah, so I would use it for sure. I'm going Nexus. That's definitely where I'm going to use mine because these rings, I'm assuming I'm going to play long term. Very interesting. Okay. Very, very, very interesting. I got to look this up and maybe confirm some of this, but that is actually kind of fascinating. Either way, I'm still benefiting from just farming crests out right now. Like if I could just farm up some more crests, then I'll be able to play brew when I do decide to play brew, right? My ping, by the way, feels as though it has stabilized. I don't know if I want to hop on the Druid and do some 18s. I would need to get my Skyreach back up, first of all, and then I would need to see if there are any people doing keys right now. But I don't know how comfortable I feel playing 18s on the Druid when I am unsure about my ping, to say the least. I think I just keep doing some crest farm on the Druid, on the Brewmaster, rather. That seems like a good idea. Okay. So the bonus roll in Pandaria worked per kill. Maybe you need to run Nexus twice for each. Well, that's fine, though, but that doesn't matter, though. But yeah, that doesn't matter, though. Seat has so many tier items. The problem with Seat is Seat would not be a bad idea to use as well for Guardian. But the issue is that I already got a Mythic headpiece, so I don't want this. The neck piece, I mean, it's not bad. Like, if you get this, it's all upgrades here. But then these rings are not the set I'm using. And then this trinket would be fine. So this would be another good option. The chest piece I wouldn't mind for a little bit extra leech or whatever. Shadow damage is not bad. But, you bank bonus rolls as a catcher for alts. So I also have to do the Void Core quest line this week, right? That's also something that I have to do in order to get it, though. What are the stats for Guardian? Guardian can actually, is of all the 10, like, Brewmaster has specific stats, Deons. Brewmaster is like, look, I really want crit, and I really want haste. Or, sorry, goddamn. I really don't want haste. Don't listen to me. I'm tired. I really want crit. I really want verse. Guardian is just basically haste and whatever. You could play Haste Mastery, you'd be fine. You could play Haste Verse, you'd be fine. You could play some crit, you'd be fine. You could play less haste and more crit, you'd be fine. Guardian is very, very friendly in terms of secondary stats. You don't have to hyper optimize your secondary. They're very flexible, yeah. Like, let's say you're playing Guardian and Resto, or Guardian and Feral. You gear for Feral or Resto, and then just play Guardian. You know what I mean? You literally just basically just want to go, you gear for the thing that isn't Guardian, then you play Guardian, and you're fine. At the very, very high end, you still live one taps with pre-frenzied regen. So I could take my Resto and get a 2. Yeah, well, when I'm playing my Druid right now, I'm playing both Resto and Guardian. So I am, for example, using the Guardian. I'm using just a heroic weapon. Same thing I would do on Brewmaster if I decide to craft a weapon. If I craft a weapon for Brewmaster, I'll just use a 276 weapon, which would be sad. I've tanked it. Heart of the Wind works for everything, Dion's. That's one of the best things. This trinket right now, one of the best parts about trinkets this season, it feels so good to me that has agility, intellect, and strength on it, so that if I get this on my Druid, it also works for Resto. It would also work if I really wanted to use it for Boomy, although it might not be optimal. Like, I like the fact that this trinket works for everything, and I happen to get Allen Seer early, which also works for everything, so I'm good on trinkets, although I know that for Boomy, I'm probably going to eventually want some raid trinkets, and that feels bad. If there is a particular raid trinket that is like so good, right, like that feels really bad. Allen Seer being one of them, and the other one is I'm pretty sure most people are still really craving the Eye. Yeah. The Velagor's Final Stare. Yeah, this one I think is just such a powerful on-use for int users that they really, really want it. As far as I know, this trinket is like such giga value. Because that amount of mastery is very high for burst and keys. So, yeah, even some healers, you can use it for different ramps and stuff. But my Resto is not bad. The only thing I'm missing for Resto Druid is a weapon. Otherwise, my stats for Resto, I'm decent for Resto Druid right now. The hard part for me would be if I want to play Brewmaster and Mistweaver. Then I have to make gearing choices that I'm not so sure about. Because Brewmaster is heavy crit verse, right? That you kind of want to avoid haste, and Mistweaver is heavy haste. So that's a problem, because like, if I craft something and I want to use it for both specs, I'm just like, oh man, like, you could make it work, but if I really wanted to play both at a high enough level, I can't optimize for both Brewmaster and Mistweaver. I have to open my vault as one or the other. And for Brewmaster, I found this in my vault. Great trinket for Brewmaster. Great trinket. Love this trinket. Good trinket for Brew. But obviously it doesn't have intellect on it. So when I play Mistweaver, I now no longer have this. And it's like, better to use if time, just level another one to Brew. No. Definitely not him. If you are hyper serious and competitive, I suppose you could do that. But honestly, I could not imagine trying to level 2 monks so that one could be Mistweaver and one could be Brewmaster. There's a level that just is like, I mean, if you're really pushing, I suppose you could do it. It's not needed. Like, let's say, for example, I decide to fully gear this guy as a Brewmaster. And, what's up, Skizia? Fox, just for a minute while I explain, no problem. Yeah, I mean, the time investment, like, unless you're a very high-end raider and you need several of the same thing, it's really tough to ask that because, so, here's what I do, right? If you have a weapon, you can get a heroic weapon at 276. It will be 10 item levels less, give or take, than your crafted weapon or your mythic weapon, but it's fine. Like, you can, for example, if I want to play Mistweaver, I'll just put on my intellect staff from a key that I get. So I'll use this one right here. Done. This is what I do on my Druid for Resto. My trinkets will maybe carry over, maybe not. My Druid does. And then my leg enchant is the only thing. For Monk, it's going to be a little bit harder. Maybe what I would do is just farm out some different rings. So, for example, I could get my crit. Yeah, the biggest is no 2-handed haste crit into weapon. That one is a problem for... I think Brewmaster and Mistweaver are kind of hard to gear both at the same time. I could totally see that one being like a little bit tough. Yeah, that one's going to be a little bit rough, I think, in my opinion. About how to optimize for both. I might just be a time thing. I might just say I'm going to commit to Brewmaster, and then a month a month from now, I could just, for example, get something else. You know what I mean? I think that I just have to do that. The question still is, though, what do I craft? A leech belt, veteran. What do I end up crafting, though? That's the question, Wiz. Let me go get a snack real quick. I will be just right back, and then we'll do some more stuff. You could do Bountiful Delve. I need to figure out the Void Core stuff. Yeah, I'll learn eventually. All right, let me just be right back super quick. I'm going to go get a snack and say hello to someone. Okay, be right back. And then I'm down for crest farming keys if anybody wants to do some. What's up, Rob? Okay, so here's the question. We can ride and chat. Yo, what's up, Bear? Hey, Bear. Ping seems to be pretty stable. Kind of. It appears to me that I am not missing too many global. The input lag is not nearly as bad as it was. Should I hop over to the Guardian Druid and try some bigger keys? Or should I just do 12, 14 spam on Brewmaster? It's one or the other. I cannot spam on many other tanks right now. Like, basically, it is either Brewmaster or Guardian Druid as of today. For this week, I'm going to try really hard to focus on just those two things. And also, I owe another shoulder press too. We had extra bits from earlier. And so, as courtesy of the person who already went to bed, let's do it. Try out Bear and see how it is. Sends it on the Druid. I could do either. I don't mind even sending a little poll. I'm down to try. Like, I'll start with my Resil set. I'll do my key first and see how it feels. I would do my 17 first, because then I don't feel bad about breaking it, right? Because it'd be my 17 as Resil. If I was gonna do Druid here, poll, quick poll. All right. What next? Right? Try Druid Keys or Brewmaster Crest Farm. Down for either. You guys tell me what you think. I'm going to do a set of shoulders because I owe some. Have I tried Wrestle Druid? Actually, I was thinking I could try Wrestle Druid in the 17 Skyreach if I wanted to. Every key, I have played Wrestle Druid in half the 17s. I think I have a 16 Skyreach done, but not 17. So could play that too. Boulder shoulder workout. Let's go. And then we'll sit back down. Nice third set today. Remember, I've got to get my workout at home in today because the gym is still closed. It's still the Thai New Year. These are fairly heavy lateral raises. Okay. Okay, good set. And then let's take this down. I'm done with the standing desk. We got some exercises. Good. Is anybody here right now that was here in our conversation earlier when I was in the Windrunner Spire? When we were talking about how, okay, I have recently been taking those clips from stream and then posting them as YouTube videos. I'm not big enough to have a second channel where I post like clips from stream. So I've just been posting them as YouTube videos. Do you think it's a problem to just take a video like that and kind of clickbait it even out of curiosity? Like, I don't know what I title it though, is the thing. Let's take a 14. Let me see what the try Druid Keys. Caesar actually wants me to maybe just do a 14 Pit of Sauron. I don't mind doing that for Caesar real fast. Sure. We can quickly do a Pit of Sauron and then we'll do maybe try Druid Key after though. Just remember, she can't go too far with it. So here's basically, you could title it clickbait. I feel like I don't actually know always how to title things. So part of me was thinking that I could, for example, do, how to say, what would I title that video? World of Warcraft is too competitive? World of Warcraft is what do we think? Video would get I think it's an important basis. It needs focus. I enjoyed that conversation, but sometimes I don't know what to title it because it's not like it's a guide video or it's not like this, but I think I've really enjoyed posting them, even if they're not as like popular. Make them YouTube shorts. That is their purpose. Well, that conversation requires context, in my opinion. I can't make that one a short because it's not It's a long form discussion. It's a long form discussion about what's the length for a YouTube short? 60 seconds. You know what I mean? Such an epic tank. It does feel it's a vibe tank right now, Selwyn. It just feels like super chill. Monk tank feels really chill right now though. Yeah, YouTube shorts have to be really short. Speaking of which, I should actually upload one today. I've been doing pretty good about uploading one a day. Another thing though, what's the topic? How would you describe this problem maybe WoW's undoing? That's that's clickbait. Like that is clickbait. I think it should just be, I'm not sure. That's a strong title. But I did one that was like the problem with retail World of Warcraft. Like that's one, right? I need to go back and rewatch it and even just think about what the title should be. I don't even know. I'm not even thinking about that. Oh, why is it still 14,000 gold for a chest enchant, bro? I would watch a full video. I don't know how I'll do for reach and stuff. That's kind of what I'm thinking, big boy. Oh, no! I already bought this? Rest in peace, me. Just wasting gold. I didn't know I already had made this choice to buy it. There you go. My bad. It was sitting in my mailbox. Oops. Okay. What was this? Pit of Sauron? Let's go. It's me, but in real life. Whoops. We had a good conversation, Kitty. It was basically... I don't know how to... I need to rewatch it. You guys know, I don't plan any of this. So, for example, I have zero plan, though. Couldn't fit the entire message. What's up, Trippy? I'm a new player. I want to try tanking. I don't have much experience with dungeons or raids, and to be honest, I'm kind of anxious when it comes to tanking because of the knowledge required. Any advice? That's exactly what we were talking about earlier. I do have a ton of advice. There are two big things that you should know as a tank player. Okay? You ready for this? There's just a fact. Like, as you learn how to tank in World of Warcraft, there are two big things that you actually need to know. Okay? There are so many tips and tricks that I have for you. Let me get my thoughts together for a second because I'm a little bit all over the place. Okay, Trippy. Let me buff up. Okay. Yeah, I'll make this a YouTube short right now, for example, okay? All right, let's go. Let's put it like this, okay? Let's do it like this. Okay, I got it. I'm going to wait for this to come down, but basically like this. There are so many things that I would like to teach you about tanking, but the truth is, if you are just getting into it, I feel like there are two important things more than anything else. And those two things are this. Number one, you are going to brick some keys. That is okay. Do not expect perfection out of yourself because it is a recipe for disaster. Number two, try and find people to play with because the toxicity as a new tank player in World of Warcraft is ridiculous. It is very difficult to contend with learning a new role in game while people are yelling at you and not giving you permission to learn. Those are the two most important things I could give you, although let's have a conversation about all of the other things that will help your gameplay. But I still think that those two are the most important. If I had to just pick two things, Trippy, it would be that. But I think that the biggest thing is just you are going to brick some keys. And you know what? That's fine. Like, that's the thing that no one really talks about, is that actually speaking, it's okay that you're not going to get it right. That's, to me, the biggest thing that people just don't understand about tanking right now, is the idea that, you know what? Yeah, it's actually not going to go perfect because you're new at this. And there's a lot of pressure on tanks to perform extremely well. And it's totally fine if you end up making a mistake. Like that happens. I think that that is probably the biggest thing, because people who tell me they have a lot of tank anxiety, I can't solve the community's perception on tanks. I cannot prevent people from yelling at you. I cannot prevent the toxicity that you are certainly going to encounter. But I could at the very least give you permission to mess up, because you will. And that's fine. It just feels way more punishing when you mess up as a tank. Like, that's one of the things about tanking that just feels like, man, if you mess up as a DPS, you know, you do a little bit less damage. But if you mess up as a tank player, GG's. You will remember that forever. You know what's really funny about this topic? I've been tanking for a long time, and I really don't take things personally, but this even happens to me. And you want to know the best example of this? Zinnia came to say hi earlier. I don't know if they are currently still here. They have a funny habit of always showing up at exactly the right moment. But I don't know if Zinnia is still here. I am not somebody who takes things very personally in World of Warcraft. I think I have a pretty healthy relationship with the fact that this is a game and I play it as a game. But you know what? I did a single, like, it was a Resil 16 cavern. I think it was week 1 or was it week 2? I'm not really sure. I don't remember that well. But I did a single key with Zinnia. Holy Priest, great player. We gamed for like an hour. It didn't go well. There was a few mistakes. I made a few mistakes. Other people made a few mistakes. And you know what? I remember that. It was an hour out of my day weeks ago. And it's all I think about. I don't think, honestly, when I think of Zinnia, I just think, I'm so sorry about that key. Bro, Zinnia has completely freaking forgotten. Zinnia doesn't care. He or she, I actually still don't know. But basically, Zinnia does not remember this key. I do, though, because I felt like I made so many tank mistakes, and it's one of those rare moments that I just was really it wasn't my day, you know what I mean? Everything that could go wrong went wrong, and but I, as a tank player, even I remember this, and it doesn't matter. No one in that key genuinely remembers what went wrong, but I can tell you right now exactly where I died. Literally to the letter, I remember every one of my deaths in that key. I remember what global I was supposed to press, and this is weeks ago, and it was 1 hour out of my day. So it's a lot of responsibility as a tank. And I sometimes have to practice what I preach, though, and remember that it is important. I'm literally still on it, Caesar. I know. That's the thing. No one else remembers it. But because whenever I die as a tank, it stays with me. It stays up here. It's right in the frontal cortex. It's in the reptilian brain. It's right up here, man. You don't ever forgive yourself as a tank. It's so weird. Like, it's like, it's just because, like, it's very punishing to make a mistake as a tank. You just feel like you've let your team down. You feel like you know what I mean? Like, it was my first time getting to play with them. I wanted to make a good impression, and I felt like I failed, and so I remembered because I didn't want to have that feeling again, and so I was like, next time I do better, I promise. Like, it was just all these things. It's so weird how pervasive it can be, because it's not that big of a deal. That's the thing. Like, the truth is that, again, everyone has forgotten. The person who invited me to that key just invited me to this key. They don't care. But I do. And that's just how it is. Like, you can try to be like, oh, woo, like, it's fine, it doesn't matter. But it does. For me, at least. It doesn't matter to them. You brick keys at a high level. Like, it's just how it happens. You know what I mean, though? If you actually play tank and try to encourage yourself after a bad run, just look at overall how much you can. There's all sorts of ways that I can tell I was not the only one who made mistakes that run. And yet, for some reason, I take it so personally, though, right? You know what I'm talking about, though? I like how chill 13s. Oh, yeah. First of all, I'm actually playing a tank that I'm not that familiar with, but Brewmaster is such a vibe. If you have a healer who's willing to heal you, man, Brewmaster is a vibe. It's such a vibe tank, actually. Also, I'm not geared yet. I could use a few things, but when I am actually geared, this tank will have no issue doing higher content. I think that Brewmaster is actually such a vibe that I've noticed a problem with them. Yo, congratulations on 19 Cavern as Blood, DK Sam. That's massive. Big ups, big ups, big ups. Massive. Good job, Sam. That's a good key. Oops, I Tiger's Lost to the wrong target. My bad. That's a good key. Nice job, Sam. Sam, I was thinking earlier today that I would just walk in this week. I wasted my Tiger's Lust. I'm so sorry. I thought it was left click and it was right click. I can't help anybody. I am unfortunately incapable. That was a beautiful bop. Damn, Caesar's on top of it. Honestly feels the same as a healer. That's true. It can. Although the one thing about healing that at least I can justify in my own head is this. You know what I can justify as a healer? Left click Tiger's Lust. That's the one. At least when I'm a healer, Crex, if people make, like, if I just have a key where I'm like, man, I cannot heal this, I can always just say that other people are bad. But as a tank player, if I die, it's on me. But as a healer, you can just, for example, be like, y'all suck. So I don't really lose sleep as a healer because I just assume that people, like, oh, they could have pressed defensives better. It's like, no, I didn't heal right. But you could just kind of ignore that, right? You could just be like, if only my team was better and if only we got that kick, right? Like like I don't have a kick anymore, so it's not my fault. It's so easy to pass the buck as a healer. It's actually so easy though. Yeah, that's right though. Yep. I should adopt this healer mentality. Yeah. It's not your fault. What do you mean? You're heal. They should have pressed the defensive. It's not your fault. Yeah, this is hidden tech right now. I wasn't supposed to tell you this, but that's how it is. I don't make the rules. Yeah, that's how it be. The Ret Pally has been so clutch. This Ret Pally is incredibly good. I think it's his fort. He's on his ult, just crest farming right now, though. Yeah, it was actually the Ret Pally. Like, he should have lay on hands. It's exactly right. Dude, a good Ret Pally can actually do so much for your team. They get a bad reputation, but Ret Pally is really actually quite strong this season. And a good one can do a lot. Wait a second. Where's my shaman? Wait, is my shaman not in this boss fight? Or is he just, oh, he hadn't pressed Ascendance. Wait a second. Something's weird about this. Also, I forgot to move the boss because I was looking at things. I'm sorry. So that's on me, technically, if he dies. We're probably going to need to B-res him. He might be able to live with, like, a Spirit Link, maybe. Without Link, though, he dies on that tick. 3, 2, 1. Oh, my God, is he going to live? Wow. That's so impressive. Great healing. I love their utility. Let's go over here and break this one here. Wait, hold up. Oh, what's happening here? Where is is there a rock here? I was searching for the other shaman. I was searching for the other shaman. Where is he? He's ramping. He's ramping. There you go. That's it. He just pressed ascend. He's ramping right now though. This is his ramp. He was just ramping. It's fine. Yeah, there it is. That's the ramp. That's the ascendance. Wishlist for next class of tank. Proper tuning multi-mic. If they were gonna add another tank, I just want them to tune that well. That's literally my wish list. My entire wish list is just please tune it well. Like, they have such a notoriously bad history. Uh-oh. This is actually a pretty rough line of sight. There's like a little spot right here you can be on. It's right there. Don't be in the bat. Don't be in the bat. It's right here. You're safe. Everybody's safe. Everybody's safe. Okay, hold on. I'm like gonna slightly lock in here though. I can Tiger's Lost this one. At least was live. Yeah, I thought that's what I thought I did. I thought for a second that he was locked out. That's what I thought was. That's actually what I thought happened. So here's the thing. I don't want them to add a new tank or healer until they can balance the existing ones. And if they can't balance 6 tanks, then they should not add a 7th. If they cannot balance 7 healers, then they cannot add an 8th. Either that or, and there's another option here, or YOLO send, just add 3 at a time. Or completely let go of game balance and just make stuff for fun. That's actually another option. The other thing you can do, just add 7 at a time and just go for it. He do big damn here. Okay, I'll go big then. Yeah, I feel like so. There's some hype around a shaman tank potentially. There's some hype around this. He said big damn. So, all right. Tigers lost this. Oh, that Grave Blade. I'm gonna taunt that one. Perfect. Go like this. Perfect here like this. It's a tough pull. We're gonna Ring of Peace that over there. Bam. Blackout combo this one. Perfect. Do. I am vibing. Such a vibe tank. I actually could totally see myself enjoying Brew at a higher level this season. One of the weird things about Brew, to be honest with you, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this because I have a lot of work to do in practice. I understand how to do Brew in theory. But in practice, when you're in the middle of a key, it's much easier to be like, yeah, well, if I just weave in the blackout this and I do that, blah, blah, blah. But tanking in practice is always different than tanking in theory. So, as I fully gear my Brewmaster, one of the things that I definitely want to take a look at is I find that I've healed a lot of Brewmasters that just need so much healing. But one of the things I swear is because of how vibing the tank is, by the way, the thing is, because of how vibe-based Brewmaster is, I swear people just forget to use cooldowns. Like, I actually think that this is part of playing Brew. A lot of Brewmasters that I've noticed right now just kind of accidentally forget to just send cooldowns. Or they overlap things. But it is weird. I know that they're super tanky. You're on a roll. Nice job, Travis. 18 should be... Because we have a lot of gear inflection this week, so should be fine, though. So... That's actually a good question. So that's like an interesting conversation about what is Brewmaster's defensive, though. Kurdistan tanking, I feel like I get one shot currently every now and again on your VDH. Spamming Karagath puts me in a trance. I forget about all other buttons. It kind of is... Yes. It kind of is a little bit of a trance-worthy... Yeah. Sometimes when I'm... So this is a good point, though, Simon. Sorry, Multi-Mike. Simon, I'll answer that in a second. But, Multi-Mike, you said that you kind of get entranced by the Brewmaster rotation. It is very true. As I am going keg fire, there's a little voice in the back of my head, and I just start hearing, every time we touch, I get... No, I'm not going to sing. I'm sorry. I got self-conscious as soon as I did it. I was going to do it, and then you could hear me check myself because I got distracted by Simon's comment. And the problem is that my brain engaged right as I was going to make that joke, and so now I can't do it. It's unfortunate. I can't ever catch myself when I'm about to sing because I will immediately just... My vocal cords will go... It won't happen. I gotta send it before my brain registers the fact that I was about to sing in front of however many people are currently listening. That's the key, right? You know one of my favorite things about playing with an Ellie Shami? I actually think, and this is a cook, okay? Here, I'll tell you this. I think that Ellie Shamis are the most selfless WoW players. You would think that it's an Og Evoker. It's not. Ellie Shamis, in my pugs, are the most selfless spec in World of Warcraft. They always die on big AoE pulls so that the other DPS can do more damage. And I just want to say that's altruism. I mean, that's really selfless of them. Because look how much damage my Ret Pally was able to do on this boss. And if the Ellie Shami, he was really thinking just about the team. We're going to time this. He knows we're going to time it. So he's not worried about our timer. He wants to make sure that my Ret Pally has a good key. So every time my Ret Pally is about to pop off, and has like big cooldowns, like probably puzzle box among other things. The elemental shaman, he just goes, look, I just, it's all you, man. I don't want to take your glory. And I respect that. You know what I mean? It's a very nice thing to do. I wouldn't be that selfless. I'm not gonna lie. If I was playing in DPS this season, I would definitely not be like that. I couldn't do it. I would I would wanna actually stay alive and do damage. So I respect it. It's something I'm not mature enough, I don't think, to play that way. I'm sorry. I'm not bad at Brewmaster. I'm not actually, believe it or not. Believe it or not. My 29 is so, but God forbid you out DPS. The calls of Discord. Yeah. Best not to stand in the way of somebody popping off. I'm so sorry. I think that actually, I agree with you, Bear. I'm so glad they put the 3,400, and now people will have a chase goal for the season. 3,400 is more of like a, over the course of a season, you're going to actually have to fight for that. That's an impactful goal. I like the fact that they've done this. I think it's a massive ups. $16s on everything, give or take. Yep. Give or take. Did you get anything good in your vault, by the way, Bear? You had paid for a +10 last week. Did you get anything nice in your vault? I think we kill before the shades blow everyone up, right? I hope that we do, because otherwise I've made a grave error holding it here. Go, go, go. Quick. Nice. Good calculation. Yeah, you got a Mythic Heart of Wind. Very solid. Worth it. Worth the gold. That's a pretty good trinket. That's good. Nice. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Congratulations. Make sure I connect. Roll. Okay, open with Ox. Go 1, 2, double slash. Should have aggro. Next one, perfect. Black Ox resets. I missed. They just announced it today. Now, you don't think they watched one of my videos, right? That was one of those moments where I've been saying this for a while. I have been saying this for a very solid amount of time. I was like, they really, 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 really need to add at this point they have to be able to add a achievement for that level of gameplay. It's okay. I was going to plan Fort Brew there. I plan my cooldowns. Not cleanse yet. Cleanse now. Health potion now in a second after this slash if absolutely need be. I should also be using my Tiger's Lust here to help people with the Dispel. I'm pretty tanky. Has been saying this for years? Yes. You have, like, for a while, though. Oh, this guy was still alive. For a while, it was okay because at least 3K was a chase goal, but the way that this season has been going, they absolutely needed to add something, and I'm very glad that they did. Oops. Yeah, I'm super, I'm just really, really ecstatic that they decided to add something. I think that it will really save this season. How much harder are 16s compared to 10s? Oh, double as hard. Yeah, incomparable. Yeah, basically. They're not comparable. They're not linearly scaled. So the way that Mythic Plus works, if you don't know, help me with this whiz. I don't know the math. I'm not an expert on this. They're not linearly scaled, which means that it doesn't go a +12 is not 2 levels harder than a +10 in the same way that a +14 is. It's help me out, Wiz? What's the way to explain this? There's got to be a better way than I'm thinking right now. Help me out? What's the number? They changed it on this beta cycle. But I don't remember what they changed it to. It's basically that because of the way it's multiplicative, it's not exponential, it's multiplicative, isn't it? It's not additive, it's multiplicative. Is that correct? But basically the way to understand it is that as key levels get higher, the difficulty of the key level goes up more per level, and it's not like it's just flat. So you're thinking, well, a plus 16 must be exactly 6 key levels harder than a plus 10, but it is not quite like that. The base modifier is double, but because it's multiplicative, it becomes more than that. Exactly. So the key level jump, as the keys get higher, each jump is harder. If that makes sense. So the game at like the difference between plus 18 and plus 19 is greater than the difference between a plus 15 and a plus 16. Does that kind of answer your question though? Bear, first of all, you were pretty good. But if you want to get early IO, and then you'll have the whole season. Don't rush. If that's your goal, by the way, in the season, you don't have to rush. Remember, you got plenty of time, dude. We have 5 months. No, not 5 months. We have like 4 months left. Many times. You don't have to rush. But they need to do something for those guys, like give which ones? The MDI. Wait a second. What do you mean? You mean besides, sorry, Jonesy, you were saying something about the competition earlier. Let me read that again. It's kind of bad for what? You were saying, I'm assuming you meant the race to world first, right? Whoops. He's not having a great key. He is not having a great key right now, though. MDI is money prizes. I think you mean the losers of the race to world first. Is that what you mean? I think I might have missed something, but I'm imagining that you were talking about like race to world first, the fact that like Echo and Method should get prizes, even though they lost. Yeah, what's up? Do you think a plus 13 is harder than that, or should I be fine healing plus 13? Yeah, well, same people, yes. MacMan, I was about to say. Depends completely on your team. If you were healing me earlier, it's impossible, no matter what the key level is. But if you're healing somebody that's not me earlier, then yes. Same people, absolutely. If you can heal a plus 14 and the same people went into a plus 13, you will win. Unless the people are really, really trolling. I want to play Guardian Druid, so I'll definitely check your videos on that. Yeah, Trippy, for sure. What's up, Aladdin? How's it going? We got shoulder day today, and we've actually gotten a fair bit of bits, so I will do my workout as planned. How was your gym session, Aladdin? The entire raid is made and tuned specifically for the race to world first, and only kept, so they're really doing a lot for it. You do not underestimate how much money they make from sponsorships, etc. 3 days off the gym hurt your knee. Oh. Heal up. Aladdin, you're fit. Don't rush your way back. Chill. What's up? I'm a Guardian Druid. I already got Gaze of the Onseer and Heart of the Wind. But I got a Mythic puzzle box from Vault. Should I take it? What are your other options? What? Tell me first what your other options are. Oh, wait. We missed one. Oh, we missed one. We don't have a DK. Okay, big defensives, guys. This is a 14. This will still hurt. I'm gonna drag the boss here. Come to the center for aggro. Big defensives. We missed one. It's not worth parrying. I'm just gonna basically Ring of Peace this in. As they all come in, I Exploding Keg. I'm gonna make sure that aggro is set, so I'm gonna go here. Perfect. I won't die. I'm chilling. My team, on the other hand, is going to be taking a lot of damage here. So that Plague Bolt's on me. I'm not going to kick. That's another one on me, actually. I don't kick that. That's a really tough... Yeah. We have reses, but then the other one is still alive, and we don't have enough damage for this. I think that might actually a quick reset. Oh, shit. We won't time this key. I'm assuming... That's rough. I guess even though the healer was popping off, it's not going to happen, especially without defensive pressing. Oh, wait, can we finish? Finish? Wait, no, wait, whoa, Cress, why don't we just finish? We're on the last boss. You don't want to finish, random? You want... Don't you... Okay. All right. He wants to abandon. We respect the leader. Vest of the Howling Two. Oh, they're not on. None of them are on Mythic. I see. I see. That's rough. All right. We would have had it. That's okay. So we missed one. I didn't even realize that we had missed one earlier. Huh? Oh, that's okay. I'm chilling. I'm just crest farming right now. I need a 16. No. I'm chilling. Like, I don't mind. I just want to crest farm, basically. I say 14 seat. I mean, I don't really mind doing whatever. My brewmaster is totally fine to live. He's actually not like undergeared. He's just I'm missing legs. I'm gonna run it back. I kind of wish I could. I wish I had something else though. That no way. No way. It happened. It happened. Wait. I haven't seen this for so long. He's an Og Evoker. Wait. No, the healer was actually really good. Was he logging it? Is he looking at a log, or the evoker was low because we had other people who were? Wait a second. No, the healer was really good. Don't blame the healer, but I'm just saying, out of curiosity. wait a second. Hold up. Wait. The Og, he understands how Og works, right? Just out of curiosity. Do you remember when Og came out? It was one of my absolute favorite things. The Evoker Discord was full of screens. I played Og back in the day. The Evoker Discord was full of screenshots about people are like, Lizard, why you do tank dam? It's got to be one of my favorite things. Just Lizard, why you do tank damage? It's got to be one of my favorite things. Oh man, 18 Nexus. I have one here. Okay, so was I gonna try any more Guardian Druid Keys, or am I thinking? I think my ping feels kind of stable right now. Captain John's an 18 Nexus, or I get my Skyreach back up. I mean, random. Do you just want my 17 Skyreach? Can you do a 17 Mysara on? Oh, on Brewmaster? Not on. I won't do 17 until I'm geared. Like I'm still. If like give me 10 more item levels, sure. But I need to practice Brewmaster a little bit. Brewmaster is going to be a tank where, again, I know how to play it in theory, but I need to practice it. Take the vest and convert to tier. Merlona. The right answer. Have you already upgraded your trinkets? The right answer is probably Puzzle Box. Unfortunately, most likely the answer is Puzzle Box. Which is kind of like, it is not a bad trinket. Like, especially if you're playing Apex Bear, it's a good trinket. So if you you'd only save 3 crests. Then you'd only save 1 upgrade, and crests are like, If you really want the chest, you could. But I personally don't like Puzzle Box as a tank. I do not like it, even though it's fine to press on Bear. Like, it's no problem to press on Bear. But I personally don't like it. Out of a pure personal preference, even if it was probably the right way to play, it's not really my thing, right? Oh, you have Resil 14 on the Pally anyways. I see what you want now. Yeah, I'm really chilling. I don't really mind. My Brewmaster feels fine. Although, my Brewmaster doesn't do like a ton of damage. You wanted me to come on my Druid Caesar and show you something? You want to see something kind of degenerate? Wait, hold up, Caesar. I mean, I also need to do some stuff on Druid. Wait a second. You want to go for triple time? If you get a monk, I'll show you something really degenerate. I thought maybe I could take the vest and convert. It's your only champ item left. You will eventually get a chest from Keys. That's the only thing, and it will technically be the same thing, Merlona. I think it's possible. I can boost me third. I don't click that. Yeah, it's really annoying to use. I think that the mythic item is the thing, but I also found out that next week we just get 2 mythic items. If people were correct with what they were telling me earlier, triple timing at 14, let's go. We'll do MDI pulls. That's fine. I'm going to go Druid. I tell you what, Caesar. I'm going to log out, and I'm going to go to my Druid, and as long as the ping issues are not that bad, I will triple time your key. And let's call it a thank you. You got a Mythic ons here. Nice job, Drabs. That's awesome. It's good Volt. I tell you what, I will come and we'll have fun on this key. Deal? I don't know if Caesar's listening to stream. If he takes a tank, I'm going to be sad. Because I'm doing it right now, though. I need to update that UI command real bad. Crispy burnt skin UI is not the same here. Obviously, I don't use weak ores anymore. What's this? Check this. A Wu tank. 2 important things. Did you clip this? Thank you, actually. I need to remember to clip things, though. Grats. Nice. Nice. Grats. How do you get myth next week? The 0.5 patch. You will remember it. Thank you, Drabs. No, it's fine, Caesar. I kind of need this anyways, though. Is your no Apex build competitive at plus 1820? 20? I don't know. Look, at 20, unsure because I don't have any reps on 20. 18? Yes. Except Algathar Academy, maybe. Algathar still seals pretty tight. Everything else, absolutely. The only thing is, Caesar, earlier I was having massive input lag on Druid, but it should be fine. I'll show you the Druid build right now, but you got to invite me to a 14 first. No, it's okay, because I also need crests on the Druid. I haven't done any keys. We literally didn't complete a key today, so... Caesar, did you... Oh, I was about to say, did you take a tank? All right, here we go. Oh, it's Gasman. I know who this is. I think I know who this is, at least. Yeah, it's fine. I don't want myth items next week. I want VDH buffs. Soon easy. I don't know if there will be tank or healer changes anytime soon. Okay, let me make sure I'm in Apex build. Caesar, you know that I've been playing in no Apex. All the keys we've done thus far have been no Apex build, right? Have you ever seen me play Apex? Out of curiosity? Have you seen this yet, Caesar? You don't even pay attention? Is that what you're about to tell me? Yeah, I figured. Just so you know, I'm about to show off. Please, for the love of God, don't let me die. Now that I've said that. It can't happen now. No Apex compared to standard one? I feel like with no Apex, you could drop a little bit of haste, but effectively, no. Just the same. Haste verse, haste crit, haste mastery, all of them work. Guardian Druid with secondary stats, Luca, just doesn't matter that much, though. Don't care about their talents. You will in a second. Pit of Sauron. So, I'm just trying to think if I could go any bigger than I normally go. Because I want to go massive. I mean, the whole point of this next key that we're about to do. We're going to do big key. That's okay, Caesar. I gotta farm out one craft anyways and stuff. I have to farm out one spark and then turn in the weekly and also farm out some crafts on the Druid anyways for like push keys. I just hope my lag was solved. It was so frustrating earlier. There's not much I could do. It's okay, Caesar. Don't worry. I've only ever flopped in that 16 Mysara Caverns. That I will never forget for the rest of my life. It'll stay with me forever. It'll haunt me forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Go Druid of the Claw? No, I don't like Druid of the Claw. Also, by the way, I don't know how meta Druid of the Claw is compared to EC. I'm not sold that Druid of the Claw is straight up better than EC, just so you know. Luca, at higher key levels, you just haven't seen me play this before, but I'll prove it to you now. Am I going to go for a title this season? It depends completely on if I have people to play with. I don't want a pug title. Pugging title, it's not that it can't be done. It's just stressful. And also, how does the season progress? I don't know. I mean, that's fine. Can't hear both? No, of course. It depends. So if I'm having a lot of fun and I have some people to play with, sure, we can push for title. Maybe we won't get it. Maybe we will. I don't know. It's not about necessarily playing the most meta comp. It's just consistency. Maybe I decide a few months from now that I want to take a little time off, in which case maybe I don't get title. Issa, I'm not that attached to the actual title. One of the things about me is that I don't actually prioritize it, and so it's just not my thing. DOTC is really nice. It's not for me. I don't like it. DOTC is just not my thing. I don't enjoy it. But also, I want you to look at the damage on this first pull, and I want you to tell me, out of curiosity, you think it's better? All right. Who have you seen play EC, by the way? Out of curiosity. You sure about that? I can pad because this is going to be a only 14 key range. You sure about that? What's up, Crispy? I watch Squish a lot. I play it slightly differently than Squish plays it. Okay, my input lag has been solved, by the way. I could totally do higher keys after this. If I wanted to today. But I could also just wait for tomorrow. I'm really not in that much of a rush. What's funny is I can still die, though, playing this build. Like, it's not as immortal. I actually do still have to think about my play just a little bit, even at this key level. Like, this pull here, I probably still have to rotate to SI, as an example. EC actually does big damn. I would say that it's basically dealer's choice right now about what you want to play. Did I still get a Blessing of Sacrifice? He better be playing Recompense and trying to get damage out of this. I would be offended if he actually just external me because he thought I was gonna die at this key level. That'd be tough. Let's see what my damage looks like in this 14 though. It's called Mini CC, Crispy. It is a new add-on called Mini CC, actually. That damage would have been doubled? Damn, doubled. That's a lot of damage. You sure about that? That's like you're saying 1.4 mil on that pull? Damn, I can only get that on Algathar. To be fair, Algathar, this build will still burst pretty hard. Oh, I messed up. Is there any reason to use it? You mean the new Omni CD? You don't have to. There is certainly some benefit to seeing more information in game. The truth is that you would actually be able to see a lot more information. But it's also not perfect. The other thing is that I think that the high key pushers are using 3 add-ons right now. I believe they're using Pete's personal defensive history, which I still think fixes some of the problem because this doesn't account for CDR as an example. We didn't free that one over there. And then on top of that, I think that a lot of people are also using X-Win tools, which I found to just be a little bit too much, personally speaking. And then on top of that, you have the Mini CC. Those combination of things is creating, I think, what most high key pushers are using right now. But I actually need to confirm that. I would need to confirm or deny. I don't actually know. You don't need to use it, no. I would say even as a healer, the problem is that it's not the most reliable tool even as a healer. Even if you are a healer who is depending on it, you need to track like personal, if it has CDR, it doesn't account for CDR. It's not as good as Omni cooldown used to be. Omni cooldown was better. Also, god damn it, why did they do the add-on stuff? Sometimes, like, honestly, like, this conversation is one. Man, come on. Why did they end up doing it? Why didn't they just walk it back? It was so clear. I mean, it's super clear that it wasn't the right decision. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like it was kind of clear that they weren't going to have it ready, and they should have just walked it back, though. May I have a color based on stack? It's called Simple Iron Fur Tracker. It's just literally the Simple Iron Fur Tracker. Not complicated. It is the simplest one. Haha. Which tank do you think is the Oh, which part of 16s is the hardest? Finding people to do them, probably. Honestly, finding people to do them. Enjoy the stream and rest the keys. Thank you, Crex. I'll see you later. Yeah, finding the key. Technically, if you play with some consistent people, any spec, nearly any skill level can do a 16, but you have to find them, and you also have to be willing to fail at them. So, finding them, to be honest with you, though. Yeah, but even if you don't have kicks, even if you don't have this, like, you're chilling. That at the very least when you saw Race World. But basically, like, you just have everything you had, except that it's more complicated. It's actually less accessible. They could have enhanced the base UI without actually having basically, like, you know, giga nuked add-ons, though. No, you cannot macro iron fur like this, though. Yeah. I feel like they're about equivalent. I actually think that really it's dealer's choice right now. I don't even mind that it's dealer's choice. I think that that might be healthy. I like the fact that there might be different builds. You know that? It's fun when there's actually different builds that you can play in keys. I like that. Here, I'll Vortex. Typhoon. But there are still many things about the Apex that I'm just still not, like, a huge fan of. The fact that I could technically die if I greed too much on a pull like this is kind of wild to me still. Loca Blom. How's it going? Also, I didn't have Apex walking in here, so now my DPS sad. Now my DPS sad. Now my DPS is sad. Because this is a hard pull, and I actually played very defensively there. Before I had 1 week or for your UI, and now you have 3 to get a subpar result. I don't know. It feels super pointless to me. I don't like what they've done with it. I kind of wish... I'm not a huge fan of people sticking to their guns. I am not a prideful person, and I feel like they had a goal. It was a good goal, to be fair, but they failed. And that's okay. Like, honestly, admirable, but I feel like they should have just released the post that just... Go boss, by the way. I feel like they should have just released a post that just said, you know what? It was a really good attempt. Guys, this was the plan. And we had a plan. Things did not work the way we wanted it to. And that is okay. And I feel like that's what they should have done. All right, big boom. Big boom. Boom 1. Boom 2. Boom, 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 do, 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 do. I wonder if I need iron for on this boss. I've always enjoyed bear. I don't know if I love the current Apex bear, to be honest. I think that the Apex bear actually has a ton of design flaws. And by design flaws, I mean that it will always be kind of impossible for them to balance it. That's one of the issues with it, I think, right now. Is that it's just going to be really, really difficult for them to balance bear. If they, for example, come out with nerfs to bear the next week, honestly, I would understand why. Although it would feel bad, I would understand why they would have to do it. But ideally, instead of just nerfing bear at the moment, what you're supposed to do is take the power out of this and spread it throughout the rest of the kit. Like, that's the correct decision. But I don't know if they're going to do that. Because it is ridiculous. Like, you can do big boom damn, sure. But the fact that it is tied into effectively one, like, this is kind of insane. This is all one ability. Echo of Rays, Vicious Brambles, and Moonless Night are technically the same ability. It's one button. And I feel like that's just really... If you give a tank the ability to have the most powerful burst AoE in the game, rivaling that of the most powerful DPS burst in the game, it's basically an impossible tuning challenge. It's very difficult for them to figure out what they're supposed to do with that. We're going to go here. Same with the healer kick removal. Well, I don't know. The kicks feel better to me this season. I find there's definitely less bolt slop, as they say. You know what I mean? Like, I think this season is way better for kicks. I don't feel nearly as punished when we miss a kick. It'll still kill some people sometimes, but I don't feel, like, terrible about it for what it's worth. But there are many times that, yeah, I'm playing a healer these days, and I'm just like, well, wish I had my kick. I actually think that might have been successful. There's a world where genuinely I just think to myself, I don't know about that actually. Whoa, fireworks outside. I was like, wait a second, am I back in America? Holy. I forgot it's Thai New Year. It's the middle of Thai New Year now. All right, big pull. Yeah. I think it's pretty hard to balance specs like that. Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry. I let the humor slip out sometimes. That was probably an inside thought, huh? I'm glad that somebody laughed at that. I thought that was pretty good too. It was very natural, right? Because the thing is, it wasn't even me being facetious. I was just being legit. Like Calistrad, that wasn't, you know what I mean? Because like those jokes are funny because I'm not even joking. And you know I'm not joking. That's the thing, right? Because you're just like, haha, true. You know? You're just like, yeah, that checks out. That makes sense, actually. I have no comments. Is Mangle a skill I should be using more than Iron Fur? In what build? So happy to answer that question. Happy to talk about Guardian, but what build? Like this? Terrendo. So there are a few different builds. Some of them prioritize Mangle over others. You have Druid of the Claw right now. Druid of the Claw, you get way more benefit from Mangle than you do as Elun's Chosen. If you are playing my macroed Iron for Elun's Chosen build, you get way less benefit. So it actually depends is the answer. I'm using the regular one, so if you're using the Archon EC, then what you're going to do... Ooh, there's a new season of Hearthstone, is there? Then basically, yes, Mangle is important because you're going to generate rage from it. It doesn't actually do a lot of damage on its own, but you're constantly cycling your rage because your rage will allow you to spend on raise. However, I think it is important to remember always, your actual raise does not hit that hard. That is important to know. I think a lot of times people overestimate. Outside of your big windows, raise by itself barely taps. I meant raise. Oh, on top of Iron Fur. I see. Oh. Is the new season as good? Kitty and I, that's our favorite thing to do, Spec. It's one of our favorite things. Hey, Spec, you want to try Factor? I was going to give away. I'm allowed to do the giveaway, right? The problem is that actually the people who won, this is the last day of it and it still counts. The people who won, one of them was AFK and I haven't been able to track them down. You want to win a Factor box right now? You were part of the giveaway. I drew it fair, but the people who won were AFK and I still have one more. And I remembered that if you want to try a box, you just let me know and I'll send you instructions over Discord. But you have to get it today. That's kind of that's the requirement, is that you have to get it today. Because it's the last day of the sponsorship. If you're in the US, Denmark, or Sweden, and you want to try out cool food, and you want to support stream, and you have ever thought about trying Factor, this is the last day that I will be sponsored by them. Oh, we have a gargoyle in here. I wasn't supposed to pull. Oh well, we have freedoms. Extra funnel. You have to be watching stream to win. No, it was a very fair, it's a random giveaway. I used the stream elements to do it, so it just draws winners from random Far East. The issue with it was that by the time I ended the giveaway, there were a few people who had entered the giveaway, but I didn't think about it because I had never really done a giveaway, that I should have just ended it maybe immediately or set a time for it because people were AFK. So I was like, cool, this guy is the winner. And then I was like, all right, I need to find them. And I messaged them on Discord, but they haven't responded. And I'm like, oh. But I also procrastinated it a little bit because that's what I do. And now that I've procrastinated it long enough, we have this slight issue here where, this is the last day of the sponsorship, so it would have to be today, you know? The current build I'm playing is my version of an EC Apex build. As you can see, it do big boom damage. How much you already used it before, Wiz? You don't qualify for it. It was random, though. Like, the actual winners were random. But, Spec, I'll message you. Do you want to try it? Basically, I'll tell you what to do in a second. But, yeah, if you want to try it, you just tell me. Far East, did you want to try it? Far East, are you in the US and / or did you qualify? If you entered the giveaway, I have 2 more boxes. I forgot to mention at the start of stream. I actually just remembered. I can... Today still counts, so you just message it. I've always wanted to try it. Are you in the US and / or are you in the right regions, Calstrid? And have you ever tried it before? You're in the US of A. Okay. Without ever trying Factor. Cool. I can give away 2 more boxes. Message me on Discord. I'll send you the instructions. I mean, that I'm allowed, I was told I could do 3. But I don't know if it's large enough portion-wise. So it is, the feedback I've heard is that it can be kind of pricey if you continue the subscription, number 1, right? Yes, it is the most recent one under, if you go to Midnight Tank Builds and you find Guardian, it's that one. Yeah, it's big. You have to sequence it properly. Like, if you have, like, earlier I was having a bunch of ping problems and you realize I didn't do nearly this much damage. Also, yep, the normal Apex build, correct. That's the one. Yeah, honestly, it's the last day of the sponsorship. If you're really curious about trying it, first box is on me. So message me on Discord. Spec. Do I have your Discord? Miss Specky Poo. Do I have your Discord by the chance? I sent you a message? Okay. You might really like it. The quality of the food is really high. How many iron furs you want to have usually depends completely on key level and pull. If you're really greeding your damage, the thing is that actual raise doesn't hit that hard, to be honest with you. So I want to make a guide on this build. I think it depends, actually. But I want to make a guide on this build, and I have a, let's call it a unique way right now. How about we call it unique? Suggestion, let's say. I think it will help people who like my no Apex build. Genuinely, I think they're going to really enjoy this current. If I give them a suggestion on how to play Apex, I have thoughts that might be able to help them a lot. Yes, you cannot macro Iron Fur with this, though. Kind of, Wiz. But the idea is... Yeah, well, when I make the guide, I have an idea of how I want to suggest. And I think people will feel much more comfortable with that suggestions. There's a kind of like an easy, if you don't want to think about it too much, just follow this rule, and you'll be like, oh, okay, and you can play the Apex pretty solidly. That's all the questions, Tim Miggies. Oh, no problem. This is a chill key for me. It's on, we're in a 14 right now. I'm just helping a friend, basically. We were trying to double, well, we were trying to triple time it. We're not going to triple time it. We can double time it, though. There's so much. I agree with you, Joe, bro. Personally speaking, I also like the macro build. And on days like today, when my ping is just randomly super high, I feel like I enjoy it way more. But as I get into bigger keys and I just go for the Brazil, I think all 18s I could time, but then eventually on 19s, I think it'll matter. I think that right now the level that it will matter, Joe Bro, is 19. But the issue with me is that I also need reps. Because they're fundamentally different, I need to tank the 18s and then make mistakes and realize, gotcha, next time I do this, right? So that is one of the things. I will still play no Apex probably in some keys. Like, the keys that the timer is super free, I can definitely consider playing it. Okay, did we at least get... Let's go over here for melee uptime. But if you see, I have pressed raise a bunch on single target right now. It does very little. It does very, very little damage. Guys, right here. Don't miss, don't miss, don't miss. Oh, he went far. Okay. I was going to actually go far after this. That's fine. Holy. That was close. That was real close. That was close. That was close. All right, ready? Big boom dam. So we go prep for it, prep for it, prep for it, wait for it, drop the lunar beam first, combat potion, starfall, go back into incarn, and then as they come in, 3, 2, 1, big boom dam. 3, 2, 1, big boom dam. Go 1. Damn, that we killed it so fast, actually. I didn't even get to do big boom dam. I was trying to do big boom dam, but it's too low of a key level. It all died so fast. Yeah, I do. I mean, it's a matter of preference, right? I enjoy a specific way of playing the game. If that way is viable, I will choose it. But I do think it is valuable for me because I want to be pushing into 19 and eventually 20. I think it is worthwhile to learn and practice the Apex build. If I were to just not play it at all, I might actually struggle. I can't just go into a 19 and just swap builds and be like, yeah, I'm going to be fine. I do need a few reps as key levels get higher. No matter how good you are this season, it's a difficult tank season. You will die. At some point this season, you're going to die. It's just like, it's way better to accept that, by the way, and not try to have any sort of illusions about, oh, I'm going to play perfect all the time. You won't, and that's okay. But, like, that's fine. And I kind of wish that more people know that. It's like a big tanking tip. It's no joke. It's actually like a real legitimate piece of advice for tank players. This is a difficult season. Even the best tanks in the world are still bricking some keys. You learn, you get better, you go next. You honestly just have to accept it, that this is not a season that you're going to have perfection. And that's okay. Yeah, don't die and accept defeat. But basically, yeah. All right, easy double time. Not a triple time, but not bad. Big boom dam. So if I was playing no Apex, we actually might not have double timed that. But let me ask you a question. I only have one question for you looking at this overall damage right now. Did we play with a prot warrior or did we play with a guardian druid? He didn't die to aggro first pull, I'm pretty sure. I think he died to a puddle. Well, hold up. First of all, I have to face away from my party chat right now. I can tell you that. Let's check that. All right, fine. Hold up. Wait. Actually, fine. Not interrupts. Deaths. God damn. See? It wasn't on me. All right. God damn it. I got this. Hold up. One second. Wait. Nice. Solid. There it is. Feels good. Pretty sure because I know who that is, too. I'm pretty sure I know who that is. This is a bold move on my part. That is a very large Death Knight player.
And it's a bold move to put him on ignore. But you gotta do what you gotta do. Ah, man. So if mini CC breaks next week, I'm not sure though. Kicks rock like child. Wait, hold up. Hold up. Wait. The healer was good, I thought. I thought he did good. Wait a second. Is that overall? Bro, I actually, by the way, I saw a log of somebody sent me a log. And I was like, did they run this key with 4 people? And they had a Resto Shaman playing Farseer. And I thought I was looking at the wrong thing. But there was a log. And there were only 4 DPS members in that key. And there was a Farseer Resto Shaman who actually didn't press a single damaging global in the entire overall dungeon. So there was, in the overall, there was in fact only 4 people. Now, granted, that's not necessarily a bad idea because you will just be better, right? Do you know what I mean? When I run it? Okay, sounds good. Like, honestly, though, it's not actually the end of the world. Our circle season will continue to get scuffed by Blizzard. Probably best to stop using them until Blizz gives up. When I play Wrestler Shaman, I never press any damage buttons. What do I want to do? I don't know. What are you saying? What do you think about my Druid damage, by the way? I can do that. Hi, Gas Man. I put you on ignore for a second. What's up, Gas? I did. If you've actually said, no joke, I actually was like, I put you on ignore. I genuinely said, I put you on ignore for, I don't know if you've said anything in party chat because you're on ignore right now. I'm gonna be real. You started, and I was like, I caught it fast. I was not messing. Yeah, I wasn't messing around. You are super on the ignore list. I'll unignore you when I'll be Hearthstone, and then I'm gonna unignore you. We got him ignored. The elite. Well, it's just elitism. It was just there was a lot of elitism going on in Calistrid. That's all. Oh, that makes sense. It's funny if you're Gas. It's also funny if you're not him. What did you think about the Druid damage? Like, I think I would grade it a little bit, but you can still do like 110k even in higher keys. Let's go back to the VOD to see something. The VOD is up on here, and YouTube is a much better way. Look on the YouTube, though. It's a Cresser. We had a nice Fizz comp. It doesn't really matter to me. Did he? Where? Did he die to aggro at one point? This was just a bolt. Oh, that was a bolt there. And this was just the rupture. It's a point that too many people have to... Yeah. Well, that's not elitism, though. I was making a joke. He wasn't being elitist. He was not being elitist for what it is worth. That was a joke because of the reference. I was thinking Darky do an 18. I think the third boss. Yeah. Terrace, dude. I had a Terrace run that we had a few DPS die in the middle of AoE pulls, and I had 140k overall by the third boss. I had about that's about where I was, Dark Lot. If you pad there. Let me check the timer. Let me check the time. If you want to check the VOD gas, go here though. Yeah, of course. As long as I don't have ping problem, dude. Yeah, the goal this week, I'm kind of chilling, Gas. I'm not that stressed about going too fast, though. I'm going to hunt for like 18 Resil this week, and then maybe go like 19, maybe even in a week or two. I don't know. We get this. The thing is, we get it next week, right? The thing is that next week we get the bonus roll. Double myth loot from items, from dungeons. Like 2 myth track items next week is kind of insane. If that was explained to me correctly, the fact that there could be 2, like I just get 2 more myth track items, because I'm sitting on a few crests right now. It's crazy though. You're going to have all the... That's true. That's a good point. That's actually not... Wiz, if I really wanted to pad my tank damage. What's the timer right now? 6:30.
I wish my monk was geared. I would just come to the 16 for the monk, but holy shit. Yeah, I need to farm some crests so that I can make a craft on the druid, so that I can do whatever. I'll make that choice. No, sorry, I should clarify. It was a joke. Gasman was not being elite. Don't flame him like that. I need to read these patch notes. I'm a little confused still about how the bonus roll works, to be honest with you. I need to farm crests on Shaman, but I'm really slack. It's so many crests to farm out. It's actually just so hard to keep up with ults right now. Like, it is not easy to be really appreciating ults this season. It's really not easy. Oh, man. This morning was so stressful. I feel like I need to decompress from the morning. Here. Let me take a look at something. Okay, got you. First of all, let's finish this here, though. It's actually later. Okay. Just like your 1 mil DPS in the first pull of Alcathar is Bear the highest DPS tank. If you're greeting your damage, actually, I think that Bear and VDH are the two highest. Like, maybe Blood DK individually without group buffs. I would say Bear is one of the highest DPS tanks if you are greeting your damage. The problem is that, technically speaking, it is dependent upon you greeting your damage, which is not always reliable. Does that make sense, Multimike? Like, you have to... There are some keys in a certain level where I'd have to play defensively. And when I play defensively, I will do a little bit less damage, technically speaking. So I do think that that is a factor and something to be considered when you're looking at Bear Dam. It is a factor, not necessarily a given, if that makes sense. You're running like greeting rage for raise, yes, and also greeting your apex windows. Like there's some times where, technically speaking, yeah, you can do massive AoE, especially first pull of the dungeon. Like, first pulls are crazy because you get pre-incarn and pre-apex. But one of the problems is, technically speaking, in higher keys, if I'm playing with like a devourer who really wants the chain as an example, or a Ret Pally whose execution sentence. That one's fine, but the Devourer who's chaining, one of the solutions for aggro is actually sending that first Apex a little early. But you really want to try to get those windows, like, perfect, because that's how you do your big damage. Does that make sense? Like you know what I mean? Like, you really want to be playing in a way where you don't have to send things for aggro. If you have to send things for aggro, it's not like you can't do that. But if you feel kind of bad if you ever have to send like a big Apex window into something that just for aggro reasons, if that makes sense. There's a few things like that. And also just in terms of how many Iron Fur you maintain. Like, that 14, I was absolutely greeting a little bit. And in an 18, I would be maintaining some more Iron Fur. I think that the answer in higher keys might be several Iron Fur, not one. Like, as key levels get higher, I notice if I maintain 1 Iron Fur, it's too little. If I maintain 2, sometimes, even there are some mechanics that will kill me. Like, 3 to 4, even 5 is just not a bad idea to kind of think more Iron Fur outside of Incarn. In Incarn, you can get away with 0 sometimes. Big shields, but yeah, you want to it's something to consider at the very least. If that makes sense. Okay, first of all, thank you for the subs and stuff today and cheering me up after the morning that I had. Hopefully the problem gets resolved. I've seen enough Nerf Arms Warrior. It must be done. At this point, I feel like you have to do what you have to do, right? Hey man, what's up, Zombie Jesus? Love your videos? Thank you. Zombie Jesus, are you the same Zombie Jesus on Twitch? Is there 2 Zombie Jesuses? There's literally a dude in Twitch. His name is Zombie Jesus. Are you not the same Zombie Jesus? Are there really that many Zombie Jesuses? I think the difference between 4 and 5 is basically nothing. Yeah. So it's just maintaining a few and some third. He duplicated. I didn't know. That's crazy. The zombie horde. Damn. A lot of zombies here. I didn't realize zombies were coming back. Did they ever go out of style? I was never a huge fan of zombies, to be honest with you.
It's not really my thing. It's not particularly my favorite thing. There's only one that I know of. Maybe it's you. Are you the real zombie Jesus? Do I have a following? Potentially. Maybe you do, actually. Very potentially you do. Because no. We had Easter. That's true. Morning, Kanish. All right, Specky and Kalistrad, I will message you the details for how to do the thing that you might be doing, okay? Do. Wait, who is this? Reminder for the YouTube short? Yeah. I've actually tried to be good about that. I'm not always the best at it, to be honest with you. Oh, we were listening to Alec Bender. I love this guy. Okay, tomorrow, I pray for better ping. It was so tough today, dude. It feels bad, but I think that tomorrow, basically, it's only up from here, right? Like, that's the thing. It has to be only up from here. All right. I don't know who this person is, but I went to first suggested, and they're the first person on the suggested. All right, here we go. They said hi to me. They seem nice. They do not have a ton of people on there, so if we don't let her panic. Marius, love the streams. Thank you. I appreciate that. Tomorrow I'll be back. Discord's here. Everything's posted there. Yeah, well, no, hopefully, no, ping needs to go down tomorrow. It was so frustrating. All right. I don't know who Momo's Ryu is. Be nice. Be nice. Okay? Okay. There's some people in here. There's somebody named Angry Penguin. Have a good night. Good night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right. Bye. However, what was that, though? However, what was that? What was... Oh, no. Oh. Okay, good night, guys. I'll be back tomorrow.